pocket, launches to the end zone. Caught, touchdown Chase!
And it's Donovan's Fields on the carry. Watch out! Justin Fields!
There he is, Pitts. Room service. Welcome back, Kyle Pitts.
If you thought that last night was fun, you got a whole nother thing coming because it is going to be a party on day 2 of the NFL Draft. This is the PFF NFL Draft Show coming to you live all the way through the end of rounds 2 and 3 tonight. And guess what? There's a post-game show as well, so you don't have to stop at all this entire evening. Go to PFF.com if you're not there already watching us right now. Check out our live draft tracker. You'll follow along with all of the picks as they're happening, maybe even sometimes before, you never know. Plus be able to see all the best available players on our big board. We've got a great crew here for you. We look a little different than we did last night. Got a little Easter edition colorway going on. Not a big deal. We're here to party. We're going to have some fun. Austin Gale, co-host of the 2-for-1 Drafts pod with Mike Renner over here. My co-host, the doctor, Eric Eager, on the Forecast podcast. We were up at 3:30 in the morning talking about the syndicate, having a little fun. We might do that again tonight. You never know. Mike Renner, lead draft analyst over here, and the guru, Steve Palazzolo, the QB master on the end. Now, I talked about the bar set last night. It was special last night. Tonight, it's even better because Ian Hartitz is manning it solo. Now, I see he's got a Gatorade over there. I don't even know what is going to happen later on, but it is going to be a lot of fun. He'll be dropping some fantasy nuggets for us as we go. All right, we've got a great show tonight. We're going to talk to former Falcons GM, Thomas Dimitroff, twice this evening. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll get his take on some of the things that have happened both day 1 and what's happening here on night 2. That'll be a lot of fun. But we have to start, guys, with what we talked about for like 40 minutes yesterday, which is the Aaron Rodgers, Packers, Broncos, 49ers fiasco. There's really no other way to put it. And you can listen to me to talk about it, but we have some sound here from Brian Gutekunst and John Lynch, Packers GM and Niners GM. So I'll let you listen to that, and then we'll make of it whatever we will.
He's our quarterback. He's our leader. We've been working through this for a little while now. It may take some time, but he's the guy that kind of makes this thing go. So he gives us the best chance to win, and we're going to work towards that end. I do think he'll play for us again, and we're going to, like I said, we're going to work towards that, and we've been working towards that on a number of different fronts. The value that he has to our football team is really immeasurable. You know what I mean? He brings so much to the table, not only as a player but a leader. He's so important to his teammates, to his coaches. So, that's the goal.
To me, when the MVP of the league might be available, and I didn't know that, I'm just reading the tea leaves just like everybody else and saying, hold on, is something going on here? Yeah, we inquired, and it was a quick into the conversation. It wasn't happening.
So I have a couple of comments. The first is, why did Brian Gutekunst dress like he was going to his first prom? That is concerning to me. Okay, I'm not in a place necessarily to talk about wardrobe at the moment.
We look like an Easter Sunday set over here.
At the moment. But that is concern number 1. Concern number 2 is this. I'm going to come to you first, Mike, resident Packers aficionado. Because Aaron Rodgers came out and said, I do not want to be a Green Bay Packer. It has nothing to do with the contract. I don't like you anymore. And Brian Gutekunst came up and said, he's going to be our quarterback. What do you make of it?
That's the root of the problem. This is why the way Gutekunst is treating this whole news is why Aaron Rodgers is mad, because he's getting treated like he's any other employee with the Green Bay Packers, like he is a replaceable cog in a machine, when in actuality, Aaron Rodgers is a little bit different than your run-of-the-mill. Yeah, like your run-of-the-mill cornerback is not Aaron Rodgers. Like, he dictates terms because he is, like we're going to see a little later on, how much WAR a top-tier quarterback is worth compared to any other position on the football field. They aren't the same. They are in a different league altogether. But the Packers are trying to treat him like he is, and that's kind of the whole thing. Is they're just going to call us bluff, say, hey, hold out, whatever. You're going to be our quarterback. You're under contract. That's going to be end of story. But it's not going to work out. I think this is why it's going to come to a crossroads where either he's holding out or he's going to retire.
What else are the Packers going to say? right now, though. They can say he's on the trading block or whatever. I mean, look, it still goes back to last year. That was the mistake. Last year at this time, they drafted Jordan Love. And remember last year at this time, we actually said on this show, it seems like they're copying the 49ers a little bit, right? The 49ers are just beating them in the NFC Championship. They were following the 49ers model. And it sounded like Matt LaFleur, they wanted a system quarterback. They wanted a guy that they could mold and the whole thing. Well, the funny thing is the team that they're emulating just said, I don't want that system quarterback anymore. I want something better. I'm done with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Did they, Steve, though? They just moved up. They just moved up, used a bunch of picks for a toolsy guy that I think has a wide distribution of outcomes, much like Jordan Love does. Now, Lance is probably a lot better of a prospect, but it is like telling that like they sort of both preferred a similar prospect, Love being a weaker version of that. Interesting thing here, as Mike said, when it comes to the quarterback position, that's all that matters. If you look at betting markets right now, the Denver Broncos, whose quarterback is some combination of Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock, have the same odds to win the Super Bowl as the Green Bay Packers.
I mean, you see it up there, right? So the 49ers, somehow still, by the way, 14-1. We need to talk about the idea that Jimmy G
we should be able to bet the other side of that, I think.
But the Denver Broncos were nowhere near 16-1 last night. What were the Green Bay Packers last night entering?
They were 14-1 to entering the day.
Entering the day. They're now tied with the Broncos at 16-1 to win the Super Bowl. Now, nothing has happened yet. Mark Schlereth reported, of course, that there was a ton of smoke there and potentially fire, and nothing quite yet has happened. It's super interesting, though. I mean, where would the Packers go from Aaron Rodgers? You know, like, would they really stick with Jordan Love? Can that really be the plan?
Yes, I mean, like, that is literally why they drafted him. And obviously, he was the third-string quarterback. Was not active one game last year, but they loved him enough. And the thing was, like, they loved Deshaun Kaiser a lot when they traded for him. Gave up to Darius Randall. Like, they've been kind of looking for that guy. That has been what they have been trying to do, that sort of succession plan for some time now. And I think it just has gotten to this point where both sides have dug in their heels so much that I do think it's heading for. I don't see a way Aaron Rodgers comes
really
back.
Interesting, again, track record for every team's guy, right? Like the Packers have had this type behind Aaron Rodgers for a while now, and it's never really worked. I do think that sitting Love every game as the inactive third quarterback was one way to try to appease Rodgers and to make sure that while you're here, he's not going to challenge you at all. But it's sort of going halfway. And again, Rodgers doesn't seem like a simple guy.
I mean, they drafted him.
Yeah,
so like, if they're worried about appeasing Rodgers at that point, like, I don't know what you're doing.
The biggest thing here, we haven't brought it up, is money. Like, he wants a new contract. He wanted that last season.
But he flat out said it has nothing to do with the money.
But I think now it has nothing to do with it. Because he wanted a new contract last year, and then you saw the reports that they were going to trade him. They said the plan was to trade him last offseason. That's why you invested in Jordan Love. And then he balls out and wants more money. You know, has an MVP caliber season and now wants that contract extension. You see the reports. He got an offer. He said no. They said, here's another offer. He said no. And now, when Gutekunst says it may take some time, it's because they're trying to find money in the bank account to give Aaron Rodgers more money. I do think that a lot of this is money.
Well, and that's one thing that's really important to realize right now in the COVID situation. All these teams are under the cap. Mm-hmm. But in order to do so, they've had to convert a number of base salaries and signing bonuses and things like that. And so a lot of teams are cash over cap. Like if the cap is 180, they've already spent 210 in terms of what they've actually doled out. So it's a matter of also just finding the capital to actually do a lot of these things. And that's why we've seen, especially in the back half of free agency, there are tons of available free agents right now. And it's because the teams don't have the cash on hand to sign these guys. Yep. And Rodgers even makes it an even bigger deal because you're talking about tens of millions of dollars to acquire him.
What would you trade for Aaron Rodgers? We had this debate walking back from rehearsal when we heard the news break. Yeah. It's like, okay, the Niners offered 3 and even more than 3 to get Rodgers, and our first reaction is like, what? Really? He's going to cost you a ton of money. He's a little older. So I'll start with you, Eric. If you are trying to make a fair offer to get Aaron Rodgers, what would you actually give up? And think about it from maybe the Broncos or the Niners perspective.
I mean, for the Broncos perspective, you're probably, age is such a big deal here, right? The team what Rodgers gets is what the Packers get for Rodgers is going to be way less than I would give up just because of age and the fact that you're literally buying a guy at the top of the market. But what I do think, is a fair price is probably a first and a third, as well as, a player or two. But I just don't see the Packers taking that, right? Because the Packers are going to see the trade that the Niners had to do just to get up to 3 for an unproven guy, and they're going to be like, we want all of this. And the fact of the matter is, any team would be stupid to give that up, given Rodgers declined until last year and his age.
It's the third best quarterback that's been on the market this year, though, as far as long-term value. It's the best quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, but Deshaun Watson's been on the market and Russell Wilson's been on the market. Mm-hmm. Those guys have much better long-term value. I mean, you're probably talking 2 or 3 first-round picks where it's reasonable. But I think earlier in the offseason when Wilson came out in Seattle and it felt like, he's really pushing it. Like him and Pete Carroll went back and they hugged it out.
It was so passive-aggressive. It was the most passive-aggressive thing I've seen.
But everybody's like, is Russell really going to leave? This is when Aaron Rodgers speaks, he's out. I mean, he is out. He is done in Green Bay. So if Green Bay keeps saying he's their quarterback, he'll just sit there and hold out. It's Aaron Rodgers. With Wilson, you were like, they'll call his bluff. He'll be back. I don't see Rodgers back in Green Bay.
Yeah, all he talked about this past season, like during the season when he was doing those hits with Pat McAfee, was that there's more to life than football. He realized kind of after the Jordan Love thing that football wasn't going to be forever, that his days were numbered in Green Bay, basically, when they drafted Jordan Love. That was assigned to him, and he had to realize that and sort of expand his horizons. And so I think he's already thinking about life after football and is comfortable with that, and is obviously going on Jeopardy and hosting. It's like he's explored it already.
A house in Malibu,
and so,
he's chilling.
He's getting live with the dog.
And there's no no offense, Mike, but no one wants to live in Wisconsin long term, right?
Okay,
easy. Wisconsin catching ricochets over here.
Wow. And I say that somebody spent 6 years there. I'm saying, like when I price in the value of the trade, I think that's a tail risk. This isn't shucks Brett Favre. Like this isn't like somebody who's going to play until his brain falls out of his head. This is a person that if you trade for him and he doesn't like it in Denver, like he might just peace out after 1 year, and you're stuck holding the bag for a guy who's retired, and you got 1 season's worth of play out of him.
I want to bring in Ian here because I need some reason from the bar. What do you make of this? Do you think this is a lot of posturing? What's kind of your angle on it?
I was the only one guy here yesterday when we had to write on the whiteboard where he's going to go. I said the Packers. It's Aaron freaking Rodgers. How can you trade him? With that said, if he is going to be traded, like Austin said, it does come down to the money. But I don't think it's necessarily Rodgers' money. It's how the Packers want to distribute that money. Because if he's traded today, it's going to be $38 million against the cap. If he's traded after June 1st, $21 million against the cap this year, $17 million next year. I get it. It's $38 million either way. Packers are building their team. I'm not doing it. But I do think we could be in for another month of this circus based on those numbers.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, from your perspective, where would you want to see him go? Is there a place where you go, oh man, this makes life so much more fun from both a fantasy perspective and maybe a real life perspective?
It's the Denver Broncos, and it's the favorites, and they should be. I mean, will they have to give up Judy or Sutton or Fant or one of these pieces that has made it such an alluring spot for a quarterback? It could change things, but I mean, we remember when Peyton came there and just how Demaryius Thomas, Eric Decker, even Wes Welker for a little bit just blew up, and I think we would have to be taking those same notes, with these Broncos receivers. Jerry Jeudy, we can talk about him dropping the ball as a rookie, but based on some of our advanced numbers at PFF, he was the single most unlucky receiver in the league. And being able to go, as much of a Drew Lock apologist as I am sometimes, going from that to Aaron Rodgers would be a cheat code in fantasy. So definitely Broncos for me. And man, it'd be tough for the Packers. It's surprising to me to see those odds for the Super Bowl the same because, I think we can all agree the Broncos, like if we could clone Aaron Rodgers, put him on the Broncos or Packers, I think the Broncos would be favored.
Yeah, they have a really solid team.
Do you think of a bigger troll to Rodgers to trade like a first-round draft pick wide receiver back to Green Bay for him?
Here's the saddest part. Ian mentioned this. Jerry Jeudy had the highest rate of uncatchable throws in his direction. Unlucky, to be very specific, thanks to Drew Lock. And for Jeudy to have Rodgers go to his team and then to be shipped out would just be cruel.
But he will. Like Jordan Love has the possibility to keep Jeudy in that sort of sphere as well of uncatchable passes coming as well.
I will say this. If ultimately Rodgers gets shipped out, you have to look at the ownership.
Yeah.
How dare you?
And Gutekunst is accountable to you, Mike.
Yeah.
So I'm 1/100,000th.
Well, that's infinitely more than all of us.
Make some phone calls, Mike. Make it happen.
So we're talking about Aaron Rodgers. There are obviously a lot of other quarterbacks in the news. 5 of them selected in the first round here. Thankfully, the first 3 went Trevor Lawrence, then Zach Wilson to the Jets, and then Trey Lance, of course, to the 49ers. Mike, why don't you take us through the quarterbacks based on the situation they landed in, how you would rank them now given their environment?
Yeah, everyone was saying heading into the draft, whoever goes at 3, whichever one of these guys goes at 3, probably going to have a good situation to succeed. Like that is the best situation right now, the San Francisco 49ers, where Trey Lance ended up. Obviously, I think he may not start from day one, but a great developmental situation with the receiving talent they have there, offensive line, and obviously Kyle Shanahan. But I like Lawrence's situation at 2. I think he legitimately, with a guy like Urban Meyer, an offensive-minded head coach who has a history of molding what he does to his talent and the guys around him. Obviously, Gerald Bevel, their offensive coordinator for Russell Wilson when he came into the league. That was a big reason why they hired him in the first place. So those 2 guys, I like their situations. And I'll go with Mac Jones. Obviously, again, they've had some success developing quarterbacks there behind Tom Brady. Jimmy G they developed from a second rounder, and they have a good offensive line as well for him to play behind. And then Fields and Wilson, a little lesser situations. Fields, you worry about that coaching staff being retained if they don't go back to the playoffs this year, if they struggle, and then switching after 1 year is a tough situation. Then Wilson just probably has the least amount of talent in terms of offensively around him right now. That can change. They got draft picks to do it. We're going to see him do it here today early on in day 2. But as it stands right now, they still have a lot of holes.
The other thing about the Chicago Bears, they're starting Alex Bars and Jermaine Ifedi at right guard and right tackle. And the one big flaw about Justin Fields, not the epilepsy, not being held back in 8th grade, is the fact that
what about work ethic, though?
No, not about work ethic either. It was about him holding on to the football and taking a high percentage of sacks. One of the more things that correlate to NFL is how often you take sacks at the collegiate level. So that's going to be a concern as well, because you do not want this to be a bad offensive line for Justin Fields out of the gate. It could put an exclamation point on some of the concerns for Fields.
Do we think he starts? I don't think he starts out of the gate.
Justin Fields.
Yeah, I think.
Interesting.
Andy Dalton's been in the gym, boxing it out.
I think Fields
you could ask the same question about Trey Lance, too. I mean, the fact of the matter is no one's going to want Jimmy G on the trade market, and so
the Bears
he's
would have been
raw as well.
The Bears would have been the most desperate team for Jimmy G, right? Or the Patriots. And both of those teams
ended up with
have quarterbacks. So I think Fields starts before Mac Jones in New England.
I think Fields starts before Lance as well. I mean, the city of Chicago right now, it's like they were given new life.
They have to. They have to do it in Chicago. Justin Fields has to play. It was. They had to make a desperate move. He's going to play. Justin Fields plays.
Okay. I think actually Dalton, for one, could be an actual trade candidate to one of these teams, or he could end up in New York with the Jets after being released post June 1 and be the backup there. Because right now, who is the Jets' backup? It's some Morgan.
That's our A segment in the next hour. But I do want to ask this question about Fields, because Austin brings up a really good point. Nearly 50% of his pressured plays resulted in a sack or a scramble. And so, Steve, you've watched more quarterback tape than anyone in this room combined. When you see that and you watch it again and again, and then you watch NFL quarterbacks, how much does that worry you?
It's a concern because it stays consistent. And again, our data has pointed us in this direction, right? So Bengals fans are crying, we need help for Joe Burrow. You got to protect Joe Burrow, but nobody protects the quarterback more than the quarterback. The quarterback is in control of how quickly he gets rid of the ball. The scheme dictates that, and then receivers dictate that. So the Bears need to do everything they can to get receivers who get open quickly, and then the offensive line just has to be good enough. And they're not there yet. So it is one of the most consistent things year to year. So again, what Fields does well is he takes care of the ball. 18 turnover-worthy plays, but a high time to throw, high sack rate. There are guys in the NFL that have succeeded like this. Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson are the prototypes of that. But there are other guys who do that. Ryan Tannehill, Tyrod Taylor, Jacoby Brissett, other guys along the way. So that's where that range of outcomes is for a Justin Fields.
But Steve, to a lesser extent, the last time Matt Nagy was the offensive coordinator for Kansas City, it was a quarterback. In many ways, the negatives that Fields has, Alex Smith has, right? Alex Smith was described as a black and white player where, if he's in the pocket, he doesn't move that, when he moves to run. When he, much like, Fields, when he gets pressured, he either runs or gets sacked. It's very Alex Smith-like. And what did, Nagy do in 2017 with Alex Smith? He won the passing title. They won the AFC West, and and that's an outcome that you could expect, even if Justin Fields doesn't develop at all this year. That's an outcome in a very bad NFC North if Rodgers leaves. That's an outcome that the Bears fans would be really happy with just in year one alone.
Let me. We're going to talk more about this in a second, but I was curious. A little itch to put a little investment down here. Odds to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Trevor Lawrence, 3-1. Actually, let's get the whiteboards out. Let's start moving a little bit. Start working. Odds to win Rookie of the Year on the offensive side of the ball. Trevor Lawrence. I see you, Ian. I need your take here. Trevor Lawrence, 3-1. Justin Fields, 5-1. Trey Lance, also 5-1. Zach Wilson, 10-1. Big Mac Jones, 11-1, as well as Kyle Pitts. Who are you betting on right now? Whew. Need the Jeopardy. Did we get the Jeopardy music cued?
I was going with whoever's at pick number 3. So
interesting.
That's Trey Lance.
I'll go with Jamar Chase.
Ooh, Jamar Chase, 13-1.
It's not bad.
After Justin Jefferson breaks Randy Moss's record, and then they give it to Justin Herbert, you're going to go Jamar Chase.
I'm going to go Jamar Chase. I mean, I do think that
I'm going Zach Wilson's the best odds, 10-1.
I'm going Wilson as well.
We're going Wilson. And oh, my God.
400 touches?
Who's going to win, or just who's the best bet?
Najee Harris. No, this is
Still Lance.
Still Lance. Okay, so Najee Harris, the great, 14-1. Now, let me ask you this, Ian, okay, because we talked about this last night. Opportunity in fantasy, obviously, is king, and he's going to get a ton of opportunity. But how worried are you about this offense? I mean, Big Ben throws it 5 yards downfield on average. Their offensive line is terrible. Does that not worry you? I mean, Etienne, at least, he's a third down back, but at least he has maybe more opportunity to catch some passes. I don't know.
I do think we need to keep in mind, definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. The Steelers have to change things up. As bad as it was at the end of last year, I can't imagine they don't. And with that said, we've heard Tomlin say before, he's a featured back guy by mentality. That's why they went out and spent a first rounder on Najee Harris. And I keep hearing, 31st graded run blocking offensive line from last year. Yeah, I wish they were higher for sure. James Conner was still averaging 4.3 yards per carry. I'm not saying he was a good running back last year, but you don't need a fantastic offensive line to be a great fantasy player. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers were dead last in yards before contact per carry. Leonard Fournette and Ronald Jones were putting up RB2 numbers when Bruce Arians decided to give one of them enough volume. So we don't have concerns about Austin Eckler return to the 32nd graded offensive line because he catches the football. And if you check out our draft guide, Najee Harris, biggest strength, catch radius. I mean, some of the plays he put on film, downfield, absolutely phenomenal. Doesn't have the home run hitting ability, but neither did Dave Montgomery until this offensive line opened up 80-yard lanes for him. So, I'm not saying Najee is going to just blow the league away, but you can count the number of running backs getting 300 touches on one hand. Maybe we'll need 2 now that Najee's in the league.
But he's going to average like 3.8.
Yeah, but when exactly. Because here's the thing: to win any accolades as a running back, in most cases, you have to be on a team that wins football games. And one of the weird things about the Steelers being not the best team in the AFC North but winning the division is you get the first place schedule. So you have to play the Bills, you have to play the Titans, and then you play that AFC West that we're talking about that might have Aaron Rodgers. How much are they going to be ahead in order to give Najee Harris the ball as a runner? As a receiver, fine, whatever, but nobody, no one's winning Rookie of the Year catching 70 balls for 480 yards. I get that Harris is going to get the volume that you need, but when you look at game script, like Pittsburgh's is going to suck next year.
I think the other thing too, look at history. I mean, when Josh Jacobs had that big rookie season, and everyone thought he was going to be Offensive Rookie of the Year, they still gave it to Kyler Murray. Look at this past year, Randy Moss's record was broken by Justin Jefferson. Still give it to Justin Herbert. This is a quarterback award. If you're betting on a non-quarterback, I don't think that's a good decision.
And
you need to be betting on quarterbacks.
Being behind a lot plays into the statistics for a quarterback, and that's why Herbert can go 7-9 and still win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Like for a running back, it almost has to be a Zeke situation where you fall into a great offense and a great team that was having some noise the previous season. You go 12-4, and he ends up being, Rookie of the Year as a result.
Hold on, though. I mean, the history of running backs winning this award is hardly, lacking. Saquon won it in 2018, Kamara 2017, Gurley on the freaking Jeff Fisher Rams won it in 2015.
That's
the game script might not help, but, we see guys like Christian McCaffrey and Alvin Kamara. Great players, but in fantasy, when you get these receptions, why is one reception equal to gaining 10 yards on a rush or reception? I have no idea, but that's the game we play. I think Najee, even with bad game script, could be putting up such stupid numbers in fantasy land that people might mistake that for him being a better real-life player. So, you can hate the pick all you guys want, but I'll take those odds. You go and play with your plus 300 stuff.
Hey, I took Zach Wilson 10-1.
Okay.
Don't hate. I also Kyle Pitts 11-1 if Julio moves on.
Even if he doesn't, I mean, the middle of the field is going to be wide open in Atlanta. And there's plenty of touchdowns to be caught because Julio, as we know, does not like to score touchdowns. This is a red zone draft pick for the Falcons.
Okay, so we've talked about a lot of these quarterbacks. I want to go back to the Justin Fields one for a minute because there was a trade involved here, and it's interesting the dynamic. The New England Patriots sat at 15. The Chicago Bears went up to 11 to get Justin Fields. I'll read you the trade here. They traded with the Giants to get pick 11. They gave up pick 20, 164, a 2022 first-round pick, and a 2022 fourth-round pick. So not the most expensive trade-up, especially if you consider what the Niners gave up for Justin Fields here. So I want to ask you, Eric, how would we evaluate this trade? Take us through the numbers here. Who wins this trade and why?
Yeah, it depends, right? Because the issue is that pick at 11 has more utility for the Bears than it does for the New York Giants, because the Giants theoretically don't need a quarterback. And so when they trade that pick, they're trading less. And so they actually, from their perspective, would win it. But from the Bears' perspective, you simulate this out a bunch of times. They win it 62% of the time just because they take a quarterback. And the average quarterback there is worth about 3.5 wins during the course of the rookie deal. So, above and beyond the draft picks they gave up, they get about 1.58 wins above what they would have gotten had they stayed back. So this is a 1.5 win move by the Chicago Bears.
You also think about there were not going to be quarterbacks of that caliber right at that pick. So it may even be exacerbated there because you're not taking Kellen Mond at 20, right? Or, well, maybe some people are, but we most likely are not.
I mean, look, the 1.78 was what some people were giving Mond as a war number in the second round. We don't. We think a little bit that curve is a little sharp, but yeah, that's a huge markup. You're not getting trades that are going to, like when the Vikings fleeced the Jets yesterday, for non-quarterback type trades, you're talking about a quarter of a win, right? That's how thin the edges are. That's why a quarterback in the NFL, when you can be aggressive and get one, is such a slam dunk. And this is why the Bears, and we've given the Bears a lot of flack, that's why the Bears, I think, won the first round yesterday, because they were aggressive and fortune favors the bold generally at the position.
Ooh. Just a quote I like there. Let's talk about that a little bit more, though. You guys have a podcast, 2 for 1 Drafts podcast, about trading, right? 2 for 1. And I am curious, let's help people understand the analysis there. Why is it that trading up for a quarterback makes sense? Why is it that trading down makes sense if you're not selecting a quarterback?
Well, it's one of those things. There's a lot of different things at play there. Purely the value, he talked about that. But then also, I think the salary value is the biggest thing at play here, is that you're getting a guy. So say you're paying Andy Dalton, whatever, $10 million a year. Or if you had a different guy in your roster, they're paying $20+ million a year, which is kind of the going rate for any average starter in the NFL. Rookie contract's about $5 million a year at that point. You're saving yourself 2 starters that you can get. So those 2 draft picks you gave up, that's a wash with the guys you can go get in free agency. And so there's a lot of value. So that's why going up and getting that guy saves you in a number of different avenues that then you can go and make your team better. So those picks you gave up, not nearly as impactful to your roster building if you got that cheap quarterback.
Exactly. The bottom line on that, though, is football is completely different from every other sport, right? Yeah. So the graphic we put up there shows DeAndre Hopkins, a star player. A star player in football that's not a quarterback has minimal impact compared to every other sport. Like who's a star? James Harden in basketball or Mookie Betts in baseball, right? They are stars and they impact their team at such a high level. The only guys in football that do that are quarterbacks. Because in baseball you have nine guys that hit, and basketball you have 8 contributors.
They all have an equal chance to contribute.
Right, and in football there's a quarterback who's 1/30th, but he does a third of the work or whatever it might be, right? So there's 30 players who contribute on the football field. So a good football team might have some stars, but they got to be good 1 to 30, right? So you got to have that quarterback that's going to carry the load, and then you want to be as deep as you can from 1 to 30, 40, and 50, not necessarily load up on star players.
Exactly, and that's the thing where we address all of these trades. Like, for example, Kansas City's trade, they're still going to be fine because Patrick Mahomes is up there with 10.7 wins, right? So all the itty-bitty losses that they have on those trades swamped out. Where you get the edge is where you, as Mike said, you're taking a rookie quarterback, and maybe he's only getting you 4 or 5 wins during the rookie deal, but you're getting it. I mean, Mahomes is making $40-45 million a year at one point. Joe Burrow last year is the #1 pick in the entire draft, made 10, right? So he doesn't have to get all that far up there as far as wins to be worth as much per dollar as Mahomes. And then, as Mike said, you can accumulate all that value in the rest of the roster. The next question in football, by the way, is going to be what to do after that quarterback hits. And that's a really hard evaluation problem, and one, I don't know if we've ever come close to solving yet. I think we know it is when we see it with guys like Rodgers and Mahomes and that, but oftentimes we've had some false positives with the Wentzes and the Goffs over the years.
Watch what the Bills have done. Bills have been the prototype for building around their young quarterback.
Now, I wanted to add what Steve said. Like, on the football field, when you talk about ability to contribute and those things, it's easy to conceptualize like how much a quarterback impacts your football team in terms of wins. But it's also really easy to understand when you look at the market. It's the highest paid position in the NFL for a reason. The highest paid players in the NFL are quarterbacks because they have the biggest value on your football team. So when you have this opportunity where every 5th overall pick, every 9th overall pick gets paid the same amount of money, and you can go get a quarterback who is 3 times, 4 times more valuable than any other position on the field, that's why you can trade future first-round picks for quarterbacks. That's why you can trade just a future first and a future 4th and change for Justin Fields, who on a rookie contract is going to be one of the more impact players on your football team. Better than Allen Robinson, better than Khalil Mack, better than Akeem Hicks. That's how good he can be.
Well, everyone's working with the same $185 million. Everyone has $185 million to work with. You got to find edges somewhere on your roster where you're paying guys less than they are feasibly worth to your football team, more so than any other team in the NFL. That's how you win a Super Bowl.
And it's the freedom from the team side. So if you have Mahomes going for 50 touchdowns in year 2, if he was actually on a veteran deal, he's doing what Aaron Rodgers is right now, and he's holding out for more money. When he's on a rookie deal, he can't do that legally in the NFL, right? So you just have a huge out as a team. And to your point, Austin, about positional value, and Mike said you have to squeeze out edges. Quentin Nelson is still a top 12 paid guard, left guard in the NFL as being a result of the top 6 pick, right? This is being drafted 3 years ago and seeing a bunch of players like Tooney, Pete, Saffold, Marpet all get raises above him. He's still there. Barkley, when he was drafted as a running back, top 5 salary there. So you don't even get the salary edge with some of these players if you take them too high because of what you said. It's the same rookie contract, no matter if it's quarterback, no matter if it's a safety, that kind of thing. And so if you eschew premium positions right now, you eschew that sort of humongous value. And I wonder if teams, who took linebackers yesterday over offensive tackles or edge players are going to be hurting a little bit there because of that, moving forward.
By the way, the prop bet for whether eschew gets used over 1.5 times in the pre-draft show cashes. And that's how we move into the last half hour of the pregame show. We're going to transition now into some of the draft picks from last night. We're going to start with our favorite picks from last night. We're going to whip around the horn. Steve, I'm going to let you go first. Your favorite pick from last night.
What did I say my favorite pick was? I liked
you liked a lot.
There we go. There was Darius. I liked a lot of them, but the Minnesota Vikings, I don't think it's going to be the most impactful, but I love the process. They picked up extra 3rd-round picks, and they still got a guy that they would have picked at 14. So picking up a starting tackle in Christian Darius, who we absolutely love, picking up the extra 3s, process was sound, the player was sound, the Vikings were absolutely winners in round 1.
What about...
I remembered it.
Yeah, you got there eventually. Yeah. What about the fact that the Bears jumped them to get a young quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, look, if Fields is a star, it's not just the Vikings kicking themselves. It's everybody up to pick 11 that are kicking themselves, right? So the Vikings, could they have jumped up and grabbed Justin Fields? Sure, but I don't think it was ever in their plans. So as far as what
should it have been?
Yes, and it's always been.
They reportedly we're going to take him at 14 if he was there. To me, I feel like we just did the math here. When it becomes a quarterback and it amounts to a few extra draft, like that trade they made with the Jets was masterful, and it gained them a quarter of a win over the next 4 years. We're talking then about 6 times that much when you look at the trade up, and the Bears had to trade up a lot further than the Vikings. To me, I agree with you. In a vacuum, that's a really good move, but relative to what the Bears, sort of had the guts to do, and again, it's why Cousins' contract. It's a secondary effect of having a Cousins contract. When Dalton's making 1/3 of that, you don't hesitate. He's not the ball and chain that keeps you from moving up. Cousins isn't enough to not take Fields at 14, but he's enough maybe not to sort of move up from 14 to 11, which to me, they got caught with the egg timer going off here. To me, it's going to be...
Vikings won. They did. They had a great game. They had a great draft.
The thing with Kirk Cousins,
Vikings.
Kirk Cousins, I tweeted this earlier today. I'm going to bring it up. If you are financially committed to a veteran starter, which they owe him, if they cut him before June 1, they'd owe him $76 million. They can't trade him. You're financially committed to a veteran starter. It doesn't make a ton of sense to go up and grab a quarterback. Like you are financially committed, whether you like it or not. You put yourself in this place. You need to try and win with Kirk Cousins. That's where you're at. I'm sorry. It sucks to be there, but that's where you're at.
Look, think about this. In 2018, like the New York Jets, and I'm going to talk about my favorite pick. I'm going to jump the line here a little bit. The New York Jets in 2018 failed to get Kirk Cousins in free agency. Then they traded a bunch of picks, got Sam Darnold. Then they got 2 head coaches fired, and they moved Sam Darnold for pennies on the dollar. And they are still in a better position from a quarterback perspective now, having taken my favorite pick in the draft, Zach Wilson, than Minnesota is with Kirk Cousins.
They also had 3 horrible years along the way. So
yeah, exactly. But that's the point. You have a quarterback like Cousins to avoid really crappy years like the Jets have had, and the Jets have been first team all crappy year, and they still in a better position right now than the Minnesota Vikings are at the quarterback position, because it's not that bad to bottom out in the NFL, because if you get the second pick, the guy might be a stud like Zach Wilson.
Mike, can we get to your favorite pick, please? God, we need to see this thing.
I took this a little bit differently. Obviously, the quarterback, we talked about it. It's a different position altogether. So I just went a pure guy in terms of a position player at a value pick, 26 overall. Greg Newsome, Northwestern cornerback, going to the Cleveland Browns. You already got a couple corners there. That's not enough to win in today's NFL. The more lockdown guys you can have on the outside, the better. And to me, he was 20th on the PFF draft board, and that to me was conservative. That was only because we saw him for 6 games this past year, 223 coverage snaps. On those 223 coverage snaps, he was the best cornerback in college football. For my money, 12 receptions for 93 yards all season long, 5 first downs in 6 games. The guy was locked down. The best feet, the best movement skills of any of the cornerbacks in this draft class. We just didn't see it for long enough to really get up there in that echelon with J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain, who've been doing it 3 straight years. But man, to get a guy like that at 26, when those two go on 8th and 9th, that to me is incredible value.
Yeah, the Browns continue to win. I mean, they did great things in free agency, great things in the draft. Shout out to Andrew Berry. Austin, let's go to you. Your favorite pick.
I love the Christian Darrisaw move. Good process, good result. I love Greg Newsome, cornerback going to the Browns. I think specifically in off coverage, you got to bring up a little bit of Newsome here. In off coverage, what he did is rare. You didn't see it from Surtain. You didn't see it from Horn. What he did in off coverage in the limited sample size, really rare. But there's only one really good selection, or the best selection in the first round. I call it the steal of the draft.
Alex Leatherwood?
It's my Chicago Bears, baby. Chicago Bear fans deserve this. I think ESPN on their draft show was doing a track, and they said sometimes draft picks can ruin your franchises for years. And it was a picture of Mr. Trubisky. Now we got Justin Fields, baby. Chicago Bears fans, Justin Fields, steal. First round, just one future first round pick to go get a quarterback. We just talked quarterback theory for 30 minutes. That's a good decision by the Chicago Bears. I think Justin Fields, slam dunk, number 3 overall player. And here's a stat. The most accurate quarterback in this class, according to PFF's charting, not Mac Jones, not Trevor Lawrence, not Zach Wilson. Most accurate quarterback at all 3 levels.
Kellerman?
No. It's Justin Fields. It's
Where
Justin Fields
did you steal that helmet?
Oh, I stole it from Chicago itself.
You're going to tease us with the helmet? You're just going to put it on the table?
You like that?
You're just going to tease us there.
I slept with this last night. I was in the office.
Oh, so
I had
you
this
wore
on.
it?
Yeah, I
Are
wore
you
it
going to put it
all
on?
night. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm not putting that on. I can't put it on.
This hair look better.
This hair is...
I mean, the tease is unfortunate. I want to go quickly to you, Ian. Your favorite?
My favorite pick is actually more of a narrative. I'm a sucker for storylines, and my favorite one is revenge games. Steve Smith, blood and guts against the Panthers, whatever it might be. Close behind it, though, the shower narrative. Guys, we got teammates together. It is shower narrative season. Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, Tua, Jalen Waddle, Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase. I don't know if we've ever seen this many teammates reunited. I'm not sure if it's going to be good or bad for them, but I'm excited about it, guys. It's something new, and I think there are certainly worse things to have than a quarterback reunited with one of their former collegiate BFFs. So we'll see how that, I guess, turns out, but I don't think we've ever seen a first round have this many former teammates linked up. I'm excited to see how they do at the professional level.
No shower narrative for Michael Parsons?
Oh, too soon. Too soon.
If you thought that we were going to pull punches here on the PFF show.
Mike's had a couple of zingers.
I mean, he's on fire. What is that? It's shower narrative season. All right, it's also swimsuit season. All of these things wrapping into one. We're going to pick our biggest winners. Get your whiteboards out. Biggest winner, team-wise or player-wise. Get creative.
Shouldn't have erased.
I hate that I'm going to do this, but I have to. Because they... All right.
Trey Lance is also the biggest winner. Whichever quarterback landed 3 is the biggest winner. Shanahan.
Let's pull that kind of
Bears.
I went Ravens. Love
Raven.
the back end of the first round.
That's a single Raven.
Jags.
That S is kind of
They got the best player in the draft. By far.
There you go.
They're
one Raven.
I didn't need to put anything on
That's so Raven.
I didn't need to put anything on mine because Ian covered it for me. We just escaped the Mac. The anyone but Mac syndicate was the biggest winner of last night.
I still think we don't talk enough about the fact that they passed on Fields. I don't get it.
It's interesting. I'm very curious down the road to learn, what are some of the things that caused them to do that? Was it something that we weren't privy to?
It's the same stuff that was in the public. The same stuff. I mean, that's what it was. It was out there enough that people were afraid. That in the stats we have, the time to throw and the sack totals and all that stuff, people didn't like it. They didn't want to deal with it. That was it. I'm not saying they're right or wrong. I'm just saying the same stuff that was out there is the same stuff that every team that passed on Fields on the way up.
Yeah. Huh. It is very interesting because those two will be tied forever. And as we watch them go, I mean, both of them have decent situations, right? Fields does not. He has good receivers there, really good defense. So that'll be very interesting to watch. We're going to take a quick fantasy break for Mr. Ian Hartitz because there were some winners last night that are going to contribute to your fantasy team. And I want to know who's going to have the most immediate impact this coming season. Ian?
Yeah, I got the camera.
Oh. There we go.
Yeah, top three, no particular order, but already talked about Najee Harris, and just, again, volume is everything in fantasy football. And we got to realize with that same point, you don't need to be a great real-life football player yet to be fantastic in fantasy, and that takes us to Trey Lance. Only 2021 speaking, I think I'd have to go with Justin Fields. He's, in my opinion, a more likely guy to start from week 1 on. But Trey Lance, if you're in a dynasty, particularly Superflex 2 QB league, don't be afraid to get Trey Lance before Trevor Lawrence, before Justin Fields, or any other of these quarterbacks. There's a reason why in our PFF draft guide we called him Taysom Hill, but with actual arm talent. And as bad as Taysom Hill looked last year, for those 4 weeks he was under center, he was just amazing fantasy options. So Josh Allen took him a while to come around. In real life, fantasy was always right there. And Trey Lance's willingness to run with Kyle Shanahan calling the shots, he's going to be good for a long time in fantasy land. Last point, Kyle Pitts. Look, we've only had Evan Ingram and Rob Gronkowski turn in top 12 seasons at the tight end position since 2010. I think Kyle Pitts becomes the third. I don't love number 8. Maybe I'm being the old man screaming at the cloud. Back in my day, tight ends and wide receivers were numbers in the 80s. So at least he got halfway there. That's my only issue. I don't see how he busts otherwise. And I mean, if you could just look across the league at the easiest I'm not sure if there's a worse blocking tight end than Hayden Hurst, and that was really the only kind of concern we have with Kyle Pitts. So, I mean, I was hoping he wouldn't go to the Giants or somewhere where, there'd be an issue with that. I think it was the perfect spot. So Kyle Pitts, Najee Harris, Trey Lance, don't be afraid to buy into that hype and draft them early in fantasy.
How much will I be spending in my auctions for Trey Lance? Only time will tell. It will probably be a ridiculous sum of money. I don't want to. That's the problem of drafting with people that also are fans of the same team. Everyone wants the same freaking player. It's not going to be very fun. All right, my favorite part of the night. Most questionable picks of the entire first round. I will start with you, Mr. Eager.
I'm going to go with J.C. Horn.
Oh, interesting.
Of the Carolina Panthers for a few reasons. I think, again, the market matters in the NFL. His prop was 12.5. It was ascending. No one's stock other than Mac Jones's fake stock grew more than J.C. Horn's during the draft process. But I think when you look at the Panthers, no one was slated to be a defender off the board till about 10. Horn, 12.5 or so. They get him at 8. Above Surtain, who many had as being a better player. And again, after a year where you just drafted defense, like at some point you got to start building an offense around Sam Darnold, because if Darnold does well, he's going to have to do so without Joe Brady after this year, because he's probably going to be a head coach. So I just didn't like that pick that much. I didn't think the value was there.
I think Denver's decision, and I'm not going to be a dead horse here, we're obviously huge fans of Justin Fields. We had him as the number 3 overall player in this class for a reason, but their decision to pass on Justin Fields in favor of the quarterback room that is Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater. And say what you will about Drew Lock, a second-round investment and a guy that has not looked great in the NFL. Some people call him garbage, some people call him trash. At least he has not looked great, and for that reason, looking to upgrade on him with a much better prospect without having to trade up. With Justin Fields right there, I think that was the right decision. I like Patrick Surtain as a player. I think that is a good pick if you're good at the quarterback position. But they still need to make upgrades at quarterback. I think Justin Fields here, for all the reasons I said I love the Chicago Bears move, I think their decision to pass on Justin Fields, the biggest head-scratcher for me.
Do you think that was indicative of their Rodgers pursuit?
That's the first thing that came to mind for me. But, I don't know. How legitimate is this Aaron Rodgers trade? I'm still of the opinion, same with Mike, that if he's not playing in Green Bay, he's hosting Jeopardy. I do not think he plays for another football team.
Aaron Rodgers saves that, obviously. If they could figure out the Rodgers thing, it saves it. And, you know, the Surtain pick's not bad despite a loaded cornerback room, so they could be good. See what happens with Rodgers. Got Mike.
Mike?
I am going to go with who the Green Bay Packers did select. Taking the quarterbacks out of this again and just value at the pick. Eric Stokes, cornerback from Georgia. Fine player, 72nd on the PFF draft board. The single biggest reach at pick 29 to pick 72 in terms of pure our board versus where he went in the draft, in the first round so far. And the biggest thing is I don't get the scheme fit. Like, they're playing press man at Georgia. That is what he does. He had an 81.0 grade in press man last year, or just man coverage, 65.2 grade in zone coverage. They're bringing in Joe Barry's scheme, the zone heaviest defense in the NFL last year, over from Los Angeles. Like, I don't see the fit. I don't see the talent level there. Like, he was 72nd on the board, assuming he goes to a press man team. He would have been lower than that if I'm trying to get him in off-zone coverage. So, there you go.
They took him? It was just 40 time? Because he ran, sub 4.3?
Yeah, I mean, 3-year starter. Georgia, some teams were prioritizing the guys that had played football this past year more so than others. Again, if you're trying to ask me to get inside the mind of Brian Gutekunst right now, you're not paying me enough.
He did go black shirt, black suit, black tie. So, you know, perhaps
not thinking straight right now.
Perhaps a very bad day / draft season.
Thank you guys for saving Alex Leatherwood, the worst pick for me in the Raiders. Okay, because this is a trend now. This is 3 straight drafts. The Mike Mayock's been there with the Raiders. And look, we all know that drafting's not easy. It's not. You're not going to hit on every single pick, and we're not always right. But generally, the consensus kind of gets in the ballpark, and this is 5 straight first rounders, other than Henry Ruggs, even with Henry Ruggs, 6 straight first rounders where people said, "What? Why? How? What's going on here?" So Alex Leatherwood, 17 overall selection, number 40 on our draft board. This is a trend, though. Cleveland Ferrell, he was our number 5 edge defender. They took him 4th overall, 35th on the PFF draft board. Josh Jacobs is the best football player that they've drafted, but he's a running back. They were a 500 team when they drafted him. They're still a 500 team. Jonathan Abram is a strong safety, box safety that they've played at free safety, 112th on our draft board. Henry Ruggs was 10th on our draft board. Great. He was also our 3rd receiver on the draft board, and they took him as the 1st receiver off the board at 12. Damon Arnett, number 88 on our draft board. They took him 19th, and he was terrible last year, battling injuries, yes. Alex Leatherwood has never graded above 80 in PFF grades in college in the SEC.
I am proud we didn't just hammer running backs there, though. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think George did a good job yesterday of talking through, and it's over now, right? Like, now we're in a safe space to draft running backs now, kind of, and we can let that tire narrative go. But here's an interesting question, because I know we're gonna have Bruce on, our colleague who has worked with Gruden before. I think Gruden highlights better than anybody, and maybe Shanahan as well, like the difference between player evaluation and like actually coaching up players. Because I think the Raiders, having gone 8-8, right, 7-9 over the past 2 years in a division that's actually fairly tough and competitive, like, I actually think Gruden's done a decent job as a coach. It's just that, like, the groceries they've brought home from the store have been awful. And so, like, is that difference underrated?
I do think there is a big difference between coaching and your evaluation as a coach and your evaluation just in terms of talent. And there needs to be a separation there in any front office in the NFL.
Unless you're Bill Belichick.
Because
one guy's proven he can do it.
But he hasn't even been great at drafting.
Well, the process he has.
His process
he understands
yes.
process,
he's flipped a lot of coins.
But it's because evaluation, I think a lot of times coaches they get too narrow in their scope of what they see. They see their scheme, they see what they do, and they see how that guy can go into that instead of expanding to see what this guy brings to the table and then imagining what that can do.
I mean, this was Tom Cable's favorite player in the NFL draft. It's about being overconfident. I think something that gets brought up a ton with the Raiders picks is like, why didn't they trade down? Your phone's not always off the hook. You know, there's not always a team looking to trade up. But the difference is, why don't you take the next guy on your board if the consensus, the wisdom of the crowds is saying this player is not a top 30, top 40 player? Why not take the next guy on your board? Pretend Alex Leatherwood was taken before. You don't want to be overconfident in your evaluation in the NFL draft because, like you said, Steve, no one gets this right. No one knows what they're doing. And if there's anything else to say about that too, the Raiders definitely don't know what they've been doing.
The next player on their board was a kicker, though.
Well, that's a great point, because let's put it this way: the wisdom of the crowd works, right? But it's noisy. But the chances that a player who's 10 spots or 15 spots worse than that spot in the wisdom of the crowds in the consensus mock is worse than that pick is way higher than your next player on your board, right? Your individual board, player 10 and player 11, that difference is minimal compared to the consensus board's difference between player 10 and player 25 or whatever it is. And that's where I think humility has to come into play. We're going to have Thomas Dimitroff on, and this is the thing that's interesting about that. We talk about different people doing different jobs well, but we know, and he told us on our show, like, when you have different value systems and you have different incentive structures, like that's what makes it really hard. And that's where I will come back and say San Francisco's probably done it well with Lynch and Shanahan both having the same contracts and same amount of time, same incentive structures. That to me is the only way you can win, because otherwise you sort of get people pushing and pulling, and it's tough to sort of have a functional franchise.
There's more to this Raiders thing though too. I just listed 6 first-round picks over the last 3 years. They've had 6 first-rounders in 3 years. This is supposed to be a franchise-defining multiple drafts. They had 3 draft picks a couple years ago, all from the Khalil Mack trade. Every number that we have says the Khalil Mack trade is a massive win for the Raiders, unless you draft like this, unless you draft just miss on players or don't understand positional value, and that's why the Raiders are an absolute mess right now.
And to put it in context, what you're saying, and this is fantastic, right? So if you get the 20th pick, and you pick a player that is likely the 60th pick in the market, you didn't have the 20th pick. You had the 60th pick.
Yeah. They lost their advantage.
You literally burned the value that you got from the Khalil Mack trade by saying, instead of using this pick to buy something that the market would value at pick 20, I just decided to buy the 60th pick.
But let's make sure we don't take that and say the Bears gave up the 60th pick. No, they gave up the 20th pick. Right. Because I think when people talk about the Frank Clark trade, they're like, well, what did Seattle do with it? Well, it's like, well, no, if that's your pick, you're not picking what Seattle would pick. Right. Trade that pick to another team. It has value. If it ends up in the Raiders' hands, it of course has less value, but that's not the point when you trade the pick.
To quote Mike Mayock, he said, it seems like he knew, which is maybe even worse, quote, we knew it would be controversial. There's got to be something in there where it's like, okay, well, if you knew it was controversial, did you ask yourself why? Did you maybe think there's a reason we're going to get hammered for this? Because sometimes just humility is important, and
Mike nailed it though, because like Alex Leatherwood has 14 big-time blocks last year. You can see if you watch those plays, you're like, I want this guy. I can see why Tom Cable loved that guy, but also like he's just replacing Trent Brown.
Tom
like
Cable
the Raiders aren't getting
George Fant too.
The Raiders aren't getting better this offseason is the biggest problem, and they have to get a lot better because the Chiefs and maybe Aaron Rodgers.
And a lot of people, and a big question that gets asked is why. Why are the Raiders consistently making these decisions? And I think it's twofold. One, it's the overconfidence in evaluation, not taking in all the data you have available, like consensus boards, like what other analysts think. Why he thinks it's controversial? Because he does have access to that data. He knows that Alex Leatherwood isn't a consensus top option here. And two, the other thing is just a misunderstanding in some ways of positional value. You think about the best Raiders picks in the Gruden-Mayock era. It's when they've hit on positional value. You look at the Colton Miller pick. Colton Miller was a reach, overconfident in your evaluation, but at least he was an athlete at a position of high value. If he even hits top 20 in his projection, becomes a top 20 tackle, it's a hit. He obviously got that extension from the 2018 draft class. When you're attacking positional value, it gets easier. At least Alex Leatherwood is a tackle for now. Could get kicked into guard. I think this could be one of their better picks compared to, look at Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Abrams. It'll be interesting to see. I think it's tough, man. You hate to beat up on the Raiders, but I do think it is twofold. Positional value, a misunderstanding there, or at least not consistent there, and then obviously overconfidence.
It's interesting. We view the Josh Jacobs pick as a bad pick because they took bad positional value there. But they're hanging a banner for that pick.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, that's why
they're lighting the flame.
That's why I thought they'd go Barmore in the first round, because at least it's like getting on the board. I mean, because that player might end up being good even if it's not high positional value.
All right, we are on to round number 2. We're just about 5 minutes away from the start of the second round here. Ton of really good players on the board. If you are not checking out the PFF best available on the side of this screen here, so I'm looking at what you're looking at. It's weird, I'm looking at myself. But on the side of it, you can look at the draft, you can see the picks update, and you can see the best available. A ton of really good players there. You might want to get a quick mock draft in on the PFF mock draft simulator. I was up till 6 a.m. doing that. I'm not proud of it. I'm just letting you know it's okay. It's a safe space. We're going to make some picks here, okay? So we're going to start with, let's see here. We'll start with Austin. The pick you could make tonight, if you could make one pick. I'm guessing it's not going to be for the Raiders. What is it?
You know, what's wild is I always talk about being overconfident in your valuation. Maybe don't trade up for non-quarterbacks for that reason. But I'm in a position now with Tevin Jenkins of Oklahoma State. You know, I think a top 5 tackle on PFF's draft board, a top 32 pick on PFF's draft board, one of the highest graded run blockers this past season. I'm fine if the Cincinnati Bengals even trade a future 4th or a future 5th to go up a few spots to make sure they get Tevin Jenkins. I really like him as an offensive tackle prospect, has a ton of experience playing right tackle, which you could come in and step ahead of Riley Reiff, or a lot of people like his prospects at guard. If you want to keep Riley Reiff at right tackle, kick Tevin Jenkins into guard to start. You have Jonah Williams, the former first-rounder out of Alabama, at left tackle, and people can stop saying, why'd they take Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell? You get Tevin Jenkins with Jamar Chase, I mean, that's a really, really good start, even if you give up a future 4th trading up.
Let me ask you real quick, though. So if they had gone Sewell and, say, Elijah Moore versus Chase and Tevin Jenkins, which side are you on?
Chase Jenkins, easy. Okay.
If I take a quarterback first overall, I'm counting on him to make the difference between a second-round offensive tackle and Penei Sewell trivial, while enhancing the difference between Jamar Chase and somebody like Elijah Moore. That's what's happened, you know, with all of these elite. That's why Rodgers hasn't had a he hasn't had a first-round pick, and like that's kind of what's held the Packers back slightly over the past few years.
Okay. Next up, pick you would make. It's you, Eric.
I'm going to go, and this doesn't look like it's going to happen because he's a favorite to go at 34, but I would go Azeez Ojulari to the Falcons.
Okay.
Georgia kid going to play for the Falcons. The Falcons need players on defense. They went over that by not trading back with 4 and got Pitts, who's a great football player, but they need to start building that defense.
All righty, and Steven.
So New York Jets, second pick tonight, Asante Samuel, the cornerback from Florida State. He's the top cornerback on our board. The Jets have maybe the biggest cornerback need in the entire NFL. Nobody graded above 59 in their secondary last year, among their cornerbacks. So Samuel with Robert Saleh there, he could become his Jason Verrett. He's a little bit undersized compared to what they usually have. But Samuel's a playmaker, and the Jets need to get him, or else they might be out of the cornerback market for the rest of the night.
Yeah, surprised he didn't go in the first round, actually. Mike, who are you taking?
I am going to go Christian Barmore. Highest rated player on PFF's draft board, still available. 12th overall, the defensive tackle from Alabama. Would have broken the record for Alabama. We didn't talk about that yesterday. If he would have gone in the first round, 7 first-rounders they would have had, only had 6. Going to the Atlanta Falcons there at the top of round 2. I just think pairing him with Grady Jarrett on the interior. They got Tyler Davison on the interior now right next to Grady Jarrett. If you go check out the PFF draft guide, see their color-coded depth charts, a lot of red on that defense. So some help defensively there. They could use it at corner, they could use it at edge, but defensive tackle right there, I think, presents the best player available.
Yeah, if you watched or bet on the Falcons, as some of us here did a lot last season, you note they gave up a ton of leads. And so having some better defensive players. Barmore was the guy, remember, we had the Vikings taking in one of our mocks. 6'5", 310, redshirt sophomore from Alabama. We're going to take a look right now at the best available remaining on the big board here. This is obviously courtesy of PFF's Mike's big board. At least I think we are. Maybe we won't. I'll read it to you because I'm that type of guy. So if you're looking there, Christian Barmore, there it is. Christian Barmore, Trayvon Merrig, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the linebacker from Mike's alma mater, Notre Dame, Elijah Moore, the very shifty wide receiver out of Ole Miss, Walker Little, tackle from Stanford, Terrace Marshall Jr., wide receiver from LSU, and of course Asante Samuel and Azeez Ojulari, who we just spoke about here. You of course can follow along as these players are picked. You'll see them update. You can check out more information about those players in the draft guide, which you can get for 30% off. Promo code is DRAFT30. We're just about a minute and 10 seconds away. I'm looking here at NFL Network. They're not doing anything nearly as fun and interesting as we are here. I've got some props up. Exact playing position of team's next draft pick. So the Atlanta Falcons here, the Falcons are picking 4th in this here second round. And here are the odds. And this is interesting to me. Running back, 3rd. Running back, plus 225. Safety, plus 225. Corner, plus 500, as is defensive lineman. So Christian Barmore would be 5-1 if you were to bet it. Running back, would that be Javonte Williams?
I can tell you, Javonte Williams may or may not be the top running back on Atlanta's board, even if you take the first 2 guys.
Apparently, he was on a lot of boards.
Yeah. So this might be the pick here. I also think, when you look at Mike threw this name out there, Barmore at 5-1, a defensive lineman, being taken there. I also like that as well. But they need a lot of different positions, and what we've seen is Arthur Smith has said all the right things about the running back position. He said, Derrick Henry doesn't exist outside of Derrick Henry, so we're not going to try to get that from anywhere. So they could just try to rebuild the defense and do running back later because they do have Mike Davis, a 1,000-yard player last year.
The Jacksonville Jaguars, once again, are on the clock officially at pick number 33. I don't see any draft props for them. The Eagles are the other team that I see. They are picking there at 37.
The Jaguars are minus 400 or more to take Tyson Campbell with this pick. So that's kind of their, I wouldn't lay that number, but that seems to be the market consensus.
Mike's sighing over here on the Tyson Campbell.
I don't love
selection.
Let's talk about it. Now it's cornerback position. Never going to hate too hard addressing the cornerback position, especially since teams like the Buccaneers just went to the Super Bowl with all day 2 secondary. They drafted their entire secondary, safeties, corners on day 2 over the past 5 years. So I'm not going to hate on it too hard, but Campbell is a project at that position. Yeah, you got a couple starters there. C.J. Henderson, Shaquille Griffin, established now on the outside. He's not a slot guy. He's just not. He is a long outside type of corner. So I'm not sure who's going to play the slot there, who plays the nickel. I don't really see the role.
All three of them are outside.
They're kind of outside corners. So it's interesting that he's that big of a favorite. Means someone knows something.
Yeah. Or it could be a trade up. I mean, we don't know. Some team trading into that spot, but it's been reported that 34 is actually the pick. Azeez Ojulari is the favorite at about minus 150.
Taken off the board.
Plus 100. On different books here to
Jets.
Be the 34, and there's rumors that there's going to be a trade up to 34, which again, that's like the fun part about these exactas, which is you could look at a specific pick, which is going to be less likely to be traded yesterday than it is today.
Yeah, Mike, talk to me more about Tyson Campbell and why teams maybe Eric Stokes was drafted ahead of Tyson Campbell. Because I think if you looked at pre-draft boards, a lot of people liked Tyson Campbell ahead of Eric Stokes. And you look at Tyson Campbell's grades, 76.4 in 2019, 75.7 in 2020, and the change of direction. He had that 3-cone at his pro day that was pretty scary. I think the movement skills there, the flip, the fluidity you just don't see in Tyson Campbell. Why do you think people like Stokes over Campbell?
Yeah, Campbell had a 4.46 short shuttle at his pro day, one of the worst times you'll ever see from a cornerback. And the concerning thing with him, ball production. Ball production is fairly sticky, translating from college to the pro. In his entire college career, he had 10 combined picks and pass breakups. 1 pick, 9 pass breakups in a little over 2 years as a starter. That's very low for a position, especially when you're playing man coverage, lends itself to more pass breakups, not as many picks, but definitely getting your hands on the football. And that is not something Tyson Campbell did. So that is why we're a little lower on him. And this will be, if he does go off the board here at 33, the single biggest reach so far in the draft.
He's number 108 on our big board overall, number 15 out of 43 cornerbacks. That is a massive reach. I mean, we talked, Eric Stokes was a huge reach. It was your least favorite pick of the entire first round.
Are we seeing the fact that cornerback is still in secondary coverage, linebackers, right? Like with the guys like Satrot and things like that, Chad Surratt. Like, it's just hard to evaluate these guys, right? Because there's so many different schemes. The numbers are not sticky, year to year with these guys. And so, to me, I think you're going to see the most variance, the difference between our draft board and the public. What ends up happening, at positions like cornerback.
That's what always happens historically, right? Because different scheme, different style. And evaluations are completely all over the board. We've had players that have been really productive in our system in college. Vernon Hargreaves broke my heart a couple years ago. He looked like the perfect prospect. NFL loved him. We loved him. He's been horrible. But then every now and again, the grades match up really well. Production, college to the NFL. It's one of the most difficult positions to project.
And still waiting for them. We expect them to move a little more quickly here tonight. Have not heard anything or seen anything on the Twitter sphere. And interestingly, there was no Kings of Leon performance tonight.
So they didn't use anybody today?
I don't know what's going on.
They could be with us.
I could have used somebody.
Bring him here.
But,
So it's round 2. Let's do this thing.
You ready?
This is exciting. I'm fired up. Let's go.
There's some other interesting, potential.
We never talked about Tim Tebow yesterday.
Oh, that's
interesting.
Discuss?
Where would Tim Tebow rank tight end wise in this draft?
Maybe 3rd, honestly. He might be 3rd after Freiermuth. It's not a great class.
Yeah, maybe he sees an opportunity. He's nothing if not an opportunist, right? Like,
Still only 33.
What's
Still
that?
only
33.
Still only 33.
I mean, it's
only 33, exactly.
So,
baseball. Jared Cook didn't get good until like last year.
It's also his Jesus year.
Do you have how many hits does he have? Wait, Ian, can you look up how many hits he has in AAA? Does he have more than me? Because I have one.
Get IT on it.
Can we look up his AAA numbers?
I'm on it.
A couple of other interesting
Barely.
fits here as we try and bring it to players that will actually impact what happens in the NFL this season.
Shade, man.
Yeah, it's not going to be Tim Tebow. But some really good receivers that are still left here. But it seems like a fall off there. And so you have Elijah Moore, who could have easily gone in the first round, Terrace Marshall, and Rondale Moore as well. But after that, Diami Brown, 45. Like, is there a little bit of a fall off there? Do you think there could be a run on these guys, maybe, Mike?
Yeah, I didn't love the day 2 of this receiver class. I thought it was kind of, like you said there, by in the mid-30s on the PFF draft board. It was kind of, we were really looking for projects. Not a lot. You're looking for guys with a unique role, like guys who are going to fill a slot or maybe be a vertical threat in your offense. Not a guy who you can plug and play on the outside. There were really only 2 guys I liked in that mold who could be that guy in your offense, and that was Diami Brown from North Carolina, Josh Palmer from Tennessee. Those are the 2 guys I liked in day 2 that could really kind of be a do-it-all type of wide receiver. After that, like I said, Rondale Moore from Purdue is not going to do it all. He is going to have to be a gadget-esque, maybe slot-only type of player in your offense. So that's kind of what you're looking at. And so I think the wide receivers could come off the board somewhat early. I don't think you see him fall to the end of the back end of round 2, kind of like 2019 when DK Metcalf was there. That would surprise me.
Any fits that you like particularly for some of those players, given that you don't see them as the all-around X receiver in anyone's offense?
I think the Lions could be in the market for a wide receiver after going Penei Sewell, giving Jared Goff some help. Obviously, right now they got Rashad Perriman, Quintez Cephas. That ain't great. Tyrell Williams, that's one of the worst wide receiving corps in the NFL, at least on paper. I think that's a team that makes a ton of sense. Then going down the board, you got to hope that the Jacksonville Jaguars add a wide receiver in this draft class. Tyson Campbell's the rumored pick here at 33, but 45, the pick they got from Minnesota in the Yannick Ngakoue trade. Man, if Terrace Marshall from LSU is still on the board there, that is a home run type of pick with his ball skills and catch radius paired with Trevor Lawrence, the back shoulder king Trevor Lawrence. That's just a match made in heaven if he's still there.
I really like the Terrace Marshall fit. Maybe it doesn't get to 45, but to Detroit, you bring up they have a need at wide receiver. There are a few big receivers in this class. It's a Mickey Mouse wide receiver class. I think I saw someone mention that on Twitter. It's a very small class. Rondale Moore, tiny. Elijah Moore, tiny. Jalen Darden, the North Texas receiver, very small. Terrace Marshall, long arms, 6'2". I think that's the guy I think the Detroit Lions could go after, and I really do like him to start on the outside in that offense. Are they ready to compete in 2021? We bring up their win total a decent amount, but probably not. But they still need to add pieces here. Terrace Marshall, one of the youngest players in this class, can still get a lot better in the NFL. Played that Justin Jefferson role at LSU and 8 up targets, 8 up touchdowns over the past 2 years. Also had a Waffle House bet with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase in 2019 for touchdowns. He didn't win that one, unfortunately, but still, some interesting nugget on Terrace Marshall.
6'3", 200 junior, and was saddled with such a bad situation in LSU versus the great situation that Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase obviously had. But the physical skills are absolutely 100% there. Some tackles that are still on the board as well. You look at Tevin Jenkins, who Austin brought up earlier, and then Dylan Redunz from North Dakota State, the Trey Lance teammate. But I do want to talk about some quarterbacks. Because
Day 2 quarterbacks?
Some quarterbacks. I want to talk about some quarterbacks here. Kyle Trask, Florida guy, had phenomenal numbers. One of the best big-time throw rates we've seen in our entire corpus of college grading. Why is he not getting more love?
He, before Cris left the set, he was like, what's the difference between Kyle Trask and Mac Jones? And I think it's a fair question. I mean, there are some differences. Trask was pretty bad in the last game. The bowl game against Oklahoma, he had none of his friends there. Everybody opted out. But Trask is the most intriguing Day 2 quarterback. He is the guy because he didn't play in high school. He is still a young quarterback. He was backing up De'Aaron King, the starter at Miami, barely even played. His high school coach was like, man, someday they're going to be looking at me as the guy that didn't start Kyle Trask. The same way Tom Brady, Tom Brady didn't start at Michigan. That's crazy. He's the greatest quarterback of all time. So even his high school coach acknowledged it. And when he got to Florida, he takes over for Felipe Franks, and the offense just looks different. They're moving the ball, 90-plus grade last year. So Trask, he's the quarterback to keep an eye on in Day 2. He's the guy I want to take a shot on.
Do you feel like Do you feel like the biggest difference between Mac Jones and Kyle Trask is the accuracy, though? Because I think Mac Jones, number 2 accurate quarterback this past season. Kyle Trask not on that same level.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference, but like Trask is still one of the more accurate guys in the NFL. But in the draft class, it's still going to be a tools thing, and the same thing that people didn't love about Mac Jones, they're not going to love about a Kyle Trask.
Yeah, I think Kyle Trask, the other big thing, his accuracy is not as good as Mac Jones, but he also has some WTF decisions on his tape where it's just like, what was that? Like,
linebackers, sometimes he doesn't see
exactly.
them. It's okay,
and that's
neither do I.
And that's like about almost one a game, where it's just like he's on his back foot and he heaves it up. And it's like Mac Jones, that didn't happen. That wasn't on his tape this last year. He would miss some guys in zone coverage. Like he threw the balls to some defenders at times, but it wasn't just this, what is he thinking, panicky throw under pressure. That's what you saw still a little bit too much from Kyle Trask. That's probably the biggest thing in my eyes, where it's just like, ooh.
Compare and contrast Trask's environment with Mac Jones, because my argument might be, I actually saw a few plays from Mac Jones where I went, what the? Mm-hmm. And it was because there was some pressure in his face, but overall his offensive line was so good. Was Kyle Trask similarly yoked with his situation, or was it way worse?
No, Trask, he had the most drop-back passing concepts of any quarterback in the country this past year, which is not play action, not RPOs, 5-step, 7-step, 3-step from gun, whatever you want to call it. He had the most of those of any quarterback in the country this past year, far and away. Mac Jones, when he was in the pocket, it was often play action. It was often RPOs. It was often a lot of stuff that kind of makes your life easier as a quarterback. And then obviously he has the Joe Moore award-winning, probably the best offensive line we've seen since like maybe 16 Notre Dame. Not to pump Notre Dame there, but
easy.
16 Notre Dame. So Florida was a good offensive line, though. He did have good pass protection. Obviously, monster weapons that he could sometimes just throw it up to Kyle Pitts, and he'd come down with it. But I still think there was not the situation. It was a little more difficult for him and what he had to do in that Florida offense and the pockets that he was forced to maneuver.
They battled in the SEC championship, though,
yes.
too. It was Trask versus Mac Jones, and Florida should not have been in that game compared to that Alabama team.
Yeah.
And they battled, right? So, I mean, look, of all the quarterbacks, Kyle Trask, you have Davis Mills from Stanford. You have Kellen Mond. We've seen 4 years of his work at Texas A&M. Davis Mills is intriguing because it's a small sample size, but Trask, again, is the most intriguing because the sample size is still small,
yep.
and he's the only one with an elite grade still on the board among quarterbacks.
You mentioned 92.4 passing grade, and here's something that I find really interesting. And you can see this if you go get a draft guide. We have heat maps for where these quarterbacks threw the football. So you can literally see it on the field. You go, okay, well, this guy threw deep. This guy literally never touched the deep part of the field. Mac Jones, you see this glaring red center in the short, intermediate, middle of the field. Kyle Trask average depth of target over 10 yards downfield. Mac Jones, comparing with him, was below 9. So he was pushing the ball downfield more. 9% big-time throw rate on average. Quarterbacks are more in the 3 to 4% range. So almost double that for Kyle Trask. He made big throws and he made them down the football field. I know that you have good weapons, but it takes good weapons to be able to make those throws, right?
And the sort of progression of, he didn't make that many big throws in 2019. He operated that offense better than obviously Felipe Franks did, but he did not have a lot of special throws on his tape. This past year now, you see a lot of just vertical go balls. And then you see some posts littered in there where he's sticking it in, some of those drive throws that you need to see when you're projecting the NFL. So, yeah, there's concerns with Kyle Trask, but I am intrigued. Like I said, the upward trajectory of where he's going right now, from what we saw, like I said, in 2019 and having not started ever in high school, it's just an intriguing prospect that this is where you draft a guy.
Let's get some fits here for Kyle Trask. I'm getting excited. Quarterbacks are just exciting.
Well, the only problem is the teams that the Bears would have been a good fit, and if the Patriots missed, all the teams that would have needed a quarterback, except maybe the Steelers.
I think the Steelers are great. The Steelers have playmakers.
They're afraid of Big Ben. They want it. They got to.
Why are you afraid of Big Ben?
Here's a team that I think is a low-key team that might draft a quarterback in today's draft.
I know what it is.
The Tennessee Titans.
Oh.
Ryan Tannehill has been terrific the last 2 years.
Yep.
They lose their offensive coordinator, right? We have no idea what he's going to do without a coordinator that's that gifted. Now, I don't know if Tennessee thinks this way, but they need, and his contract is not that long. They need to at least think about and was it Logan Woodside as their backup or whatever, like an AAF player? Like they just need to restock that position anyway. That to me, that's a team I think that goes for a backup quarterback. Maybe not today, but at least by round 4.
I think the best fit is Tampa Bay.
I
really do like Tampa Bay. Jason Light had a press conference recently, and someone asked him, what type of team do you have to be to draft a developmental quarterback on day 2, day 3? And he said, You got to be a lot like the Bucs. You got to have a veteran quarterback that doesn't need a ton of resources to develop him. Tom Brady doesn't have to practice any single week, and he can still be the same quarterback. And you have to have a coach that can groom quarterbacks. Bruce Arians is exactly that. I think Tampa Bay, back end of round 2, Kyle Trask would be a very good pick for them. Like, developing Kyle Trask, the amount of reps he could have in practice compared to other teams, even with the Steelers, Chicago, I think that's the fit for me.
Well, that was when when Elway had Manning, the draft, they took Osweiler in that draft in round 2 as a sort of bridge, a backup quarterback to the old, legend.
And that worked out really well.
And they won a Super Bowl when he had to start the games,
All thanks to Brock Osweiler.
Yeah.
He beat Brady, remember, in Denver. So it's interesting you bring up the Bucs, because I'm looking at the draft guide here. Actually, I'm looking at the draft guide while doing a mock draft sim. That's how advanced I am. You could do it too if you want.
Love to see that.
You get on my level. But this is interesting. So biggest strength that you gave him, Mike, was maneuvering pockets.
Yep.
Biggest weakness, mobility. You know who that reminds me of?
Yeah.
Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Now, he's not going to be Tom Brady, but
I thought we retired all Tom Brady comps.
I
thought they were retired.
Let me get to my point.
retire them.
Let me get to my point.
Okay, go.
It's not that he's going to be Tom Brady. It's that if you want a guy who is like that to learn from someone, maybe learning from a guy that has dealt with that same situation and become great could push him to his ceiling, which isn't Tom Brady, but could be better. And he has the weapons there in Tampa Bay. You mentioned weapons that he had in Florida. Well, they have weapons in Tampa Bay. So if you're going to succeed with a second-round, third-round quarterback, that's probably the guy, because you're not getting Trey Lance or Justin Fields.
Yeah, there's enough smoke around it. Like Austin was saying, there's enough smoke around Tampa Bay that they're taking a forward-looking approach. So definitely would keep an eye on that.
Okay, let's move on to quarterbacks 2 and 3, maybe even 4 here. You have Davis Mills. You mentioned Stanford, a guy with a super quick release. I think his average time to throw is like 2.3 seconds or something like that.
Quickest in the draft class.
I mean, but didn't play a ton.
Didn't play a ton.
So when you see someone, only have like 400 dropbacks in his college career, what can you make of that? How confident are you in the projection?
It's tough because he's all over the place. Even in like single games, you see a lot of different sort of bad decisions.
Magic.
Exactly. That is kind of who he is. That's not a terrible sort of what you could be getting out of the gate with a guy like Davis Mills, and it's the unknown with him. Former 5-star recruit, one of the highest recruits in the nation. The reason he decommits from Alabama, the reason Mac Jones can go to Alabama in the first place as a recruit, a little bit of a...
How the turntables.
Yeah, exactly there. But Davis Mills...
saved us a lot of money, though.
Then had injuries, a lot of injuries. Early on in his career at Stanford, didn't beat out KJ Costello until KJ Costello got hurt in 2019. He starts a few games down the stretch, only 11 career starts there on his tape at Stanford. Didn't play with a lot of talent, but a pro-style offense. And again, he operates at a speed that the NFL game is going to like. NFL game is, we talked about it with Trevor Lawrence when he came off the board. Why do we feel so good about Trevor Lawrence? Because when it's pressure, when the sort of the route timing that he's throwing with, he is doing it at the speed that is required in the NFL. And I think feel similarly about Davis Mills, but the accuracy is an issue. The decision-making at times is an issue. And again, just haven't seen a ton.
Mills is currently the favorite to be the first quarterback off the board today, by the way. So
really?
There's a little bit of a...
The NFL, the NFL likes him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right? I mean, because he's got the look and the feel. I mean, people... They like him, and the problem. Our old friend Zach Robinson, he used to say he doesn't like the old pick and stick guys, the guys who just pick a side of the field and they stay there, right? And it's just this pre-snap, and it's the thing that Fields was criticized for. That's Mills staying on the same side of the field.
You know who likes pick and stick guys? Cornerbacks, and a cornerback has just become the player first off the board here in round number 2 with Tyson Campbell, number 108 on our big board. It turns out that he will be making a move to Jacksonville similar to the one Trevor Lawrence made, going at the top of the first round.
Travis Etienne erasure there too.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So Tyson Campbell here, obviously we talked about him a little bit. He was a huge favorite here. Break him down a little bit for us. What are they getting that could potentially be valuable for them?
Yeah, I mean, he's a long corner. I think 32-inch arms, ran a 4.4 at his pro day. He's got the speed, got the length, got good size at a little over 6 foot. Like, there's a lot to like physically about him, but like I said, the lateral agility, not quite there. In man coverage, he had to hang on to guys. He used that length well, but then down the football field, he had to hang on to guys to stay with them. And again, the fit is curious because I don't think he can play the slot. Like, that is not the type of athlete that he is. He is an outside guy. Shaquill Griffin is an outside guy. C.J. Henderson, probably their best bet to kick on the inside, but he's the guy you had invested the most in. He was a top 10 draft pick. Usually you reserve that guy for your number one type of wide receivers to trail those guys in the division. So, curious pick, but he's a good tackler. He has these sort of physical tools to develop. And he's going to need to do so because, like I said, on tape this past year, it wasn't exceptional. 30 catches on 46 targets, 340 yards, only a 75.4 coverage grade.
The one thing to consider here, because it's not a good fit on the depth chart, because it's C.J. Henderson, last year's first-round pick, and Shaquill Griffin, who they just paid. Could this be the new regime coming in saying we don't love C.J. Henderson, right? Because C.J. Henderson,
they invested a lot in him.
They did, but it was the old regime.
Yeah.
And some people in the NFL had C.J. Henderson as the number one corner last year. Remember, over Jeffrey Okudah. But like we were talking about earlier, cornerback evaluations are all over the place. So I wonder if they're saying, you know what, Campbell's going to come in and start opposite Griffin, and they don't love Henderson. Now, if they do, stocking up with 3 corners isn't the worst thing in the world. But your point's a good one because having all 3 on the field at the same time is very unlikely.
I still feel like if they don't love Henderson, if this new regime doesn't love Henderson, I like him in the slot. I mean, he has that match and mirror ability coming from Florida. I think if he does get kicked into the slot, that's a very good number 3 corner. Can Tyson Campbell hold up on the outside? That's the thing. I mean, 108th on PFF's draft board, you already said it there. It's going to be interesting to see if Shaquill Griffin opposite Tyson Campbell to C.J. Henderson as the third cornerback, really bring that defense up.
Well, and the Jaguars, defensively, they need to start getting some pressure, right? And they failed with Dante Fowler. They got letting Ngakoue go. Like, is Josh Allen the guy? Like, to build a defense, I do agree that you got to generate a lot of corners, but are they sort of not addressing the front 7 as much as they should be, given that one of these 3 players is going to be a backup that doesn't play a lot of snaps?
I'm more worried about the other side of the ball for the Jacksonville Jaguars, quite frankly. Like, you have a very average supporting cast for Trevor Lawrence. In the sort of compare across the NFL, who are the teams that are winning and competing for Super Bowls? They have a lot more talent at the receiver position, and the majority of them have a lot better offensive lines. Like, they are straight up about right smack dab in the middle for both of those units compared to the rest of the NFL. And yeah, maybe they don't have necessarily a need, but you could still get a high-end player at pick 33. Like, Elijah Moore is a high-end wide receiver. He has that sort of ability. You have a tackle class that is exceedingly deep, and you have 2 guys those are probably your 2 weakest positions on this offensive line. And you have a guy at left tackle that you're overpaying just for the certainty of not being the worst offensive tackle in the NFL. So I do think there is a case to be made here for trying to get Trevor Lawrence some talent with valuable picks, that they're really not, like, quarterback's best friend is not a running back. This is not going to make Trevor Lawrence's life easier. I am a little concerned with how they're building around him.
That is the bigger conversation. Like, have they made the right decisions following the Trevor Lawrence pick at number 1 overall with Travis Etienne at the back end of the first and now Tyson Campbell at the top of the third? I'm telling you right now, if we saw mock drafts coming from PFF.com or NFL.com, that would have been hashtag worst mock ever from a lot of Jacksonville Jaguars fans, even if you don't agree with the ranking on PFF. From a consensus board perspective, this guy also isn't a top 50 player. Like, this I wouldn't have made these picks.
You're seeing a new regime that has not been a part of. Byers been, he's been with us on the TV side of things, and now he's having to make some decisions about which players to draft. And honestly, Trevor Lawrence, it's not like you get credit for taking Trevor Lawrence 1.
Yeah. I mean, that falls into your lap. Interestingly, here, the New York Jets were rumored to trade this pick. It looks like they're actually going to use it, which I think
they have used it, in fact, on Elijah Moore, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
Now, this is the opposite team building situation here for the Jets. Even though I didn't like what the Jets did yesterday, this is nice, Mike.
Yeah, fantastic stuff.
Elijah Moore, wide receiver from Ole Miss, 91.2 PFF grade in 2020, which was the 3rd highest among all college receivers in 2020. Just a phenomenally productive player, played a lot in the slot. But you think he can do it out wide, Mike? Take us through Elijah Moore here.
I think he can do it outside, and it's because of these movement skills and the athleticism that you see here. There is a track record of sorts for guys of his size who are his caliber of athlete. 4.35 40 at his pro day, a 6.66 3-cone, elite movement skills that you see on tape repeatedly. He averaged more yards per game last year than Javonte Smith. 1,193 yards in 8 games. That led the nation in terms of yards per game, one of the highest figures ever at the position. And the thing that I love about him is his ball skills at that size and the toughness. You'll see on tape repeatedly the contested catch ability. 20 of 33 over the last 2 years in contested catches. And like I said, there's that track record of guys at that size, the T.Y. Hiltons, the Brandon Cookses of the world. Not necessarily Tyreek Hill, he's kind of on a different level in his own right, but Tyler Lockett as well, who, when you are that elite athlete, when you're a tough route runner like Elijah Moore, they hold up on the outside. They become one of the best deep threats in the NFL. To me, that can be what Elijah Moore is in this offense. I think Jamison Crowder may be on the way out.
Yeah, you look at the receiver core, right? The 4 guys they have, Mims last year, Moore, and then Corey Davis, Steve, your future Hall of Famer there, and then they got Crowder. That's a really nice set of receivers, I think, for Zach Wilson. Way better than whatever they gave Darnold.
It's officially a better supporting cast than Sam Darnold ever had in 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
Right, with the Elijah Moore pick and Elijah Vera Tucker yesterday, even though they gave up 2 third-rounders to go get him, the offensive line's already better, and the receiving core is better because of Corey Davis, because of Elijah Moore and all those moves. So the Jets are moving in the right direction. I still wish they still had their 2 third-rounders.
Gave up 2 third-rounders.
Right, and had Darius there instead. They could have done better, but they're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, not being able to trade back was kind of a bad beat for them, but I think ultimately, if you had to stay here, this makes a lot of sense for them.
The interesting stat with Elijah Moore is in his career, only 57 routes run on the outside. I know Mike believes that he can step up and run at outside receiver in the NFL. A smaller frame receiver, but he's got the quicks, he's got the juice to play on the outside. I think it's something that you say all the time now, Mike. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean he can't do it. You saw that with Justin Jefferson playing a ton in the slot and then comes on the outside, has a ton of success, averaged 4.26 yards per route run on the 57 routes he had on the outside. And I think important thing there too is the only reason he's playing in the slot at the collegiate level is because Lane Kiffin wanted to cook with him in the slot like he did with Amari Cooper at Alabama a few years ago. Amari Cooper also played a ton in the slot and had a field day in that Alabama offense. I think Elijah Moore, the same. If you want to compete with Devontae Smith to have the most receiving yards in the country, you're going to play in the slot at Ole Miss. I think he did that.
He weighed more than Devontae Smith. Important to note. We have a trade. The Denver Broncos are trading up to 35 here with the Atlanta Falcons, and we'll be making this selection.
The Atlanta Falcons once the owner of Brett Favre's rights. Not anymore. This could have been a Brett Favre trade.
This is where we speculate every quarterback.
Yes.
Because they didn't draft one yesterday.
So
this is Davis Mills.
You think it's Davis Mills?
If he's the favorite to go and
his over-under was 60.5.
Let me ask you,
this would be a huge draft. It would be huge.
It's about whoever it is.
They're excited. There's a lot of excitement.
Is Davis Mills not like very Teddy Bridgewater-y? Like throws it short?
I don't know. He's thrown like 12 passes in his career. We got to see more from Davis Mills.
If the Denver Broncos had Justin Fields available to them at 9 and were still committed to adding a quarterback, trading up for a quarterback, and they passed on him for it doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
Are there some other players that make sense?
I complimented him a ton for the Drew Lock process, getting him in the second round, giving him essentially a year's worth of snaps and moving on. Mm-hmm. But that process is only good if you drafted Justin Fields the next time that opportunity comes up. I don't know about the second round pick here.
You love a trade up, especially when it involves RB1 on our board. The Denver Broncos taking to Mile High, Javonte Williams, running back, North Carolina. This guy forced more broken tackles than any other running back in all of college football last year, 76 to be exact. The dude has ridiculous wiggle. Mike, talk about like some of the comps you have from him, because you don't like to mention really, really good players and comps all the time, but can't help but mention some of these guys.
Yeah, I think, to me, he runs a lot like Alvin Kamara, and just the way he moves at the position. Now, 5'10", 212, almost same size as Alvin Kamara, and you see the juice, you see the acceleration, and then the contact balance. All those drills you see Alvin Kamara do in the offseason where he's standing on a Bosu ball and like catching shit, I bet Javonte Williams would do the exact same thing. Like, that guy has it that you can't coach. You can't coach a guy to stay on his feet when you just completely take out his legs. The amount of times that Javonte Williams did on his tape last year at North Carolina, the runs, the highlights, we've all seen him at this point. And like you said, the single highest forced missed tackle rate we've ever seen. That's why he's RB1. Like, this guy has pretty much everything you could want for a top-tier running back.
Not a lot of tread on the tires.
And that's it.
Right? And so you're looking at getting a player who only had 157 attempts, unlike for quarterbacks where you go, I'd like to see more. For anyone saying, no, that's good. I'm glad. I saw plenty in the opportunity that you had. 5'10", 220 junior from North Carolina. Now, it's a running back. I'm just going to tell you right now, Ian, I'm already eyeing him.
Take his mic.
I'm already eyeing him, okay? So far, we've had a few picks go off in the second round. What's your take so far on the opportunity there from a fantasy perspective?
I think it's great. I mean, going into this draft, we looked at the Steelers, the Jets, and the Falcons as the most fantasy-friendly landing spots for any running back, just because their starters are gone. And, for the Falcons to bring in Mike Davis, someone that we liked at PFF, had over 1,000 yards last year and really had great broken tackle metrics, but come on, they gave him only $5 million guaranteed over 2 years. That's how much Todd Gurley's corpse had in one season last year. Javonte is going to be the guy there. I think it's fantastic news. Can he be great in the receiving game is my only question. He didn't look like a liability out there, but again, in Fantasyland, we want all those receptions we can get. That's my only question with him, but great offense, lack of opportunity. I think Javonte immediately slides in as a low-end RB2.
The other thing to bring up with Javonte real quickly, former valedictorian in high school, 4.6 GPA, originally played linebacker, was going to go to Alabama to play linebacker until they told him he was too short. Then he had an academic scholarship to go to another school. Then UNC comes late in the process, offers him a scholarship to play running back, and at 20 years old, does things in the ACC we've never seen. Highest force missed tackle rate of any running back in a single season we've ever seen. This guy, people talk about his receiving ability. You haven't seen a lot of it. I mean, I trust this guy to get a lot better in the NFL. I do think that Javonte Williams RB1 for a reason.
And I think the biggest thing is he's ascending. Youngest of these running backs. Najee Harris, 23.
20 years old.
Travis Etienne, 22. This guy just turned 21 a few days ago. And his tape difference from sophomore year to junior year was massive. And what he could continue to be in the future with, like you said, all the intangibles there. He's a damn good pick.
I was talking to his teammate, Michael Carter, and I said, give me the scouting report on Javonte Williams. He said, dude, really, really smart. Like, the first thing's like, dude, really, really smart. No problem picking up the playbook. Like, I think he gets a lot better in the NFL.
The only thing, I hate to be a Debbie Downer here, but you did select a running back in the top 35 picks. And
traded up to do so.
Yeah, and traded up to do so. The trade, the official trade here is the Broncos get 35 and 219. The Falcons move back 5 spots in this round to number 40. And in addition, pick up pick 114. We also have a move to Miami from Oregon. Safety Javon Holland, the player that will now be heading to South Beach. 85.5 career coverage grade on 3rd and 4th downs. It's a mouthful, but it's pretty impressive. Second highest among defensive backs in this draft. Brian Flores generally knows what he's doing on the defensive side of the ball. What do you think of this pick?
Yeah, you go look at the PFF draft guide, see the defensive side of the ball. A lot of green, 2 places in red, safety. Eric Rowe, Bryce McCain, they need help at that position. And I love his fit in this defense because obviously man-heavy defense, blitz-heavy defense, some of the best instincts in the draft class. He played safety as a freshman, played slot cornerback as a sophomore, and had over 20 combined pass breakups and picks over that span between those 2 positions. Excellent grades at both. I just think you feel really safe about this guy. Opted out in 2020, doesn't have necessarily high-end physical tools that you draft in the safety position early on, but he is about one of the highest floors in this draft class from a coverage perspective because you've just seen him do it in a multitude of roles. And I think in this Miami defense, he's going to replace probably Eric Rowe's role right away.
Absolutely love the way they're building this defense in Miami, right? Mm-hmm. Last year, adding Byron Jones, Xavier Howard's already there. Drafted Noah Igbenogany in the first round. He wasn't great as a rookie, but that's what you do, right? He's a slot player. They play a lot of man coverage, more than anybody in the NFL. And because we've seen Holland line up a little bit over the slot, line up as safety, it just brings more versatility to the back 7. So Miami investing the way they have in the secondary is just really smart, and Holland is a perfect fit, like you said. Eric Rowe, replacement, perfect.
6'1", 207, and you mentioned, he lined up over the slot so frequently that we actually had him as a cornerback listed here, and you love positional versatility on the defensive side of the ball. Think about what Bill Belichick was so known for in New England. 3, 4 safeties on the field. One was a tight end eraser. One is, a deep guy specialist. Like, they have all these guys that fit a certain role, and you figure Flores is starting to build that. I want to say this. I'm really excited about what the Miami Dolphins are doing here. They have reworked their wide receiver core. It was contested catch outside guys. Now with Will Fuller, Jalen Waddle, they are speedy. They will get open for Tua. They go get Jalen Phillips, a great edge defender, one of the best pass rushers, maybe the best pass rusher in this class, and then a versatile defensive back.
Former 4-star recruit, number 2, coming out of California, Oakland's owned Bishop O'Dowd High School. Had to add that in there. I write the draft backgrounds for the draft guide. Oakland's own Bishop O'Dowd. And I think the versatility is the biggest thing for me. Like, I honestly think Mike and I talked about it he could probably play outside corner if he wanted to. Like, you could try him at outside corner in the NFL. That's how versatile he is.
Derwin James.
You could do a lot with him. He's not Derwin James level. He's not Derwin James level.
Broke
He's not Derwin James level. But you do have that versatility. He can play in the slot. He can play on the outside. He can be your deep safety. And I honestly love the fit with Brian Flores and the Miami Dolphins. Like, this is a sweet pick. I'm a big fan.
I'm just bitter still that Derwin James is not a 49er. We also have the 7th Alabama player leaving the Tide and going to the NFL. And the Philadelphia Eagles are going to be the new home of center Landon Dickerson from Alabama here. 93.9 career run block grade. It's the second highest among all offensive linemen in this here 2021 NFL draft class. Reuniting with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, flat out, this guy's a first-round pick if he has a healthy ACL. Tore his ACL in the SEC championship game against Florida. Second time he's torn that ACL. The medical on him is massive. He has had an injury history that no one really wanted to touch, but has played every single position at some point during his college career between Florida State, 3 years there before transferring to Alabama, was a center the past 2 years. One of the best center prospects just on tape that we have seen at the college position. Probably him and Frank Ragnow are the two best we've seen in our 7 years of college grading. But like I said, the injury there is massive.
Ooh.
He does have some interior versatility. I like where he goes here with the Philadelphia Eagles, where he doesn't necessarily have to start right away because of that ACL. But like I said, you can play left guard, center, right guard, even tackle in a pinch. One of the highest graded linemen in all of college football last year. Just a dominant tape, most big-time blocks in the country.
Versatility on the offensive line, fantastic. 7th Alabama player just selected was Landon Dickerson. The 8th is the next pick, a trade. The New England Patriots moving up to pick number 38 with the Cincinnati Bengals and selecting your guy, Christian Barmore, the defensive lineman, the number 1 defensive lineman on our board, and a player that many of us had going in the first round here. So moving up to select a player of high value.
Love it. Love it. I mean, this is building the Patriot way. You know, they love them some DTs early on. And Christian Barmore, as you'll see here, what he did in the playoffs against Notre Dame and Ohio State was as elite a DT tape as you'll see. In between those two games, he had a dozen pressures this past season, a higher pass rushing grade, 91.5, than Javon Kinlaw had coming out, than Derek Brown had coming out last year. Two guys who were surefire top 15 picks by pretty much everyone. That's how we felt about Christian Barmore, 12th overall player on our draft board. You see him win with power. You see him win with quicks, hand usage. Now, against the run game, he can be a little lackadaisical. Doesn't play with the same ferocity that he does as a pass rusher. There's some up and down on his tape, but it's what are you capable of? And what he showed he was capable of in, like I said, the playoff against 2 offensive lines in Ohio State and Notre Dame. They're sending multiple guys that he was beating up to the NFL. When you're beating up other guys who are going to the NFL, that's pretty indicative of what you're capable of.
Yeah, this one's interesting, right? Because you have the Bengals. The board felt really nice to them all the way down to 38 here with offensive linemen, and they decided to move back. And we've only really seen the 1 offensive lineman go so far here. That's a really big upset. And if you're a team that needs one, a la the Bengals, Kansas City, like this is starting to fall really nicely for you here.
Well, you figure they move back to 46. That was where the Patriots were. So you look at the teams ahead of them. You have the New York Giants, San Francisco 49ers, the Dallas Cowboys. Jacksonville Jaguars, I think, would be the team you might expect.
But there's so many linemen available. If you have good grades on like 3 or 4 of them, you get your guy.
I think that's the thing here. You got Walker Little, 26th on our draft board from Stanford. You have Tevin Jenkins, 31st. Dylan Radins, 32nd. And then you go down just a little bit further. Jackson Carman, 46th. Wow. Samuel Cosmi, 38th. They might feel comfortable with any of those guys.
Or
Or
they're going interior offensive line, right? I mean, they might not even want the tackles and say, look, we can get Wyatt Davis, the top guard on our board. We can get Creed Humphrey, the next best center. We can get Ben Cleveland at guard, right? We can get other interior players that we don't want to take this high.
Yeah, and if only Cris were here to see his Bengals trade down.
I know. He called for it. As soon as he goes to the Derby, they trade down here. The official trade here, the Patriots trade 46, as we just mentioned, and pick number 122 and 139 to move up with Cincinnati for pick 38. Now, Cincinnati, their roster is not exactly exceptional. So picking up more picks, even there in the 120s and 130s, not a bad move for them, assuming that they had multiple players that were comfortable picking there.
Especially if they're going after an offensive lineman. There are a ton, both tackle and interior offensive linemen that should be available to them at 46. I think Creed Humphrey, Mike's talked about potentially kicking him into guard. He could play guard at the next level if they wanted him to. You could play Tevin Jenkins of Oklahoma State at guard, Wyatt Davis. Kendrick Green is a PFF favorite, one of the most explosive guards in this class coming out of Illinois. I think the board fell to them right, so much that they had this opportunity to trade down to gather more picks because they need an offensive lineman, and there are a ton available to them on day 2. And again, this is why, when we were talking about the Jamar Chase pick or the number 5 overall pick for Cincinnati, this is why I personally lean towards them going either Kyle Pitts or Jamar Chase, because the second round was going to be loaded with offensive line talent. They're seeing that now, and I still think they're going to get a very good offensive lineman at 46.
The trade, by the way, we had a few trades here. The Atlanta trade about 50-50 on either side, using our 10,000 simulations of picking players at those selections and seeing what their wins above replacement would be at that selection. And here, for this particular one, we have Cincinnati winning this trade 60% of the time, which for a trade here, we're not in the first round anymore, Eric.
Yep.
And so the edges are a little smaller. So a win of 60% would feel to me pretty solid.
Yeah, it's about a fifth of a win over the course of the rookie deals, which is tremendous. It's a great trade for Cincinnati.
Well, it should tell you that the Patriots felt similarly about Christian Barmore.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why you're desperate to go up and get a guy like that.
Exactly, and they think they're not going up to 38. They're going up to 20. That's maybe the calculus they believe.
We had no trades at the start of the first round, and we ask and we shall receive here. The Chicago Bears, the new home of Justin Fields and the Justin Fields Syndicate, to be fair, have traded up to pick number 39.
What are they doing? They don't got the picks, man.
I don't know what they're giving up. Maybe they're giving up Andy Dalton boxing lessons, which I've heard have been very hot in the Chicago area as summer nears there in Illinois. And they have decided to make a move for your boy, Tevin Jenkins, tackle Oklahoma State.
Get in front of the Bengals there.
Yeah, get in front of the Bengals to get Tevin Jenkins. And we just talked about Justin Fields and what's the bugaboo for him? Well, he holds onto the ball kind of long. And what's the big issue for the Chicago Bears? Well, their offensive line, not particularly solid. Tevin Jenkins, fantastic in 2020, 92 PFF grade, the highest among all right tackles in 2020. Mike, what did you like about Tevin Jenkins?
Yeah, the demeanor. He is about the nastiest offensive tackle you'll ever see, which is
gets that a lot.
Hilarious because the dude looks like he spends most of his time in the library. He wears these glasses that make him not look intimidating whatsoever, kind of like Austin. But 6'6", 320, a high-level athlete too. Only 33-inch arms. He doesn't have great length for the position. But this guy is a tackle through and through. This is your right tackle. You obviously, Bobby Massey, no longer there on the right side, long-term right tackle for the Chicago Bears. This is going to be Tevin Jenkins' role now. He is going to be your right tackle from day one. Well, he did a Joseph Asai, Texas edge defender, who's probably going to come off the board here soon in this draft. Should have been criminal. He took him off the field one play, put him in the turf. He's got that run-blocking demeanor that every offensive line coach around the NFL would love to coach.
That's the tape, though. That's the tape that is getting Tevin Jenkins traded up for right now. Yep. Going against Joseph Asai, who was projected a top 50 pick in the 2021 NFL draft, just absolutely buries him snap after snap in pass protection and as a run blocker. It's why I think Joseph Asai is also still on the board. That was a matchup to watch. I think you hear a lot of GMs, you hear a lot of executives talk about watch these guys against NFL caliber competition. And Tevin Jenkins turned on the tape against Joseph Asai.
But why I think you see him fall here, Oklahoma State offense did him no favors. 99 true pass sets over the last 2 years combined. That's about the fewest you'll see from a top tackle. Oftentimes, guys like Stone Forsythe from Florida had well over 100 just this past year. So that is a limited amount of times he's tested on his tape there at Oklahoma State. And that's, if you don't see a guy get tested against top competition, you just don't know how he's going to react when he does.
In 2018, the Bears had a really good offense and a not good quarterback in Mitchell Trubisky. They were unbelievable as Mitch Trubisky's second season, but they had the number 4 pass blocking offensive line, the number 7 run blocking offensive line. They carried Mitch Trubisky to an effective offense. With a rookie contract quarterback, your offensive line has to get to a certain baseline. So this is that first step in that direction, right? Jermaine Ifedi kicks back into guard where he should be. Tevin Jenkins hopefully steps into right tackle. But these are the moves around Justin Fields that are crucial there's not too many rookie contract quarterbacks that have had successful seasons with bad offensive line.
This is what we talked about at the rip. Justin Fields has that tendency to hold the football a little bit long. Pressure could hurt him. You need an upgrade over Jermaine Ifedi. Go up and trade up to go get Tevin Jenkins. I like this pick.
We've seen trades litter the first 10 picks of this round. We now have the Falcons, who traded back from their first selection. They have made it official with Falcons safety Richie Grant.
But it's Merritt, he was the favorite, minus 700 going in. 2 safeties go before him.
Yep.
And this is a pretty surprising sort of order here.
Yeah. The 4th safety on our board, Mike, 90.0 PFF run defense grade, is the best among all safeties. So a stout run defender. We have some tape here from the Senior Bowl that you're going to take us through. That's the level of detail that we have here.
Yeah, super versatile dude. You saw him split almost a third of his snaps between the slot, between the box, and deep. And you see him made plays from everywhere. Here he is making a play as a deep middle safety. He did a lot more of that early on in his career at UCF. Here he is, man coverage against the slot. He was far and away the highest graded cornerback in those one-on-ones, safety in those one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. Showed coverage skills that really can translate to any defense in the NFL. Like I said, one of the most versatile safeties in this draft class. Continually made plays from a lot of different alignments. Great size for the position, 6 foot, 200 pounds with 32 and 5/8 inch arms. That's a long safety. That's the kind of sphere of influence we talk about to make plays on the backside of guys, just like that one you see right there. 4.5, 4.40, 6.78 3-cone, 10.9 broad jump. Those are all excellent numbers at the safety position. The one sort of caveat, the one like and but, going to be 24 years old as a rookie. He is an old safety, so if you're expecting some maybe development from him compared to what you saw in college tape, this might be what you see is what you get, but what you're seeing right now is a very good football player.
Yeah.
I saw a guy that fit into the Falcons' old scheme, actually played that slot zone role really, really well, but Dean Pease takes over, and he's got that, he's the Belichick and the Ravens tree. They want the versatility, right? So the position, the ability to play safety, the ability to play a little bit over the slot, have some versatility is crucial. I mean, are the Falcons just going to use their every other pick on defense at this point?
Yes.
They pretty much have to, right? They wanted to pick a defensive player in the first round, but there's nobody good at 4. Their defense is a mess. They got to stop the Bucs. You got to stop the Saints. So they're going to keep going to this side of the ball.
Makes sense. We've got a little run on some defensive players here. The Detroit Lions and Levi. I've been waiting for this all weekend long on Wuzurike, the defensive interior lineman from the University of Washington, is making his way to the Motor City.
83rd percentile athlete. I mean, the one that sort of shot up here.
Can you talk a little bit about when we say 83rd percentile athlete? How do we get to that number?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to take all those individual aspects and put them together. So essentially what you have to do is look and say, how do these traits translate to performance in things we care about? So
you're talking about like 40 time and all those things.
Yeah, but you could have a 40 time and you could have a short shuttle, and they're somewhat related to each other. You could have broad jump, long jump, or high jump. They're related to each other as well. And so you have to combine the data intelligently, and then you use PFF grades to say, well, how well does that translate into being an edge rusher, right? Because a 40-yard dash means different things being a receiver than it does being a pass rusher. And this draft pick, I mean, we're talking about a very good athlete here.
Levi, just 4% of his tackle attempts did he miss, which was the lowest among all draft prospects in this 2021 draft class. In case you're wondering, missing a tackle when you're on the defensive side of the ball, bad. So this is a good thing for Levi Onwuzurike. Mike, what do you think of this pick?
Yeah, I'm not drafting a guy because he doesn't miss tackles at DT. Not a massive problem for me. I'm drafting a guy if he can affect the quarterback position. And Eric touched on the athleticism here. Here's a high-end athlete. His first step, about as good as it gets in this defensive tackle class off line of scrimmage. Thing is, he never really developed much more beyond that first step. And then he opts out in 2020. So we don't know what he looks like. Back in 2018, part-time player, earns a 82.5 pass rushing grade. We're like, ooh, what's he going to be next year? Like, what's he going to be when this is a every down type of guy? And you just never saw that. You never saw it really come to fruition. A 78.7 pass rushing grade back in 2019. Oftentimes out of position, though, in those Washington three-man fronts. He was the nose, 290 pounds. He's a 3 technique at the NFL level. This guy is going to be penetrating up the football field in a different role than he played with Washington. That's where you want him in your defense. So he's a kind of a unknown, very much like Joe Tryon coming off the board at the end of the first round. Those are similar prospects in that they got everything physically, but we never really saw it translate to elite play at the college level.
I'll tell you what, though, you're not going to, you say he hasn't really found it yet at Washington. You're not going to find a more confident player in this draft class probably than Levi Wuzriki. When I talk to him, he thinks he could beat every single offensive lineman ahead of him. He thinks his pass rush moves are the best in this class. His first step is the best in this class, and people just haven't seen it. Opted out of the 2020 season. When he comes back in 2021, could prove some people wrong.
Well, at the Senior Bowl, he 50%
No,
win rate in the
that's
101s.
true.
Wasn't that great? So I'll just say, let's give that caveat.
Hey, irrational confidence. Sometimes you need it.
You need it.
On the clock are the New York Giants. We're going to step away for a quick second. Let's give you a chance to refresh your beverages, head to the bar, get what you need, come back. The 49ers and the Cowboys still to pick here in the second round. Make sure you get your NFL draft guide ready to go. If you don't have one yet, Draft 30 promo code gets you 30% off. And if for some reason you're not watching on PFF.com, the tracker is updating live, and we're like, we're already on pick 42. So you're either here or you're getting left behind. We'll be right back. We're back. Sweat Taylor. I just had to, fuel myself here. Sweat Taylor, I'm wearing it right now. And if you don't like this, you're blind, because this is a fantastic shirt here. I love it. The best part about Sweat Taylor, I'll say this. We've been sitting here for like 6 hours a night. I'm wearing jeans right now, and I feel like I'm wearing just like boxer briefs. They're so comfortable. They fit just about any body type, as evidenced on this here set. Use promo code PFF-SWEAT, S-W-E-T. Get 25% off at sweattailor.com. Go there after the draft, after you win your draft props. Go spend a little money. I promise you will not be disappointed by your Sweat Taylor stuff. It is awesome. We get back to the draft here. And the Miami Dolphins have made a move with the New York Football Giants to get to pick 42. Any ideas on who they might be moving up to grab here?
It sounds like it might be Liam Eichenberg.
Interesting.
My goodness.
Interesting.
You're not allowed.
Sweat Taylor does not help you with pronunciation. It will help you look good, but pronunciation cannot be promised.
I mean, it can only do so much. After it's done with that task.
Dave Gettleman turning over a new leaf.
Yeah, the trading back.
He liked it. He got a taste, and now he's hooked.
I mean, the Giants need. I mean, they're actually like starting to build a pretty decent team around Daniel Jones, and now they're moving. They're getting value every single pick now. It's pretty great.
I really like this trade down for the Giants. They're trading down just 8 spots from 42 to 50, and they get a future third-round pick for that trade down. Just 8 spots down for the Giants. I mean, Dave Gettleman's figured it out here. I really like this trade back for the Giants.
So the Miami Dolphins have, with this pick at 42, gone and taken Liam Eichenberg, not Etchberg.
Thank you.
Tackle Notre Dame here. And he did not allow a single sack. That Notre Dame offensive line, if you did not watch them, was absolutely fantastic.
I watched a little.
Yeah, weird. I didn't know that you did. Beer usually included in that equation.
Yeah, I don't remember much.
0 sacks allowed in 2020. The only tackle to do so.
I thought it was just Ian Book.
On 400-plus fast blocking snaps. So I'll let you talk about your boy, Liam here, 6'6", 306.
Yeah, so he has just a little over 32-inch arms. He's probably going to be on the interior for them. I would imagine, although they might move Robert Hunt, they obviously just traded Eric Flowers earlier this week, but the progression we saw from Liam Eichenberg over the course of his career, 63.1 overall grade in 2018, first year as a starter. 80.5 2019, 89.9 this past year. The consistency that he played with this past year, excellent. The problem is, like I said, those short arms got exposed. He throws a little two-handed punch, can be inconsistent with it. I think he's going to be much, much better on the interior. I think he's going to be one of the better guards we see in this draft class. Very powerful anchor, just a little bit over 300 pounds, but he can get out and move. A very athletic offensive lineman. Like the pick. Now, they gave up a lot to go get it, but they can make plays like this. Steve always says they have all this draft capital. They can make a play if they really love a guy in an offensive line class where sometimes guys like Liam Eichenberg go a little bit higher than this if it's not this super deep offensive line.
They gave up 50, pick number 50, and a third-round pick in 2022 to move up these 8 spots.
Mike, predict this front 5 for me right now, because you obviously saw them trade away Eric Flowers. They drafted Austin Jackson out of USC in the first round. They liked Robert Hunt at right tackle, potentially could kick him inside. Solomon Kinley, a second-year player out of Georgia, and then Matt Skura, potentially projected at center. Where does Eichenberg fit in?
By left guard. I think you slot him in right next to Austin Jackson and takes Eric Flowers' place from last year. And you don't want to mess with the offensive line. You don't want to be swapping guys in and out, changing positions on guys. You don't want to do that as much as possible. You want to get continuity, and I think at left guard, that keeps your best chance of continuity there.
Mm-hmm. Let's go back to this Miami team building situation here, right? And again, rookie contract quarterbacks, they need to have an offensive line. They need to have a baseline that is better than what Miami has. Last year, Miami didn't give up a ton of pressure, but they had the quickest time to throw. Ryan Fitzpatrick was getting rid of the ball. Tua was getting rid of the ball. They had just the 21st ranked pass blocking grade as a team. So they have to get better. So Miami is taking a step forward here. There's still a little bit more work to do. They're hoping Austin Jackson gets a little bit better. 52 grade last year as their first round offensive tackle. Not the best pick in the world at the time, but
still a young player, really young.
He's young and he can get better. But the thing is, they're doing all the right moves, as George said. At receiver, in the secondary, offensive line is the next thing. Eichenberg helps move in the right direction.
It seems like every team that had a pick slotted just didn't want to pick in this draft in round 2. The San Francisco 49ers. Not the Giants. San Francisco 49ers.
Did Steve play for the Giants?
That's my.
Is that where you touched 95?
Yeah, it was with the Giants.
Oh, interesting. Okay, we're going to get to that on the Saturday segment. They have made a move with the Las Vegas Raiders, formerly their
it was a cross-bay trade.
And the Niners are trading pick 43 and a 7th rounder to the Raiders, and in return getting 48 and a 4th rounder, pick number 121. So the Niners recouping a little bit of that draft capital, of course, that they gave up a lot to get up.
Who do we think that the Raiders are going to draft?
I thought
they love this guy. That's for sure. I mean, they love this guy. They're going to be confident.
I thought this was a good spot for Owusu-Koramoah for the Niners because you put him next to Fred Warner. They had struggled at that second linebacker spot for a while, but
I do like linebacker here.
Here's the way to figure out who the Raiders are going to take. Go to PFF, go to the best available, and just scroll. And then wherever it lands, put your finger down.
Let me salvage the Raiders. In past years, they have crushed it. Rounds 3 through 7. They have picked some great players.
I have them taking Brevin Jordan, tight end from the University of Miami.
It does look like they're going to take the safety that was actually the favorite to be the first safety.
There we go. Salvage in the draft. So if you flip their draft, and Merrig is their first, Trevon Merrig from TCU. If he is their first round pick and Alex Leatherwood is their second round pick, back on track.
If you draft like a random walk, you'll end up exactly where you started.
Trevon Merrig, the safety from TCU, of course, another safety in this draft, highly thought of, Darius Washington. Trevon Merrig, 92.8 career coverage grade, was the highest of any safety in the 2021 NFL draft. Mike Renner, you've got some tape on Merrig. Take us through it.
Yeah, I'm going to take it over here because Merrig, he played. Here's the curious fit, right? Raiders are going to a single high scheme. He played in a 2-high system at TCU. We see him playing a lot of quarters. That's a one-on-one with receivers, and the movement skills that he has when he is one-on-one and hanging with these receivers. This is scramble drill, and he's still making a play on the ball. But the fit with the Raiders, we'll see if he ends up being their true free safety with Jonathan Abram playing strong safety. Look at the movement skills making plays down the field. These are the plays they're going to need him to make in this new system with Gus Bradley taking over. The good part about it is Jonathan Abram, their first round pick a couple years ago, moves into the box. Merrig becomes, we always say it's the Earl Thomas role, but he's the true free safety in this system. Now, Mike, he didn't do it a ton at TCU, but he's flashed those skills. There's a bit of a projection here.
Yeah, a super heady player. One of the smarter safeties in this draft class. 6'1", 202 pounds, great size, a fairly good range, 4.5 40 at his pro day. That's maybe not his calling card, but I think in a single high role, you'll still see him make plays. He led the NCAA, led the FBS in pass breakups each of the last 2 seasons from the safety position, so that just speaks to the type of way he sees the game compared to a lot of other guys in this draft class that are more projects at the safety position. So with Merrig, you've seen him do it. Like I said, if you flip these 2 picks, the value here makes sense for the Raiders.
I mean, smart with a ton of ball production and feels like a glaring need for the Raiders defense. I mean, because they were going to start Jeff Heath out there at deep safety, bringing in Merri here. I think he can start day one. That's how good he is. That's how high his floor is, in my opinion. I do think that Trayvon Merrick, of any safety in this class, maybe even ahead of Javon Holland, who I know is my guy out of Oakland, I think he is a guy that can start week one and be a legitimate contributor for the Raiders.
Take some pressure off of Jonathan Abram too, who had
Absolutely.
been miscast as like a do everything safety given his draft stock, and now 100%. It doesn't have to be that way.
The Dallas Cowboys did not get the cornerback in round one that they craved. Here at 44, they're making it official with cornerback Kelvin Joseph from Kentucky, 70-plus PFF grade against Alabama in 2020. He's one of only 2 corners in the NCAA to make that happen. If you don't remember, Alabama had receivers that were pretty darn good and open all the time. So the Cowboys don't get Surtain, they don't get Horn, they don't end up with Farley, but they get Kelvin Joseph here. How much of a drop off in a project is he relative to them?
Well, they don't get Merrick either. So I think they were targeting is why the Raiders make that move, make that jump up. But Joseph is pure project. This guy has athletic tools, 4 days, 5'11", 197, ran a 4.28 at his pro day. And you see the lightning quickness on his tape. He had a pick 6 this past season against Tennessee where it wasn't even like a quick read. He just was that quick to break downhill on the football that he picked it off, went the other way with it. But serious off-field issues with this guy, serious concerns about him. He was suspended for his bowl game his freshman year at LSU, transfers because of reportedly or rumored to be some failed drug tests there, goes to Kentucky, his rapper name is YKDV Bossman Fat. He has a few albums that he has put out on the side. He's a multifaceted human being.
But PFF stat.
But this guy is
we look for versatility in the second.
Yeah, you just see
entrepreneurial.
But that sort of inconsistency that maybe is off the field also shows up on his tape. Game to game, he is a roller coaster. The Alabama game, some of the best tape any cornerback put on this past season. Didn't allow a catch against Alabama. Not a lot of guys can say that. Yeah. Not a lot of cornerbacks over the past couple of years. He didn't, but then other games on his tape, he just gets burnt. You didn't see a double move all year that he didn't want to bite on that first route.
I mean, former 4-star, legit athlete. We saw that at his pro day with some rumored off-field concerns. Another player very similar, also drafted by the Dallas Cowboys, Micah Parsons. They don't care. No off-field concerns, yellow flags, whatever it may be. They will work with it if you are a rare athlete, and this guy is.
Doesn't this show how difficult it is to draft well every single year? Last year at this time, the Cowboys, we are praising them for what they did the first 2 days. They get CeeDee Lamb, who falls. Yep. The best receiver, we thought, at the time, he still could be, the best receiver in the draft potentially falls to them at 17. They get Trevon Diggs, a first-round caliber player, in the second round. Now they miss out on their top 2 corners that we know that they wanted at 10. They get Micah Parsons, fine. But you just mentioned.
Don't say fine, Micah Parsons is fucking awesome.
Micah Parsons is awesome, but they got probably the third guy that they wanted at 10. And now they get Joseph, who is could have had Merri a pick before, so it could still work out. I'm just saying it seems like Cowboys are just missing their guys when last year the players that they would have wanted fell.
Kelvin Joseph 8th on our big board at cornerback. We've seen 7 trades so far in the second round.
Getting crazy out there.
It's nuts. Is this just like no one really has a strong feeling about any particular player?
I find the fact that no O-linemen are going still. We're all the way into 45, and the Bengals are about to pick at 46, and they're going to get a guy who's pretty damn good, and they've already traded back.
Can you imagine if they don't go offensive linemen?
It's
passing
great.
on Penei Sewell and then not taking one of the offensive linemen available here.
It's showing maybe some teams are becoming more woke to this, which is just trade back until you accumulate enough value. It's going to be weird because I think this draft class is flat, and so this is really a styles make fight thing. So a lot of teams are attuned to what this looks like as far as the board. The Raiders trading up, but that's sort of the difficulty there.
Looking for a handshake?
The other wild thing I wanted to bring up, and I'm interested in your take, Mike, is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Still on the board, guy that we had. We had him in the first round. He's one of the top linebackers in this class. Why do you think he's falling?
Everyone had him in the first round.
Yeah,
right? And it's because the projection. Because everyone keeps saying you got to find a role for him. He's not just your plug-and-play linebacker. And some defensive coordinators, just like the Raiders, they weren't going to draft Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. They have a distinct role that they ask their guys to do, and it's not super flexible in that Gus Bradley defense. So Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, he had to go to somewhere like Arizona where they would be a little creative, but they already had that guy in Isaiah Simmons. So, again, not going to be for everyone, but where he does end up, I don't think you get guys like this in the third. Like, this is a special type of player with his movement skills. So.
I got to ask you guys this. Yeah. So teams trading back, we've talked about this. What do you make of teams trading up in a flat draft class?
It's the Vegas Raiders. They're going up and getting their guy. Exactly. Yes. There are teams who think they're going to get their guy, and then there are teams who are looking at the consensus board and saying, this is our guy, but he's 10 picks later. And then so they're continuing to move back. The interesting thing is the Owusu-Koramoah bit where if he's like literally the 19th player on the board and he's still here at 45, he's got to be somebody's guy here at this point. I don't know if it's Jacksonville. They'll probably replace Ngakoue here, but
this is the COVID stuff. I mean, everybody's got a tighter board. And I want to ask Thomas Dimitroff about this when he gets on, because teams have boards of 100 people, 115 people, and in the second and third round, I assume that's tighter this year. In every press conference that a team has, they're going to say, we got our guy and we got a football guy, a guy who loves football. They are eliminating players more than ever because they have less information, so they're going to get their guy here in the second round, and the teams that are benefiting are the teams that are trading down.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have
there you go, Mike.
Finally gone with offensive tackle Walker Little, the offensive tackle from Stanford here, round 2, pick 45. This guy played 72 total snaps over the past 2 seasons. That's only 72 more than you and I.
It's not a lot.
Not a whole lot. So what can you even make of Walker Little here?
So former 5-star recruit coming out of high school. Coming out in that class that had Tristan Wirfs, Mekhi Becton, Alex Leatherwood, Andrew Thomas, some of those guys went last year. He had the highest spark score of the bunch. This guy is a elite level athlete, tested out well in the change of direction drills at his pro day, but only, like I said, 72 snaps. We never got to see it. We never got to see the development from him. Starts as a true freshman at Stanford. David Shaw raves about him. Makes massive strides into his sophomore year. 81.2 pass blocking grade that year. And down the stretch, over his last 7 career games at Stanford, he allowed 1 total pressure. Had the highest pass blocking grade in the country over that span. But again, it's a difficult sell to say a guy hasn't played and then doesn't go to the Senior Bowl after this past year, after opting out, where it's just like, you don't know what he's going to be, but all the ingredients were there for a 5-star meal. He just never got put together.
I mean, this is finally investing in the guy you picked at number 1, right? And you got to do that at some point.
And you have Juwan Taylor, you have Cam Robinson, and I do think with Walker Little too, not only has he not played in a very long time, 72 snaps in 2019, but when I talked to him, I asked him, hey, do you ever get some pass rushers going and practice some of these things? He has not seen, even in practice, even in close, a collegiate pass rusher since that early 2019. He has not seen it. So it's going to take some time. Like, as good as Walker Little is, former 5-star with all this athleticism, he still needs to see the practice field here pretty soon. So I do think that he's a depth player for the Jacksonville Jaguars that they could groom into the offensive tackle of the future. They're only committed to Cam Robinson for that 1 season right now on the tag. I like this Walker Little pick a lot.
It's interesting because the Bengals traded back. They were right behind the Jaguars, and you figured they had to be okay with the tackles that were left over, and so they didn't. Maybe they were honed in on Walker Little. They do not get him, so they will settle for Jackson Carman. Maybe he was a guy all along.
Local
offensive
guy.
tackle.
Cincinnati's own.
There you go.
From Clemson, coming back. Must be excited for a Skyline Chili reunion, as we all are anytime we come back to the Queen City. 79.8 PFF grade in 2020, was 23rd among all Power 5 offensive tackles. So the production, not particularly there. But does he belong in the second round nonetheless?
Yeah, project. He probably should not have come out after his junior year. Like, his tape this past year, only 75.8 pass blocking grade. He got beat a handful of times. He is not quite there with the consistency in his pass sets, but at 6'5", 330 pounds, his movement skills on tape, about as good as it gets in this draft. Like, he can move. You see him lead out on screens, and it is special. And so this guy is a project. We're probably going to kick him on to the interior. He is the guy who is the interior guard right now, and then going to replace Riley Reiff in the future. Yep. Like we were kind of saying, is the ideal guy that you're going to draft. That's what he can be, but only 21 years old. Yep. Played at Fairfield here in town. You see some blocks. We graded his high school tape, actually. Some of his blocks on tape, my Lord. He threw guys out the club, and didn't even have to try to do it. And so I think he's still an ascending player. Like I said, guy you would like to start on the interior initially and then kick out the guard.
6'5", 322 with 33-inch arms on the shorter side, but covering that threshold that some NFL teams do have. And when I talked to him too. I talked to a lot of these guys in this class. When I talked to him, I talked about, do teams want to kick you inside to guard? You have 33-inch arms. Do teams want to kick you inside to guard? He said, every single team I've talked to wants to play me at tackle. Will the Bengals play him at tackle? We'll see. But I do think it makes more sense. I think Mike Renner's right. Kick him in the guard to start, but tell him with Riley Reif, obviously on the, aging a little bit, could be the tackle of the future with some development. 6'5", 322. Like, this is the size you want. This is the athleticism you want at offensive tackle. He could groom into that.
Yeah, I mean, that you have to invest at some point in the offensive line through the draft, or else it is going to, no matter how good your receivers are, you're going to need some players to block at some point here. Just to recap here, 47, the Los Angeles Chargers, the 49ers who traded back, pick 48, the Cardinals, then the Giants who also traded back. You figure these picks are eventually going to get made by the teams that are trading back. The Washington football team at 51, and then the Panthers picking at 52. They as well traded back. A reminder that you can take a look at the best available on PFF.com. It's one of the tabs. If you're watching us right now, you can tab over there, check out the best available, understand, learn a little bit more about them if you have a PFF subscription, and you can get one for 30% off.
At this pick, what if, Owusu-Koramoah with the Chargers, when you look at Derwin James and you look at Kenneth Murray, could they build that athlete group in the middle of the defense here with that pick?
Don't tease me. That'd be insane.
Yes. Can we evaluate the Bengals process now? We have a lot of information. We just spent 2 months figuring this out, right? Jamar Chase or Penei Sewell, that was the debate with the Bengals, and we said, okay, assuming you take one, you get the other position at the end. So now the Bengals draft Jamar Chase, the wide receiver, in the first round. Then with their second round pick, trade back, pick up extra draft capital, and get a Jackson Carman, who, the way you laid it out, Mike, play guard first, which is their more immediate need because they have Riley Reif for 1 year. Play guard first, become the right tackle next year. I love the process. I love the process the way it worked out. The alternative is Penei Sewell, maybe had a shot at Elijah Moore, no, right? And then Terrace Marshall. I mean, they made the right move, assuming Jackson Carman, who is a project, does progress and get a little bit better.
And I will say, Carman struggled through injuries this year, played through injuries, and that obviously affects your performance. So if you're looking at the grades, then it's not going to be a complete one-to-one. When he was healthy, he was better than that.
He's also accustomed to Cincinnati. And as Cris said on yesterday's show, his mom cried when he got drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals. So he's coming to Cincinnati and already well-equipped.
I actually don't think he got a chance to tell the story. So we were in rehearsal. We asked Cris to tell a story about his pre-draft. He told it like 3 times. And then the actual show comes around. Aaron Rodgers goes, no, right. Not so fast, my friend. I have decided I no longer want to be in Green Bay. And so the Cincy story doesn't get told. And now he's at the Derby. Poor guy. We couldn't allow him back. We had to ship him out.
Let's phone him in.
Yeah,
get him in
to
here.
the Derby. Tell the story. The Chargers on the clock, followed by the 49ers.
I had something interesting here. Jacksonville Jaguars. Look at their picks that they've made. Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, Walker Little, and the third pick I'm blanking on. All former 5-stars. Urban Meyer brings in all former 5-stars.
He's just recruiting.
He's just bringing all former 5-stars.
Who said great recruiters can't draft?
There's actually some statistics.
All former 5-stars.
They actually did a study on that. It said 5-star recruits who don't even perform all that well in college still get overdrafted. Much like first-round picks like Jadeveon Clowney still get more money than somebody who's undrafted. So this reputation goes with you quite a bit through the whole process, which is really interesting with Urban Meyer being such a college coach.
A player that we thought could have easily been a first-round pick. We talked about being early second-round pick. The Chargers have scooped up another great coverage player, Asante Samuel Jr., cornerback from the Florida State. 46.2 passer rating allowed when targeted this past season. It was the lowest in the entire draft class. Mike, break down his game for us.
They're luring you back in, huh? The Chargers, they're going to be your favorite again.
If you listen to the 2-for-1 Drafts podcast, you know this was one of my favorite fits in the entire draft. Asante Samuel in Brendan Staley's scheme and how they ran that defense. And those zone plays, like there, sitting in cover 2 in the flat, all perfect fit. Match made in heaven. That's why I had him pigeonholed maybe to the Packers in round 1. Thought that could have been the pick. But right here with the Chargers, they get Casey Hayward's replacement. I love the fit in the scheme. You see him play with physicality. The biggest knock on him is going to be 5'10", 180, 30 and an 1/8 inch arms. Just not NFL size you want at the position. I can't believe they cut off that last play right there because that was the best play I saw from a cornerback this past season. He jumps over a screen block and makes a pass break up on a screen. The guy's instincts, the way he plays the game, you can't make a comp that's not his father. Because it is. He is his father. but with some better tackling and attacks more downhill. Maybe Asante Samuel was at the beginning of his career, and just when he got paid, stopped tackling. But Asante Samuel Jr., he goes up and he attacks this guy lightning quick, 4.45 at his pro day, 10.4 broad jump, sub 7.3 cone. Like, it's all there. And in this scheme, in this off zone where he is looking through the wide receiver to the quarterback, that is where he's at his best. This guy is going to make play after play on the football. You saw Darius Williams last year hold up on the outside at a smaller weight, a smaller size than Asante Samuel. He can hold up on the outside in this defense.
We detest family comps, right? But when it fits, it fits. And his dad was an absolute playmaker, and it was the eyes on the ball thing, right? And it is a perfect. I wanted this. This is what the Steelers should have done at 24. It really is. The Steelers have a bigger need in the secondary.
No, they had a big need at running back, Steve.
A bigger need in the secondary. And Asante Samuel. Every zone team should have been all over Asante Samuel.
It's the physicality. I mean, he's small, but he doesn't play small. Very physical, like you said. Asante Samuel Sr., but with more physicality, better tackling ability. That's what I love to see on tape.
Asante Samuel, the father, 4-time Pro Bowler, had 51 career interceptions. If Junior does anything close to that, this will be one of the best picks in the entire draft.
You think about the Staley regime in LA for 1 year, it was coverage, right? And then everything else was built off of that. They lost Casey Hayward. Yep. They have to replenish there. Hopefully Derwin James is healthy this year, but they start to scaffold that defense from back to front again.
If you're looking for Brandon Staley content, if you're a Chargers fan out there, he was on the Cris Collinsworth and Richard Sherman podcast, spent like an hour with them. And if you've never heard him talk and break down the game of football, I highly recommend it. I had a chance to just be on a fly on the wall. I was like, holy shit, this guy knows his stuff. I mean, he is brilliant, and you would expect that what he will do with these dynamic coverage players, Joey Bosa, obviously great pass rusher, should be a hell of a lot of fun to watch over there in Los Angeles. We've got the 49ers on the clock. This is the pick that they received in their trade back with the Las Vegas Raiders, the Cardinals, the Giants, the football team, the Panthers, all on deck. We are going to step aside for a couple of minutes while we are away. Refresh, get your draft guide ready. Draft 30 is the promo code, get you 30% off. Make sure you're good to go. We've got a long night ahead of us, but we're going strong, baby. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Football is, in my opinion, the most complex sport. It's not even close. I'm Cris Collinsworth. I work for NBC Sports.
NFL rivalries, Bears, Packers.
Bears, Packers.
Packers, Bears.
Rodgers played some of the best football we've ever seen.
Don't want to see that pass rush. We present information that we've gathered to the teams, to the people that are playing fantasy football, to the fans, and we put perspective on the game of football. So let's take a play, for example. Aaron Rodgers throws a perfect pass down the field, which clangs off the receiver's hands, and it bounces to a defensive back trailing behind.
And it's intercepted.
The box score will tell you that Aaron Rodgers threw an interception, a huge negative. PFF, on the other hand, is going to give Aaron Rodgers a great grade. So what we're trying to do is evaluate not necessarily the result or the stat of the play, but what really happened.
Posit at that ball location. That's incredible.
We can now predict future performance based on the data of the past.
Things like our passing grade will generally correlate to passing grade.
We have the data, we have the analysis, and now we have AWS and the computing power and skills of that team. We're going to truly change the game.
We are back. Austin Gale here on the main set with my guys, ripping it up on day 2 of the 2021 NFL Draft, the PFF Draft Show. Gotta say this, not only are we live all night tonight, we're also gonna be live all day tomorrow with me. I'll be the host. George, I think he'll be at the Derby. We don't really know. He might be at the Derby right now, but we're gonna be live all day tomorrow starting at 11 a.m. Eastern time. And then on Sunday, 3-hour recap show at 12 p.m. Appointment appointment watching on PFF.com, YouTube, and Twitter. What I want to look at right now, George, I'm going to come back to you. The best available.
Not at the Derby.
Not at the Derby.
I tried in the 1:30 that I was given to get to the Derby. I only made it to the urinal.
What I want to talk about, and maybe we won't go to you. I want to go to the Golden Domer himself.
And then I get passed out.
Go back to the Derby, kid. All right, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Notre Dame linebacker, the 19th ranked player on PFF's draft board. We've talked about maybe teams don't know where to play him at the next level. Maybe that's what's keeping them from drafting him right now. You know, the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock right now at pick 48 after trading down with the Las Vegas Raiders. Do they take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah here? Where do you think he ultimately goes, and why is he falling?
Team I'd love to see coming up. Now, obviously the 49ers, him next to Fred Warner, we've said that was the other guy who played the overhang role at BYU, comes into the NFL, immediately is one of the best coverage linebackers in the NFL because of that, and kind of the comp or kind of the upshot of what you can get from Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Obviously, I'd love to pair him next to him, but Washington, add Jamin Davis in first round, get those two together at that position, all of a sudden your front seven is one of the most versatile, dominant in the NFL. That's the team that it might be a little heavy at one position to go first and second round, but my lord, the athletes you'd be getting in that defense, be scary.
The only good news is that the San Francisco 49ers could not select Mac Jones here in round 2. The bad news is that they have selected a guard, the fifth guard.
Well, they took somebody from Notre Dame at least.
At least from Notre Dame. So I'm hoping that Mike Renner is going to tell me something good about this. Aaron Banks, guard from Notre Dame, is the selection of the San Francisco 49ers at pick number 48. He was fifth, as I mentioned, on our big board out of 12 offensive guards. What did you think about him?
Yeah, I mean, very similar player to a guy they got on the roster, Laken Tomlinson, 6'5", 325 pounds, a big sort of bruiser of a guard, not particularly fleet of foot, not the most athletic, but over the course of his Notre Dame career got much, much better in pass protection. Surprising, I don't think that's an excellent scheme fit. Laken Tomlinson never felt like he was their kind of guard. So this is higher than I would have gone for Aaron Banks. Me being a Notre Dame guy, to say that means I must be really down on a guy like that. So I think he was outside the top 100, but just outside on the PFF draft board.
The 49ers have made some moves this offseason to make sure the offensive line is in good shape. And you expect, you think about what Kyle Shanahan prioritizes, which is, mobility and athleticism on the offensive line. Obviously, Trent Williams, the highest graded offensive tackle in football, they re-signed to that 3+3 deal. And you figure Trey Lance, you talked about his rushing ability yesterday. Mm-hmm. They are going to be running the hell out of the football. You thought it was a run-based attack with Jimmy G back there? Once Trey Lance gets in there, it's going to be crazy.
Is that the path to success in year one for him being as raw as a passer as he is this sort of Cam Newton type of rookie year where he's a dual threat and with his size and that sort of scheme? Carolina had a great amount of success even though they weren't winning in year 1 and 2 with Newton. Is that the path here?
Well,
yes.
And I was going to ask you this, isn't this, when we talked about Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan, RG3, wasn't Trey Lance really the closest to that in terms of pure athleticism?
Yeah, Trey Lance had over 1,000 yards on designed runs. Again, that's not scrambles. It's not when you drop back and you run around. It is when the play call is you or the running back, and you keep it, right? He had over 1,000 yards. It's what he does. And, when Lamar came out, I said he could be, I nailed it, the first 1,000-yard rusher, right? He did.
Well, Vic did it once. But, yeah.
Well, but in a different way. Second one, sorry. But Trey Lance can be in 700-800 yard type of guy, maybe can get to 1,000. So I do think his first year, it is completely built around the running game. Mm-hmm. And then you mitigate Lance's accuracy issues with a lot of play action, and the play action is more open because more defenders have to keep an eye on him. That is the formula for the 49ers.
But here's a question I have with the respect to the 49ers. The issue has been with Jimmy G, health, right? Mm-hmm. He's been a good passer. The issue is health. The issue with Cam Newton eventually became health. If this is the way that they're going to deploy Lance, have they solved that problem at the QB position?
Yeah, I would figure that is going to be, they're going to practice some sliding there for him. Because, you saw, RG3, literally got destroyed. The Arizona Cardinals are moving wide receiver Rondale Moore out to Arizona. And he is going to get a chance now to play with Kyler, DeAndre Hopkins, Andy Isabella, with A.J. Green, former Cincinnati Bengal here, the 49th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft. Rondale Moore, 88.6 career PFF grade from the slot, second in this draft class, a guy that is small in height, but not necessarily in terms of his play strength, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, he's 5'7", 180, and he posted a video on Twitter of him doing 24 bench reps. Now, he didn't do it as pro day because he ran a 4.29 and was a little bit winded afterwards. But that guy is absolutely electric with the ball in his hands. He's about as explosive an athlete as exists on a football field. The guy just has it. And the thing is, he's not just like 5'7", 180. That's the biggest thing with him. He is small. And not just small, limited wingspan, only 29-inch arms. Like, he is not going to make plays outside his frame. You are not going to be throwing this guy sort of back shoulders and expecting him to come down with it. That's just not the role he's going to be able to play. So he's a pure slot, a pure offensive weapon. But again, with the ball in his hands, led the nation as a true freshman in broken tackles, 33 broken tackles. They did anything they could to just get the ball in his hands in that Purdue offense. His route tree, about as limited as it gets in this draft class. Slants, you look at his heat map in the draft guide, it's comical. It's about 5 yards down the football field and behind the line of scrimmage. That's about it.
His average depth of target.
That fits Arizona.
His average depth of target in 3 games this year was 2.6. That's like Alvin Kamara.
But Arizona throws the most wide screens of any team in the NFL, and he is going to be the guy now getting them when they didn't have that guy before.
He's going to be the most at eye level with Kyler Murray among all of his wide receivers too. So.
That's a plus in the draft guide right there. I mean, 2 years ago they threw 23 screens to Larry Fitzgerald, who's in year 17 in the NFL. They run a ton of screens, as you said. So Rondale gets to do that. The other thing is, can he play in the backfield a little bit? Some people were so scared of his height, they were like, he's a running back. And Arizona has done some smart things at the running back position, meaning the depth chart isn't all that exciting. It's James Conner, it's Chase Edmonds. Can Rondale be that guy that defenses have to treat as a wide receiver? You put him in the backfield. You have DeAndre Hopkins to cover. You have A.J. Green to cover, which is not that difficult at this point in his career. He might, be losing it a little bit. Christian Kirk and the great Andy Isabella is still there as a deep threat. So I like the way they're adding their weapons, but they absolutely needed speed and explosiveness to complement DeAndre Hopkins.
No play caller last season fell as much in our play caller rankings from week 1 to week 21. Is Cliff Kingsbury. That he's got a lot to prove this year for fourth down decision making as well as creativity there, though, because the more weapons you give him, doesn't matter if you're going to continue to run what the football people tell me is a very vanilla offense. And to me, that has to be the next step after this pick.
I have 2 things there. One, Rondale Moore is freaking awesome. Dynamic with the ball in his hands. If he can just stay healthy, 2 grade 1 hamstring injuries over the past 2 seasons. He has battled the injury bug bad, man, but it's because he's so explosive. My comp on Twitter was Julio Jones trapped in Cole Beasley's body. That's kind of what he is. Like, he is that explosive, that dynamic at the wide receiver position. Also, another thing, when you talk to the kid, man's all business. I'm a funny-looking guy. I can't get this guy to crack a smile. He is all business, and what he said to me is teams are going to regret sleeping on me, and I believe it. Dude, chills. I got chills. The other thing, and I have to bring this up, Cliff Kingsbury has been an absolute kid in a candy store over the past few years, getting DeAndre Hopkins. He got Andy Isabella, who he celebrated in the second round. Now he gets Rondale Moore. This offense, since Cliff Kingsbury has taken over, bottom 10 in EPA per play. Kyler Murray, bottom 6 in clean pocket passing grade. It's time to turn it on. I want to see it from Cliff. There are no more excuses. You have Andy Isabella. You have Rondale Moore. You have A.J. Green. You have DeAndre Hopkins. Let's go. I want to see it now. No more excuses. The Kyler Murray, Cliff Kingsbury era is in a window, and it needs to happen in 2021.
I will say, though, I thought they could have used their actual number 2 wide receiver. Yeah. Christian Kirk in that offense has never been a fit. I mean, 48 catches last year. He didn't break a single tackle after the catch. Just not dynamic. And you had a guy like Terrace Marshall on the board who could have been that. Now, obviously, injury issues with him, the LSU wide receiver. But I'm just surprised they went pure. I mean, he's going to be a gadget guy in that offense. He is going to be your screen guy. He is not necessarily going to be your secondary option to DeAndre Hopkins.
The NFC West right now, the Los Angeles Rams plus 180 to win the division. The San Francisco 49ers 2-1. The Seahawks are plus 280, and the Cardinals way behind at plus 550. They're an interesting bet here. We actually talked about their win total over potentially, but it's tough, man, because one of the things Cliff Kingsbury refuses to do for a young guy is go for fourth downs. Something that it just screams go for it based on math. They are massively behind in terms of taking advantage of those situations, and especially with Kyler Murray. Especially with Kyler Murray, a guy who is as hard to tackle as any human being on a football field.
Another easy win that he doesn't chase, too, is moving DeAndre Hopkins around. In the NFL, you see so often that your best wide receiver is moved into the slot and you do creative things with your top wideouts to get them the football, to get creative with their usage, and he didn't. And Mike, you bring up, you're surprised they didn't go get a big wide receiver. They needed a number 2 wide receiver when they drafted Andy Isabella, and then they go grab Rondale Moore. This is Cliff's guy. This is who he wants. Again, I need to see it. I want to see it with Cliff. There are no more excuses in Arizona.
Things we're seeing. Players going to New York, the Giants, and Azeez Ojulari, the edge defender from Georgia, 91.7 pass rush grade, the highest among edge defenders in the 2021 draft class. And Austin, you're going to drop a little tape.
Yeah, absolutely. Azeez Ojulari, the Georgia edge defender, man, this guy's got a cross chop. When you talk to him, he says, I watch a lot of Yannick Ngakoue. In PFF's draft guide, comp is Yannick Ngakoue, some of the best cross chop in the NFL. But a lot of things that people bring up right here, willing in the run game. People say, oh man, he can't show up against the run. At Georgia, they call this thing called Bloody Tuesdays. That's when they only practice the run game. That's where he shows up against Georgia. Georgia produces run defenders regardless of size with how they practice. They also produce quite the cross chop, man. Their tape's not here, but the UC game, James Hudson gets ejected in that game. I think he headbutts somebody. They bring in a backup, German kid. Dude didn't see it coming. I talked to Azeez about this. He started laughing. He said he knew blood was in the water, and it wasn't Bloody Tuesday. It was Bloody Saturday in the bowl game. Azeez Ojulari shows up, beats the German kid down for 2 sacks that changed that game. UC was winning that game. The Bearcats were winning that game. Azeez Ojulari absolutely changes it. Good head on his shoulders. There was some injury stuff that came up, lower leg stuff that I think led to his drop. But man, this kid stays healthy, and he adds something to that cross chop. You need a little bit more. You can't just be a one-trick pony. No one-trick ponies on this set outside of Steve's fastball back in the minors. I do think that Azeez Ojulari adds another piece here in the NFL and continues to get better as a run defender. This is going to be a really good pick.
This player was the favorite to be at 34, minus 150 going into the day. The Giants, we continue to praise them, trading back, getting good value. This is 16 picks after where he was projected to go. Dave Gettleman, does he get, do we have to all do a mea culpa on Dave Gettleman?
So degenerative knee issue, though, is why he falls. Yeah. Flagged at the combine. Whatever that is, we don't know. The medicals are there. Other teams knew that's why he fell. He's the 4th edge defender on PFF's draft board, number 30 overall. There are others higher on him than even us in terms of media evaluators. But undersized, but has the length to play every down, 34 3/8 inch arms. I mean, the value you're getting here, if the guy can stay healthy, is fantastic, and he fits that defense. They use their edge rushers on stunts, slants, to drop into coverage as well. It is a true kind of 3-4 outside linebacker position that he's probably going to fill Kyler Fackrell's role there in that defense, and that's the best one in this draft class. If they were to get anyone in this draft class in that role, he's the best one.
Feels like an annual need for the Giants, right? Filling that edge right. They've had a few guys produce, but not a legit pass rusher in a long time. And so they didn't have anybody great over 67 on the edge last year, so they're hoping Azeez is the guy.
The NFC least odds to win the division. The Dallas Cowboys plus 110 are the favorite. The Washington football team plus 260. New York Giants plus 450. And the Philadelphia Eagles are 5-1. There was a point where the Eagles actually were ahead of the Giants in the odds markets, and that is no longer the case. The Giants, they have built a much stronger roster, I think, than we anticipated they would have maybe just a couple of years ago on the defensive side of the ball. Yeah, but so have the Raiders.
Yeah,
sure. And the Raiders are just as bad as they were 3 years ago. So good for them. The Washington football team, Samuel Cosmi, Texas, the offensive tackle, 89.5 pass blocking grade against Power 5 defenses, the highest in the draft. Offensive tackle now going to the football team, protecting maybe the quarterback that they don't have yet.
Yeah, Cosmi, all-time athlete for the tackle position. His pro day numbers, 4.8, 440, that's 98th percentile. 9.9 broad jump, 98th percentile. 36 bench press reps, 98th percentile. 4.39 shuttle. They're all 98th percentile. This guy is truly an elite athlete for the position. You see that pass blocking pedigree, all those pass blocking snaps. His technique's still pretty garbage. It needs to be completely reworked. He does not use his hands well whatsoever. A little bit of a high cut offensive tackle. If you're expecting him to come in and start right away, I think you may be sorely disappointed. But again, The movement skills are here to play the position. A big part of just what it takes to get in the door at the offensive tackle position in the NFL. Size, length, and the feet. And he's got those things in spades. And so a developmental type of offensive tackle, it might take him a little bit to get there. But the fact that he's already pass protecting at a high level, despite not having the technique, it's a good sign.
The other thing that teams like, too, is availability. And he said when he played his first snap at Texas, he didn't miss another one. He played every single snap after that, and he did not get hurt. And he talks a lot about how much he works off the field to maintain his body. You talk about how much teams hate the unknowns, hate the question marks. They do not like injuries. It's why Azeez Ojulari is falling. It's why Terrace Marshall is falling, and others will fall as well. Sam Cosmi not falling for injuries. Does his technique need to clean up? Absolutely. But he's a rare athlete with rare health over the course of his career at Texas, a really good pass protector as well.
90th percentile athlete in a lot of different of the events though. Arm length though, 16th percentile. That's a trait that a lot of the tackles in this class have, and might have been one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of them fall to this point in the draft as opposed to being taken, in the first round where we saw under the prop of 6.5 offensive linemen. Was well under yesterday.
Yeah, the only
continued to drift.
Only one to come off the board, Christian Darisaw. The only one with over 34-inch arms to come off the board so far.
Oh wow.
And Washington football team quietly had a good offensive line last year. They were not a good roster a couple years ago. They have gotten better and better. One of the most improved teams over the last 3 years. So the O-line was better. Top 10 run blocking and pass blocking. One of only a handful of teams to do that last year. But there's not a future left tackle. So I like you're saying developmental. Cornelius Lucas is still on the roster. He's a solid veteran. Cosmi might have a little bit of time to develop and become the guy in the future.
The Cleveland Browns made a move here. Sorry. I was thinking about something else. The Browns trade popped up, making it happen here. They have moved up and now are selecting at pick number 52.
My Lord. What a draft.
The Browns are moving up.
What an absolute draft.
So my thought is that this is either for the linebacker or for a wide receiver.
Well, why don't you look and see who it is?
Is it?
It's in.
It is. It's in.
Yeah.
There you go. You guys are just fucking
smart moves. Smart moves.
Listen,
no, it was while you were talking.
I am trying to plan an interview right now, Steve. It's a very important job, and I didn't.
It was a subtle. Go check it out. He's there.
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the linebacker from Notre Dame. Guys, we mentioned a first-round pick by almost everybody. 84.2 PFF grade in the slot. So for a linebacker, a guy that's able to get out there, that's how athletic he is. Was the best among any college linebacker. Obviously Notre Dame guy. So Mike, we have to give you the floor.
Mike's getting hot and bothered
over
here by the Browns draft.
Steals the draft right now. 19th overall player on the PFF draft board, second-ranked linebacker. You see plays like that in coverage. I'm not sure there's another linebacker in this class. There certainly wasn't on tape, at least, that's made a play like that in coverage in this draft class. He is special in terms of his hips for the position. A lot of times when we talk about these linebackers, they can make plays going downhill, and you see it right there. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah can do that, but then he can turn and run with tight ends, with slot receivers. Your mismatch sort of defenses, how they can take that power back from offenses and match anything that they put up. And that explosive hit there against Florida State, so many of those on his tape, is so quick to react. His first step for the position is special. Like, he has that explosiveness where at only 221 pounds, about as small as you'll see, 6th percentile for the linebacker position when projecting the NFL. But for that size, the explosiveness that he has, 10'4" broad jump, the 37-inch vertical, those are elite numbers for the linebacker position. And his 6'8" 3-cone, another one where he's just got all you want to play coverage at that position. Some people might see him as a safety, but in Cleveland Browns defense, they get the guy that a lot of people said at 26 would have been a slam dunk. Now in the second round, my Lord.
Even the Browns, even when they do something we wouldn't necessarily advise, which is trading up, they get a player who's an immense value there. So that it's
but you should
one of those tools.
Rewrite the algorithms, right? Because at some point, 19th overall on the board, right? Yeah. And that's the calculation that they're making, right? At some point, you're getting a first-round player in the second round, so maybe you go 2 for 1. The other part about the Browns, again, the second best roster that we ranked going in, right? So it doesn't mean you're going to be the second best roster tomorrow. Your needs change every single day.
They don't need as many picks for one because they would have such a good roster. Those guys are not going to make the team, right?
They're loaded, so they've loaded up their roster so much that they could take chances. When you come away with 2 first-round picks, that is a massive win for the Browns.
Well, and the other trade, by the way, is Panthers giving up 52 and 113. Browns receiving 52 and 113, giving up 59 and 89. And this was actually
basically a
break even.
So they are winning. All right. Good job, Browns.
So what it is you're moving up 7 spots in the second round, 59 to 52, and then moving back, 24 spots from 89 to 113. You're moving, 7 spots to go up, 24 spots to go back. And Andrew Berry, that shows that he loves the kid too. I think the biggest thing that stands out for me, and you kind of mentioned it, but explosive. Put this guy on the train tracks with a jetpack on, and he just hits. When he's coming downhill, there is not a more explosive player on the defense side of the ball in this class. Like, that's how rare this guy is. I really do think that it's a rare talent falling down the board. Andrew Berry saw it and made a play.
Can I make a comparison? Because on the PFF NFL podcast, we try to push. Sam always tries to push. You can make comparisons without equating. When JOK plays football, he looks like Troy Polamalu, just flying around the football field. Remember Polamalu, you'd line up at the line of scrimmage, and all of a sudden he's playing cover 2 safety, playing deep. He's just all over the place, jumping over linemen and the whole deal. JOK flies around the field like Troy Polamalu. He's not the same player. Just,
Instincts.
Runs around, but he runs around in that style.
A lot of conviction is what Polamalu played with.
Yeah, he might not be going in the right place.
Yeah.
JOK, but he's going there fast.
When he's going,
the Browns
he's going there
got
fast.
the single smoothest athlete at the cornerback position, now the single smoothest athlete at the linebacker position in this draft class. That is your the two best coverage, what you want in the NFL. That guys that can match up with anyone on the defense side of the ball. That is now what they got in the first 2 picks.
There's one more thing, right? You got to play Lamar Jackson twice a year. If he's just there to spy Lamar Jackson, he's valuable, and he has that type of skill set to be able to do that.
We are going to welcome in now a very special guest, Thomas Dimitroff, the former GM of the Atlanta Falcons, 2-time Executive of the Year winner, and it needs to be mentioned maybe first, actually, best hair of any GM that we've ever seen in the NFL. Thomas, I see that last time we talked, you didn't have a chance to do it. This time you've clearly put in a little extra, product there. Thank you. How's it going?
George, you know what? You're exactly right. I was in a van, but here I am now. Everything's good. Everything's good.
I wanted to start off with this. Obviously the first round had a ton of stuff going on. Taking into account both first-round picks and what you've seen so far in the second round, who have been your favorite drafts so far? Which ones really stick out to you and why?
Look, I'm going to start with the Bears. And I love the fact that they were aggressive as they were. I love that they came up and got a quarterback, which was really, really important for them. We know how important it is for the head coach and the GM right now. Both really good football men. They know what they needed to go after it, and they do it again. I am all about not sitting on your hands in a day like today and yesterday. Go for it. Go big. Make sure you have things in place. We know things have been tough there before with a quarterback, but they're counting on it now. I think they got a really good football player there at the quarterback position, and moving forward, all that they're going to do, I think, is going to be aggressive. I talked to them yesterday in the middle of the draft, both Ryan Pace, and Coach Nagy, and they said this is very similar back to the quarterback about what they did at Kansas City. Have someone spend some time with a quarterback that's already starting, have them grow and learn, very much like Patrick Mahomes did, and then hopefully hit the ground running and be a difference maker in that organization.
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, Patrick Mahomes was the 10th overall pick. A team traded up for him. Justin Fields, the 11th overall pick. I think it's interesting, though, the conversation's so different about those two quarterbacks. Justin Fields falling to 11. There are teams that are probably going to forever wonder whether they should have taken him. The Broncos were right there, obviously at 9, opted not to. I want to ask your thoughts on another quarterback selection that maybe could have been Fields and wasn't, and that's the 49ers. This obviously was the topic du jour for months before. We were hearing Mac Jones the whole way through. Why did we hear that, but then ended up seeing the selection of Trey Lance?
I know we were talking about that in our last meeting, and I get that, and there was a lot of discussion about it. And I really do believe that no one really knew, not even the quarterbacks knew who was being picked up until that minute or so before, which, kudos to the 49ers. They worked with the league on that. I know it was really important. That said and that aside, that's a really, really important move for that organization, as we know. And, where Kyle Shanahan is as far as understanding what he needs around him, not only in athleticism, not only intelligence, but, the fit, the understanding that he's going to be an easy adapter is going to be really important for Kyle. Kyle doesn't have a ton of patience with people who don't pick things up right away. And obviously they think they can groom this guy. They think they have a quarterback in there right now. And Garoppolo, of course, that can continue to be there while he works, while Trey continues to work and get into this business. Here's the interesting thing. I was sitting back watching very closely. Obviously, it's a very, very important time of the draft. And I started to wonder if Trey Lance would have gotten by San Francisco, would that fourth pick have been a quarterback and not a tight end?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, we were talking, I remember, about, well, if Justin Fields is there, is Atlanta going quarterback? But maybe it was Trey Lance all along that was the guy that people really coveted. And if that's the case, why do you think that is? Because Justin Fields, his production on the field was second to none. I mean, he was incredible, and he had a much larger sample size. Trey Lance played one game last year, and it was not particularly impressive. So why is it that Trey Lance was the coveted player there by maybe the Niners and the Falcons, or maybe some other teams that would have traded up, and not Justin Fields? What do you think it was?
You know what? I think it had to do with total personality, knowing both organizations, knowing our former organization in Atlanta, of course, very, very well, what they want and what they're looking for within the organization, and just knowing the people over in San Francisco and, of course, the head coach. That, I think, personality trait-wise, intelligence trait, combined with athleticism, yes, there were gaps. I really believe after Kyle started looking very closely at all the video that was provided for him, to him, by the coaching staff up in college, that they realized, and San Francisco realized, that they could put him in that spot even without experience, and that he could grow and continue to evolve. I think that was really important for them. And I think the same thing, the more I talk to people around Atlanta, there was something about Trey Lance that was intriguing, especially with an organization that feels like they had a quarterback that was still there that could win. And I'm assuming that San Francisco still thinks they can win with Garoppolo while the training is going on, while the evolution is going on. And I guess that's what I was projecting in Atlanta too. That whole area there, to have a quarterback like Matt Ryan, as I mentioned to you guys before, I think you can win a Super Bowl with him. Get someone in the wings for 2 or 3 years. This is the type of guy that I think could do that. Really, though, as I started thinking a lot about it, I thought this pick at 15 to 20 seemed like it made a lot of sense. I'm not saying it didn't make sense at 3 and 4, but when you're projecting, the adage in scouting as team builders is often you don't draft on potential. And that becomes an ongoing discussion with a lot of people. Are these kind of picks drafting on potential? And there are times you hit on them, and there are other times where you have to work very hard to get that player in sync, and then they hit stride, and then they do very well.
Yeah, it's so interesting because it almost feels like we've seen a couple of players who were drafted on potential, at pick 7 with Josh Allen, at pick 10 with Patrick Mahomes, maybe even 12 with Deshaun Watson, and they were massive wins for their organizations. Do you think those players and the success they had is the reason that we're seeing now? You have to get up into the top 3 to get one of these guys. You can't sit back there. And now is the onus on this class to perform, or else teams are going to, shy away from that?
That's a good question. I think nowadays I feel like, looking at this draft and seeing how the quarterbacks were going, back to the idea of being aggressive, not again, you guys continue to hear me say that, not sitting on your hands. Organizations, team builders know that this is not for long. They know they need a quarterback. They know they have to go after him. I continue to repeat myself on that, but I don't know how many times we talked about that. And you get an owner who starts asking questions, and the owner will sit down with the head coach and the general manager, of course, and he will really have to be convinced why not to take a quarterback and why to take another position over a quarterback. And you really need to, as a team builder, explain why you're not planning for the future with a quarterback. And I'm sure there was some of that in that lower part of the first round.
I have to ask this. Do you think the Mac Jones stuff was all smoke? I mean, because you look at Trey Lance and you go, well, Trey Lance and Mac Jones, they're about as different of quarterback prospects as you are going to find. So the idea that it was between those two guys it breaks my brain. Does it break yours too?
It might break my brain a little bit, but look, the reality is this was a no better spot for him to be, I think, than New England. It all worked out. This was a win-win for organization and player, and I really look forward to seeing him. And like I said before, and I don't know if I mentioned to you guys on your last podcast, I think there's a side of New England Patriots when it is time for the best coach in the history of the world to retire, and I've said this recently, that I think you set a guy up like Josh McDaniel to want to stay there and not start interviewing other places because he knows that he has a player in quarterback that he can build with for years to come. It's enticing, I think, for the people in the organization to stay put when time rides for Bill to kind of move on.
We've seen in this second round, every team wants to trade their pick. No one wants to pick a player at their position. They want to trade. And in the first round, it was almost the opposite. And it's an interesting question. We're sitting here on the other side of the equation. But on the team side, obviously, the building of the board and who the players that they're actually prepared to pick are is indicative. It really holds in the balance how the draft works out. Talk to us a little bit about the building of the board, how it might have changed this year, how that board might look different than in normal years given the pandemic. Take us behind the scenes there.
Well, look, I obviously wasn't in the draft room this year. Again, by the way, first time in 30 years. That's complicated in of itself. The idea of coming off a pandemic, I think last year we all got our head around the idea that things weren't going to be the same. This year, even more so, of course, another year of that, 150 medicals only, not the top 30s, not the face-to-face. Interesting when you start stacking your board, you start thinking about next year as well, because hopefully the draft gets back to where it is. I don't know where you guys are from an analytics standpoint. There are some good football players in this draft, of course, but it's not one of those drafts where you're just, necessarily just like on your heels thinking that there are so many players that you would, give the farm away, so to speak, a la Julio Jones in this draft. There's no one in this draft that I think is of that caliber personally and respectfully. So I start stacking my board. I go back in after the day one and I sit down with the personnel staff and I spend a lot of time talking about the players still left, of course. We continue to juxtapose at that point, not only with the height, weight, and speed, but all the other analytics we have. And then we continue to talk to the coaches, and we continue to discuss with them what they truly need and the scheme that they're playing, of course. It's a very, very intricate part of the draft, I think. I will tell you guys this. Many, many times when I was in the middle of the draft, or we were in the middle of the draft, and we were trying to move up into the top part of the second, I was turned down time and time again. I was talking to a lot more people in the early part of the draft. That second round was tough for me. I never really got a chance to settle in there and take someone off the board early on.
Yeah, that's interesting, and clearly this year, a very different sort of situation. Now, our draft show, Thomas, we had this whole plan for yesterday evening. We're going to lead up with this 1 hour. It was going to be great. We had all these segments, and Aaron Rodgers decided that was not going to be the case, and all hell broke loose, really. I really am excited to hear what you make of this, whether you think Aaron Rodgers is going to be playing in Green Bay again. What's going on with Rodgers and the Packers here?
Look, team Gutekunst and LaFleur have to be very strategic about this. They know that they came into an organization that they are in good stead right now because of the quarterback they have. This guy is unbelievable. He's one of the best ever in my mind, and he still has years to play. They have to, of course, figure out how to do this. They have to be creative. They have to spend time, of course, with the agent. And I know it's not easy, because when you start getting players who are top-notch like him, and I'll draw a little bit of a Julio Jones parallel right now, those people that have been at the top of the organizations, in their own way, and I'm not answering for them directly, but it could be that they're looking around the league thinking they may covet another opportunity to go somewhere else, and they know that they are not more than likely going to move because they are so good, they are so anchored in, and that's kind of life today, right? I feel like people are always trying to move around a little bit of freshness, a little bit of variety. If they're rubbed by someone within the organization, let's try really hard. And oh, by the way, they pull their agent around and they are telling him point blank, if you don't get me traded, hypothetically, of course, I'm not saying this is happening, but they, I'm sure, are talking to their agent saying, you don't get me traded, don't plan on being with me much longer.
Interesting. So if you had to make a prediction right now, and we've all tried to do this as well, Aaron Rodgers, your choices are Green Bay, not Green Bay, another NFL team, or Jeopardy. Where would you put your proverbial shekels?
I have to think Green Bay. I have to think they have to find a way to get it done and make amends, and however it is, pay him, of course, very well, which they're going to have to do. I mean, look, we were sitting there trying to decide on Matt Ryan. We weren't trying to decide on, let me change that. We knew we were going to get it done, and we talked about it, and we were fiddling around in the 29.25 area, and I remember going to the people within the building, and ultimately Arthur saying, what are we doing here? The $750,000 extra to get him up to $30 million to be the top paid quarterback is vital. And that's part of his extra sort of, whatever it may be, that extra little bonus that we need to give him for everything that he has done well. And oh, by the way, within the next couple months, someone's going to slip right by them. And that's the way it is. That's life, right? So understand where you are. Aaron Rodgers is worth a lot of money. They know it. They need to just bear down, which I'm sure they're going to, and hopefully get it done.
I would say this. If he does end up on Jeopardy, you could definitely give him a few style tips, both hair and maybe wardrobe as well. He did some different things with it. I don't know that it totally worked. But Thomas Dimitroff, it is always awesome to talk to you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us a little bit. Your war room there looks a little bit better than ours over here. We're jealous.
You guys are doing well. I look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you.
That was two-time Executive of the Year, Thomas Dimitroff. Had some really interesting things to say there, about how teams are building their draft board, about what he thinks about Aaron Rodgers. I'll go to you first, Steve, and we're going to catch up on some picks here in a second. If you're wanting to catch up on picks, by the way, and you're watching this, just look at the draft tracker on the right side of your screen or below us. It's very easy for you to figure out who's been picked. Our analysis and our grades are there. So back to what Thomas had to say. What really stuck out to you most, Steve?
The two things were how much he wanted to trade up in the second round, right? And how much you probably would have trashed him, George, but if he was successful.
See, here's the thing. For people with hair like that, I'm usually a little more.
You give him a little leeway.
Yeah.
It explains Mike.
Well, the second one is we've talked about this offseason being about players and players having power and all that stuff, and he's bringing the agent in there, right? Mm-hmm. And he's kind of saying like the agents might be, moving things around a little bit and helping the Russell Wilsons and Aaron Rodgers and Deshaun Watsons of the world to assert their ability to be the top quarterback for only a handful of teams.
Yeah. Mike, what'd you think? Some of the things that Thomas said.
I wasn't really paying that
much.
You
weren't paying attention to Thomas Dimitroff. You hate to see it, and somehow we'll move on.
Well,
What'd you think?
I think always when you talk to people who have done it, where we come in as far as sort of our analysis, it's there's a human aspect of it that is that is not trivial. And when it comes to, for example, what happened with Atlanta with the 4th pick yesterday, you can't trade that quite as easily as you and I would want to trade that, et cetera, et cetera. I do think that I always come out of those interviews realizing that part of the job is a lot harder. Marketplaces are harder than just clicks, right? You have to actually trade these things and draft human beings and so on and so forth.
I thought the interesting thing was, there's apparently a ton of talk in the NFL circles about not drafting on potential, but yet we see so many teams. We see so many teams drafting on potential, drafting guys with rare skill sets that maybe have off-field concerns, whatever it may be, and man, what this guy could be in the NFL. This is a projection. Like so many people in draft Twitter and other media analysts say, you don't draft him for what he was, you draft him for his projection. That's a lot of that is drafting on potential, in my opinion. So I thought that was very interesting. I think when you think about the floor of a player and what you already see, a lot of the times it's very difficult because there are guys that develop more in the NFL. I think a good example is like Danielle Hunter from the Minnesota Vikings. That was all potential. You're drafting Danielle Hunter to be a completely different player in the NFL, like some of these other guys as well. Kelvin Joseph of Kentucky, you need him to get a lot better in the NFL. Tyson Campbell, Eric Stokes, so much potential that you are drafting. So that was interesting. That was an interesting comment for me.
Yeah, it was clear to me. As he said, his favorite, pick of the entire draft was Justin Fields, and you ask him, and he's obviously, scouted for many, many years, and he was like, I don't really know. It must have been something with his personality or something like that. Yeah. I am dying to know what the hell is wrong
with the Seahawks?
with Justin Fields.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, well, sure, that too. We can go ahead and catch up on some picks here.
Can we talk about Raiders North here?
Let me run through the picks because there are some notable picks here. The Tennessee Titans selected tackle Dylan Redunz, North Dakota State. He was number 33 on your board, Mike? So they get him at 53. The Colts at pick 54 take edge. Oh my goodness, Dayo Odeyingbo. I mixed up two letters there from Vanderbilt, edge defender. And then round 2, pick number 23, 55th overall, the Steelers selected a tight end, Pat Freiermuth from Penn State. And then your Seahawks, wide receiver, Dwayne Eskridge.
Raiders North,
Western
baby.
Michigan.
Ben Baldwin, our friend, has requested a long and thorough analysis on what the heck this is.
Okay, what would you like to give it?
Well, he's 164 on our board, and he currently went at 56. We want to have the discussion again about what it means to draft a player over 100, overall places in front of where he goes.
It's a different type of player because Seattle's had a vertical offense. They have a new scheme coming in from the Los Angeles Rams, and they want to get more horizontal. So Eskridge is a horizontal player. So Russell Wilson's going to have easier throws. He's going to have more underneath stuff and not just chuck it down the field to DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. I think that's what the Seahawks are thinking with one of only 3 draft picks here.
But Eskridge is a one-trick speed guy.
Yeah.
That is what he brings to the table. He is 5'9", 190. With short arms, he has a limited sort of catch radius. He's not going to haul in a lot of off-target passes. In fact, his ball skills are his biggest weakness. If you go look in the draft guide, he had 16 drops on 138 catchable in his college career. That's an awful rate. Well over 10% rate. Only 8 of 29 throughout his career in contested situations. That's a limited. You just drafted a very limited receiver in the second round. He does 4.38 speed. I don't foresee those drop issues getting better though because he has tiny hands. 8 and 5/8 inch hands. Like he does not have big hands. That's a big aspect of playing wide receiver.
Part of the calculus of having a quarterback paid as highly as Russell Wilson is that he has to make players paid like DK Metcalf look like players paid like Julio Jones, right? And this is another aspect where you're going to get a guy on a rookie deal. I just don't know if this is the right with Terrace Marshall available, with many other wide receivers available here. If that's the player that you really want to supplement, and sort of stagger with.
This is really telling of Terrace Marshall Jr.'s injury stuff that came up at the medical combine. I think the other thing I'll add with Dwayne Eskridge, one of the older players in this class, I think he's almost 24 years old.
24.
Already 24 years old. The other thing, he's a speed guy. I think one of the best yak players in the group of 5. When I wrote the article for PFF.com, his yak per reception and forced missed tackle numbers were very good in the group of 5. Playing for Western Michigan probably doesn't compare a ton to some of the Power 5 guys there. I don't know the medicals with Terrace Marshall Jr. There were some flags, but that's the obvious better receiver here if he is healthy.
Speaking of receivers, one that we have a little higher on our board, or actually no, sorry, a little higher, just barely. I was going to say it's going to be close. Tutu Atwell and the Los Angeles Rams. So Dwayne Eskridge, 164 on our board, and Tutu Atwell, 157, go back-to-back at picks 56 and 57, 2 division rivals. The favorite Rams with Tutu Atwell and the Seattle Seahawks plus 280 to win the division take Dwayne Eskridge. So
insert same analysis here.
Yes.
Same scheme.
Legitimately,
same analysis.
besides the only thing is Tutu Atwell's got 35 pounds less than Dwayne Eskridge is working with. 155 pounds he comes in as pro day. The lightest receiver to ever weigh in at a pro day to get drafted.
And then at the medical combine check-in, he was 149. He dropped some weight a little bit later when he did weigh in there, which is a bit wild to me. He was a dual threat quarterback in high school. Played quarterback in high school, goes to Louisville, and pretty much was just asked to run a handful of routes, get open with speed. And he got open a ton. I mean, because he's running over the middle of the field in the wide open lanes. If you look in PFF's draft guide, we have heat maps for all the routes run for every wide receiver in the 2021 NFL draft. He doesn't run a lot of routes. There's a very limited route tree there. They just asked him to go deep. He can fly. Doesn't play well through contact. Isn't going to have a huge catch radius as small as he is at 145 pounds. He's a one-trick pony, very similar to Dwayne Eskridge, a little bit lighter. I'm interested. He's supposed to be faster. Only ran a 4.42 at Louisville's pro day. I think Louisville reported a 4.2 something. We don't know what that number is, but it's interesting to see. I think Tutu Atwell and Dwayne Eskridge, fast guys, but not much more.
And so why are these guys low on the PFF draft board? It's kind of like everyone's wondering, why are you drafting guys so low? It's because teams want speed. And for us here at PFF, we'd rather have a guy who is a more complete wide receiver, just speed. If that's all you're bringing to the table, if you're a quote-unquote gadget player, you can go find those guys in the street. You can go sign Tavon Austin right now. Like the difference between Tavon Austin, talent-wise, and what he brings to the table, and Tutu Atwell, Tavon Austin's the more talented guy of those two. And so, if you wanted that guy in your offense, go sign one of them. They're a dime a dozen out in the free
These last two picks, a huge break for a team like Kansas City or Carolina who are on the clock. Whenever you can sort of basically have the two teams in front of you, just basically pass on their pick. You're probably going to see some value here at 58, 59.
I was also going to say, from a betting standpoint, we just talked about the Arizona Cardinals. And I know that look, draft classes do not have huge impacts on this next season. See Packers, Green Bay, who literally punted on 3 straight draft picks to start their draft, and it didn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things in terms of their success overall. But little edges in a very tight division might matter there. The Chiefs are on the clock. We've seen a couple of offensive, I guess we'll call them weapons, Ian, come off the board here, but I'm curious, your takeaways so far, what are you seeing from a fantasy standpoint that interests you here as we approach the end of the second round?
Honestly, right now it's been more to me about the teams that haven't done as much at running back and wide receiver as maybe we expected. I mean, look, Javonte Williams, I know we love him. Not the biggest fans of Melvin Gordon here, except for George, but looking at what he's going to do there, it does just scream committee to an extent. Same thing with Tutu Atwell and with Dwayne Eskridge. They're just entering offenses with proven commodities already, so it's going to be tough to get that volume in year one. With that said, still looking at the Falcons and the Dolphins, the Jets, not adding that RB yet. I understand there are still plenty left in the class, but plenty of opportunity for guys like Myles Gaskin, Mike Davis, guys who, we went into this draft thinking, hey, if it works out right, they could be rising up the draft boards. So far, so good. And people, no wide receiver for the Titans just yet. A.J. Brown, 200 targets. Who says no?
We have a pick in, and that is the Kansas City Chiefs. You mentioned they had an opportunity to maybe get a guy a little higher on the board who just got passed up. Linebacker Nick Bolton, really cool story, and a really good player here from Iowa, 91.2 PFF grade over the last 3 seasons, I should say. Best of any linebacker in college football. He wasn't quite Micah Parsons in terms of overall evaluation, but a really, really good linebacker.
Yeah, so he's 5'11", 237. That size, that lack of height, is probably why he falls to this spot. But on a football field, there's not a lot to knock him for. Like you said, that grade right there in the SEC, doing what he did, leading the SEC in stops during the regular season each of the past 2 years at Missouri, you can't fake that. The instincts he plays with are as good as it got at the linebacker position in this draft class. 4.59 40, has the speed to go sideline to sideline. You see him playing in opponents' backfields more so than any other linebacker in this draft class outside of Micah Parsons. Very, very good player. Just a limited sort of in terms of the height, sphere of influence like we talk about. He's not going to be affecting a lot of passes over the middle of the field. And then athletically, a 7.43 cone, 4.5 shuttle. His change of direction ability, not up to par with someone like a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, others in this draft class. So that's what you're getting. But I love this guy. You watch him play the tape. He is the biggest hitter in this draft class. He got knocked out of the Texas game for a targeting call where he didn't even target a guy. He just hit him too hard. And this is that's what your tone setter should be in the middle of your defense.
He's not an athletic marvel. His profile is not, you're not going to fall in love with Nick Bolton for his athleticism, but the producers will kill me for this. You say holy shit a lot on Nick Bolton's tape because this guy hits hard. His instincts are insane. What he does coming downhill is awesome. I think of all the linebackers, maybe outside of Micah Parsons, who went number 12 to the Dallas Cowboys, that I'd want to start day one in between the tackles as a box linebacker, Nick Bolton's my favorite because I think he's ready right now. His instincts are ready right now. His demeanor is ready right now. If there was a prop on whether or not Nick Bolton in his rookie year would get a roughing the passer penalty, I would take the over because this guy hits quarterbacks late. He hits everyone late. He is not a nasty player. He's just a mean player in a right way.
Second straight year the Chiefs take a linebacker in round 2. They're fortifying that position. Since Eric Johnson left, been really bad. You say they haven't affected passes. Ben Niemann, in his career, 3 seasons, has not had one pass breakup the entire time. so he's only going to go up from here. One of the statistical comps we have in our college to pro system is Zach Brown, who was a good linebacker in the NFL for a number of years. So I mean, if they can get that out of him, going with Willie Gay, who's a great athlete, I like that. I like that. Adding to that defense.
And this is not Willie Gay. Willie Gay was a project. That's why he doesn't see the field year one. Nick Bolton, if he's not starting from day one, that's a big surprise. This guy should be your starting middle linebacker from the rip.
I wish Cris was here to talk about Nick Bolton. He had a lot to say about Nick Bolton. This is one of his favorite players in the league. Let's get him on the horn again.
For good reason, though. I mean, this guy is, Mike and I on 2-for-1 Drafts make fun of this a lot. A lot of people in draft Twitter bring up fun to watch. They have like, oh, this player's fun to watch. You can say every player is fun to watch, but if you're going to talk about a player that's actually fun to watch because of what he does between the whistles, Nick Bolton is exactly that. This is, pair him up with Willie Gay in Kansas City. I mean, these are 2 of PFF's favorite linebackers over the past 2 draft classes.
Yeah, the Kansas City Chiefs continue to build the strength and toughness of their team, which they did not have and could have really helped them in the Super Bowl there. So to kind of reset here as we approach, or pass, I should say, the 9 o'clock hour, we've had, I think, was it now 8 trades, if I'm getting that correctly, in round 2. Most teams, electing to trade back and take a player, given that they have a lot of players that they see similarly in the class. We saw a couple of receivers that are 150 on our board go in this second round. So a lot going on here. And now another receiver off the board, a guy that is definitely higher up on our big board, Darius Marshall now, the Panthers, at pick 59, the wide receiver from LSU, really athletic, physical specimen, 158.3. That is a perfect pass rating, the highest among wide receivers since 2019. He is a really cool player, Mike.
Yeah, this is an ascending problem in this draft class. We just saw a couple shrimps come off the board at the receiver position. That is not Darius Marshall. 6'2", 205 pounds, 4'4", 40, 39-inch vertical, 10.5 broad jump, and 19 bench press reps. Ideal numbers for the wide receiver position. Plays the Justin Jefferson role there in this offense this past year. You see him getting vertical with ease. And a guy at that size with his speed, like I said, 4'4", it doesn't last to this point in the draft very often. And not even 21 years old yet. He did a lot of work on the outside back in 2019 when he was obviously only a sophomore. Then Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson leaving. He was the guy through a handful of games this year before opting out. I am floored that he lasted this long. Even with the injury history, it has to be pretty bad for me to not take him off the board before that, for me to be someone like the Rams or the Seahawks and not draft this guy, because he is one of those guys we said can be your one. Like he at this point in draft, you don't find that very often. He can be that.
Let's talk about the Panthers.
They went offense. Yeah. They're finally drafting offense, which is great. Now, look, they've got holes on the offensive line still. Cam Irving, Pat Elflein, signed both in the offseason. They still have work to do there. If they're trusting those guys, Sam Darnold is in another bad situation. But just like the Jets instantly have the best supporting cast that they've had in 4 years, Sam Darnold instantly has the best receiving core. He already had it, but this makes it even better with DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson. David Moore comes over from Seattle. He's only there for a year, and then Darius Marshall. Marshall's some similarities to David Moore. Big bodies, they're going to make plays down the field. So I said yesterday, you want to build a basketball team, different styles. Well, Darius Marshall brings a style that they don't really have long-term with Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore as, deep threat, underneath threat, and DJ Moore. So love what the Panthers are doing with their receiving core.
I also think there's a chance because he's so young and played that slot role at LSU that he could be a lot different in the NFL. Like what he develops into in the NFL is going to be different. He has those rare skill set, those rare athleticism, those rare tools that teams covet at the wide receiver position. And talk about strengthening a strength. I mean, this is a situation where I don't think the Carolina Panthers thought that Terrace Marshall Jr. was going to fall to them at this pick. They already have DJ Moore. They already have Robbie Anderson. You add Terrace Marshall to this group, they have David Moore, your guy coming from Seattle. They have a strength and a strength. Ian Thomas, I know Ian Hartitz over there in Fantasy Land is a big Ian Thomas guy. Christian McCaffrey back. No. I don't know. We keep talking about. I know you said one of the questionable decisions was the J.C. Horn pick. I think you said that, but I keep thinking outside of the quarterback position and outside of this decision to bet on Sam Darnold developing at 23 years old, away from Adam Gase, similar to what Ryan Tannehill did, away from Tennessee. Outside of that decision, that is a bit questionable. What they're doing defensively, adding here with Terrace Marshall, I continue to like what they do. It's just it's all the bet on Sam Darnold though. You can do whatever you want. You can add Patrick Surtain, J.C. Horn, Jerry Jeudy. You could trade for Jerry Rice in his prime. If you don't have the quarterback, it's not going to work. You need Sam Darnold to pan out here. That's the bet.
Or Dan Arnold.
No, not Dan Arnold.
I wonder, you've seen this with quarterbacks who they're highly drafted, they have talent, they have a great offensive coordinator, they have offensive weapons around them. That can look really good. And I'm thinking about the Rams with Jared Goff, and Sean McVay. And are they putting together an infrastructure here where Joe Brady could make Sam Darnold look good enough where you do buy in? Because we talk about this all the time. The desire to confirm your decisions were right. Well, they went out and made a bet on Sam Darnold. They're surrounding him with receiving talent. I wonder how good does he have to play for them to just say, this is our guy?
Yeah, that's actually a good nudge, by the way. That the bets you make that force you to try to make those bets work out are actually good. That's so I like the Marshall pick here. I wish it was supplemented with somebody else, sort of earlier in the draft when offensive players were plentiful, but. I don't hate this one here, and they have a lot of wide receivers that you can throw to. The question I've always had about the Darnold sort of trade is if he plays even marginally well, what people are going to think about Joe Brady. I mean, Bridgewater was 10th in the league in yards per attempt, and if he didn't fall off at the end of the year, Joe Brady's probably a head coach right now. Uh-huh. And so there's just so much of a shakeup there that'll be interesting to observe.
The New Orleans Saints and Pete Werner, linebacker.
This could have been the Davis Mills pick. I think this is why that prop was at 60.5.
Yeah.
That could have been the date, but it's not, and he will go over here. So almost.
I'm shocked
Bucks
this isn't a quarterback.
Bucks are coming up.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Trask, you got to be thinking about that. Pete Werner, linebacker from Ohio State, number 97 overall on our big board, 7th at the linebacker position. We just saw Nick Bolton, the 3rd linebacker on your board, Mike. Talk to us a little bit about Pete Werner.
Yeah, Pete Werner is just a solid middle linebacker. I don't think you're ever going to get exceptional, even at Ohio State. He never was a playmaker. Only 24 stops this past season, 32 the year before that. Those are pedestrian numbers if you're drafting a guy this high at the linebacker position. But the build, the size, the athleticism, all ideal. 6'3", 238 pounds, 33.25-inch arms. That's how you put together a linebacker in the NFL nowadays. 4.59 40, 39.5-inch vertical, 6'9" 3-cone. It's the physical tools are all there. But then you got to ask, why at Ohio State? Some of the best coaching in the country. Why is he not making more plays? I think you're kind of just getting like your Alex Anzalone replacement there, where he's just going to be solid, maybe not anything spectacular in the middle of that Saints defense.
That's an unspectacular draft so far for the Saints. I mean,
eventful.
I mean, look, go on defense. Both picks for the Saints, they come in with 2 massive needs that were salary cuts. In Emmanuel Sanders at wide receiver, Janoris Jenkins at cornerback. The Saints have been one of the best rosters in the NFL the last couple of years. Obviously, they were losing Drew Brees. He declined last year, wasn't the same. But this is going to be tough for the Saints without wide receiver 2, without cornerback 2, without Drew Brees, with Tamis taking over. Right, we got Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston.
I thought that Jameis would stop throwing picks. That's why you called him Tamis.
They need a much better supporting cast than what they had with Drew Brees, and I don't think they're moving in the right direction this offseason.
I'll say this about the Saints, though. So far, they haven't traded up. They haven't done anything super stupid yet. They just haven't taken
That's a compliment?
Look, they could have, like the Marcus Davenport trade, a similar trade for somebody like that in this draft would be catastrophic. At least they're keeping most of their picks. They're just taking players that aren't necessarily, the ones we would have taken at this spot. But, there are reinforcing some strengths for them, one being, edge defender and now linebacker.
Defensive line's good. High upside, right? We got the 6'6", 270 pounds.
Long.
Tons of length there. Great. They're loaded on the defensive line. I'm worried about the key positions that we always talk about here at PFF. Yep. If you're weak at receiver, if you're weak at corner, and you don't have a top 10 quarterback, we don't know what they have at quarterback with Tamus, then there are some issues there.
All right, you're reaching on Tamus. You said that again, I'm out. All right, no more Tamus.
I don't know.
All right, Jameis or Taysom?
You know they're playing together. You know it's a 75-25 split next year.
Can we go Jason instead?
Jason.
It's interesting because we talked about the wide receivers. The one receiver that we have up there, Dyami Brown, who is a deep threat. And look, Drew Brees couldn't push the ball more than 10 yards downfield. Jameis Winston is flinging that baby, okay? That's what he's working out in the pool. He's doing weird things with goggles on. The guy will be ready to fling it downfield. That would have been an area that would have made a lot of sense. We are coming up here on 9:20 and the end of the second round here. If you're following along with us on PFF.com, you can click that Go to Latest button on your tracker, take you right to where we are in the draft at pick 61 with the Buffalo Bills on the clock. The Packers, the Chiefs, and the defending champion Tampa Bay Bucks will be making picks here very shortly. We are going to take a quick break, fill up those drinks, get all your popcorn ready to go. See you in a sec.
Everything in business is speed related. Somebody's going to get there with machine learning, with AI. We want to be the first ones.
PFF analyzes football in more detail than anybody else on the planet.
And that is some
throw. Best NFL rivalries, Bears, Packers.
Bears, Packers.
Packers, Bears.
Rodgers played some of the best football we've ever seen.
Don't want to see that pass rush. In part because we really improved our systems. We're embracing machine learning. We're embracing AI. We present information that we've gathered to the teams, to the people that are playing fantasy football, to the fans, and we put perspective on the game of football. So let's take a play, for example. Aaron Rodgers throws a perfect pass down the field, which clangs off the receiver's hands, and it bounces to a defensive back trailing behind.
And it's intercepted.
The box score will tell you that Aaron Rodgers threw an interception, a huge negative. PFF, on the other hand, is going to give Aaron Rodgers a great grade. So what we're trying to do is evaluate not necessarily the result or the stat of the play, but what really happened.
Posit that ball location. That's incredible.
The data is so much bigger than what my team can do with it. Our plan was, let's partner with somebody that can help us with the data.
The most important thing for us was to build a system that was seamless. So we moved our whole infrastructure into the AWS cloud.
So the math is crazy, but it's predictive, right?
Machine learning allows us to get very, very quickly to very complex data. And the AI allows us to see the connections within the data that the human beings can't.
AWS is allowing us to go through the machine learning phase together, and we can now predict future performance based on the data of the past.
Things like our passing grade will generally correlate.
Seems like it's all
stack the line of script.
If you are addicted to the game, which I think I am, I think I'm addicted to the game, the passion of the study itself becomes really significant. But we have the data, we have the analysis, and now we have AWS and the computing power and skills of that team. We're going to truly change the game.
back. We had a little technical difficulty. It's okay. We're getting it together, patched up. IT is on it. They've got some Red Bull in the back. We'll figure it out. We've got more coverage for you coming up after this second and third round conclude. We'll have a post round 2-3 show with Austin and Mike. It's going to be awesome. Tomorrow, we will also have coverage starting at 11 a.m. and there's a Sunday show as well. So you don't want to miss any of that. Come to pff.com for all of it and all the coverage surrounding it. We'll have you covered with tons of content coming out after each round so that you can make sure you know everything that has transpired. Speaking of everything that has transpired, there were a couple picks that were just made. There were a few that we didn't get a chance to go over in as much detail right after we had Thomas Dimitroff on, the former Falcons GM. But I'll catch you up on these two, and then we'll go back, Mike. The Buffalo Bills at pick 61 take edge defender Carlos Basham Jr. from Wake Forest. The Packers, your Packers, at 62 take center Josh Myers, Ohio State. And then the Chiefs take center Creed Humphrey from Oklahoma at pick number 63. Any of those that particularly stick out to you? I know Carlos Basham, guy that you really like.
Yeah, Basham's interesting because they're double dipping on similar guys. Gregory Rousseau has that outside-inside versatility, round one that they draft. Same thing with Carlos Basham. He is the last, we talk about there's a lot of elite athletes in this draft class. He's probably the last one on the edge. We talk about that edge class, super freaky, 6'3", 274 pounds, and he runs a 4.6, 4.40. Like, he has explosiveness, 4 days, doesn't play as sort of physical as you would like. Had a 90.1 pass rushing grade in 2019. That took a step back to 77.2. Kind of just, he wants to win. He plays like a guy who's like 30 pounds lighter. You got to coach a little physicality into this dude. And he will be on the older side. He'll turn 24 as a rookie. So an interesting sort of pick there. They're obviously thinking about life after Jerry Hughes. And then a couple centers come off the board. We loved Creed Humphrey far more, the guy who the Chiefs got, than we did Josh Myers. Josh Myers in the 150s on our draft board. His pass blocking grades in 2 years as a starter, 72.5 in 2019, 65.9 in 2020. He's just not NFL ready. Like, he's just going to get cooked in the NFL, in my opinion, from day one if he is your starter there at center after losing Corey Linsley. Creed Humphrey, on the other hand, could step in and start all three positional versatility with his size, tested out like an elite athlete, has pass protected for Oklahoma 3 straight seasons there, dating all the way back to Kyler Murray's time with the Sooners. So if you're deciding between those two, in my opinion, it would have been Humphrey all day.
The story here for the Chiefs is they went into that Super Bowl. Obviously, Mahomes gets torched. The offensive line was terrible. And they said, never again. This will never, ever happen again. We're going to invest in the offensive line from start to finish, from Joe Thuney making $17 million a year, to Orlando Brown traded for a first-round pick, to drafting Creed Humphrey in the second round, to all the other depth that they already have, bringing back Mike Remmers and having the great Lucas Niang at right tackle. Kansas City fans, they love him. So they're loaded on the offensive line now. The big question I know you guys are going to have is, how do they build everywhere else going forward around Pat?
Yeah, we're looking at an offseason, no acquisitions in the secondary, no draft capital, spent highly. And last year they got L'Jarius Sneed in round 4, so that's fine. But the thing that happened to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl is not preventable right now. Like, they had an offensive line this time last year, and it all succumbed to injury. You can't keep 15 linemen on your 53 and then have 3 lines in case one of them gets hurt. That's my worry, is they're overreacting to a bad luck situation, which was a bunch of injuries against Tampa Bay. That being said, I'm glad, if you're a Chiefs fan, you're glad that they got the better of the 2 centers here, and you're glad that they got the better linebacker where they got him at 58 relative to all the other linebackers that went ahead. You just wish they would look at positional value better.
And I will also say about the Chiefs' strategy, like, these guys are day one starter capability. Like, they are experienced, they are NFL ready, and I think that was a big thing for them when looking. Like, that's kind of their strategy right now. All in. Guys who can impact this team, and that's what they got in the second round.
We were going to reset some of those other picks, but the Tampa Bay Bucks, they bring in a quarterback for the future, the guy that we spent some time talking about at the top of the show, Florida quarterback Kyle Trask. He had a really nice season last year at Florida. 10-plus touchdown passes and 0 interceptions on throws that traveled 20 or more yards downfield last season. He was the only quarterback that did that in the entirety of college football. Had nearly 9% of his passes graded as big-time throws. He threw the ball on average more than 10 yards downfield. Had that really bad bowl game, obviously, without any of his weapons. So when you look at Kyle Trask, Mike, and you compare him to some of the other quarterbacks here, where is that big deficiency that's going to hold him back?
Yeah, multiple picks in that game. I think he threw 3 picks. But you go back and watch, and 2 of them really weren't necessarily the worst decisions in the world. And I love the fit for him because, like you said, the biggest strength, maneuvering pockets, the biggest weakness, mobility. He is not a guy who's going to make plays outside the pocket. He's not a guy who's going to add on to your run game. But within the pocket, he can make that subtle movement, that subtle little shift, and still reset and make some big-time throws down the football field. The touch he shows, throws with touch, and with some heat on some drive throws. Like, he has that complete skill set in terms of he can operate at the NFL level, much stronger arm, in my opinion, than Mac Jones, who went in the first round, and the ascension of his career. Him going from just an average grade in 2019 to well over 90 this past season. Buy into what he could be if, obviously, like, he cleans some of those things up, we said, with Tom Brady.
Such a unique position for the Tampa Bay Bucs. Every single starter, every top backup, they're all back. Every coach from a Super Bowl winning team. So they got to take a project in round 1 in Joe Tryon, and they get to take a quarterback project in Kyle Trask, who gets to sit once again. His whole life has been sitting and learning and then waiting to unleash that 90-plus grade last year at Florida, and they're hoping they do that, in 10 years when Tom Brady retires. He's the guy in, 2039 when Brady finally hangs him up. But no, really, the Bucs are in just a great position to look forward, and the payout of finding a quarterback, we know how great it is, and it's just a really smart move given the Bucs situation.
And I feel like when I talked about it at the top, when I said Kyle Trask to Tampa Bay, that's a really good fit. I think what Jason Light said, I think it was a couple weeks ago, talking about drafting a quarterback in the middle rounds, really stuck with me. He wanted a quarterback that, one, you see trajectory from, you see development from, and I think you saw that from Kyle Trask. Like Steve said at the top of the show, he backed up Derek King in high school, never really given that opportunity, then backed up Felipe Franks at Florida, then when given the opportunity, drastically improved, not even year over year, drastically improved every single game. One bad bowl game without Kyle Pitts, without Kadarius Toney, and everyone sours on the kid. I mean, he was one of the highest graded quarterbacks in college football last year. I think this is a huge move for Tampa Bay, and it's a team in a position to do it. They have Tom Brady, who doesn't need to practice. He doesn't need any resources. You don't need to teach Tom Brady how to play quarterback. Dump those resources to quarterback coach, offensive coach, Bruce Arians, into developing Kyle Trask, because he isn't the quarterback of the future, but he can be. And I think if you develop him accordingly, I think that could be a move.
It's interesting. This was a pick that even some people might have thought maybe they had to move up to make, or they could have made it at the back end of the first round or something like that. But at 64, this is where you should take shots on guys like this. And if you compare him to Mac Jones, for example, we were lauding the Patriots for sitting there at 15 and taking Mac Jones. We should laud the Tampa Bay Bucs for sitting there at 64 and taking Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask, I would point this out as well. Tom Brady, he's 44, he has 1 year left. He probably has a couple of years, to really get in there. What a get for him. I mean, maybe he fell down on an island when his playmaker said peace out in the bowl game. The karma he built up by making it through that game comes back and puts him in a great position.
When you see sites putting out winners and losers tomorrow, winners and losers articles, a big winner is Kyle Trask. This is a big win for him. He gets an opportunity to develop behind a future Hall of Fame quarterback with Bruce Arians as his coach in Florida. Gets to stay in Florida. No call to Cincinnati here. I really do like that pick, and that's a huge winner for Kyle Trask.
Brady is signed through 2022. Now, the way he played last year is going to play till he's freaking 50. So don't read into that at all. Turns 44. Last quarterback selected to a team with Tom Brady on it was Jimmy G. So there you go. We have a couple more selections here and some fun ones. One more selection. The Jaguars at the top of the third round take safety with one of the best names out there and one of the coolest play styles, Andre Cisco out of Syracuse. An absolute playmaker, 13 career interceptions, most of any player in the 2021 NFL Draft. Mike, I've heard you talk about this guy a bunch.
Yeah, he is the most fun to watch safety in the draft class for good and bad reasons. He is a roller coaster on tape. 13 career picks, also 13 career pass breakups. That's in only 23 career games. That means he's averaging more than one hand on a ball per game at the safety position. That's a nice night out on a Saturday. So I do think that Andre Cisco, with his speed, 4.3 speed at 6'1", 215 pounds at his pro day. Now, he tore his ACL 2 games into this past season. That's kind of why he falls here. But as a single high safety, he has the most range of any safety in this draft class. And I think that for this Jaguars defense, with Joe Cullen now coming over from Baltimore, where they deploy their safeties in a number of different manners, I think his speed and explosiveness is going to play for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
His tape is a roller coaster. We bring that up a lot. I mean, he does a lot of crazy things on tape. It's why the ball production is so good. His range, his ball skills, all that stuff is great. If I had to describe him, though, and I'm going to do a terrible job of this, but there's that meme of that girl who takes a sip of that beer and is like, wait, and then comes back, and then that's with you with the tape. You know, you look at him and you're like, oh, I like that, and then wait a second, that was a terrible play. Then you come back to it and you're like, oh, man, this guy can do a lot. It's because of the range and the athletic tools. Like, that's what he has. Syracuse, you look at the secondary. Trill Williams, another athletic freak, probably could have played outside cornerback at Syracuse, but he got stuffed into the slot after injuries early. And then Ifeatu Melifonwu, another athletic freak. Andre Cisco, some of this, I think they were misused. Like, Andre Cisco didn't really play his true actual role until late in his career at Syracuse, and then the injury in the 2020 COVID-impacted season. I think Andre Cisco's best tape is ahead of him. Will it be a roller coaster? Sure. I like this pick, though, for Jacksonville.
I have the same notes about him, the same exact thing, right? He moves gracefully around the field, just not always to the right place. I mean, that's Cisco in a nutshell. That's a good third-round pick, though, right?
Yeah,
the
upside
is
Absolutely.
there. Love the playmaking.
Speaking of roller coasters, the Minnesota Vikings quarterback room, a roller coaster, and it continues with Kellen Mond.
How will Kirk Cousins take this pick here?
I would assume
as well as Wentz or worse.
Oh, as well as Wentz. I thought you were going to say as well as Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
You know, another NFC North quarterback that got paid a lot of money. Kellen Mond, though, a guy that Chris Sims loved, had him ahead of Justin Fields and Trey Lance, and not someone that we had ahead of either of those guys. Although showed some progression throughout his career at Texas A&M, did not have maybe nearly the playmakers that Mac Jones had at Alabama. 81.7 PFF grade in 2020. That was 17th among college quarterbacks. And Mike, I think you do a really good job of breaking down, like, he's good, and he's not great.
Yeah, there are issues on his tape. Now, physically incredibly talented. I think he ran the 4.6s at his pro day, has a very strong arm. Is a one-speed thrower, though. He's only got a fastball. Needs to work on the changeup. Not a lot of touch throws on his tape. Very robotic in the pocket with his movements and how he reacts to pressure. Those are the issues with him. Those cause accuracy issues then down the field. He is not at the level of some of these other guys in the draft class when he has to attack down the football field. But he is. You've seen this progression of him protecting the ball better, making better decisions with the football throughout his career. And if that can continue to the NFL level and he can develop, like I said, in those touch areas and working the pocket, there's a lot to work with here. It is just, after 3 years as a starter, for that light switch not to ever flip on, you almost start to worry more than, whereas a guy like Trask in a year and a half, you saw massive progression.
I do think Jimbo Fisher did a lot for him at Texas A&M. He put a lot on his plate. Like, you look at this past year, like, they run a very complex offense. I think you saw a lot of this times where Kellen Mond, robotic with his movements, robotic sometimes with his decision-making, and missing because of it. But, like, if you can put it all together, he has the tools, he has the athleticism. There's a handful of times where they've run some design runs at Texas A&M. You're like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, here we go. This is what he can do. And then the velocity on his throws, like, he can fire it in to the intermediate level of the field. And that's what a lot of teams like. Teams like to be able to see those. Joe Burrow can't fire it in to the intermediate level of the field. Is he anticipatory? Does he have the accuracy? Sure. But when you have that arm talent, that velocity, teams jump on it, and the Vikings did.
Here's a stat by Mond that was, I thought, very interesting when I wrote the college pro projection for him. He was 14 of 57 last year, throwing outside the hash marks over 10 yards downfield. That's something that every other quarter. I think Lance was the closest to him and was still like a relatively close to 50% there. That needs to improve.
In Mond's defense, though, you got Mac Jones throwing to 4 first-round wide receivers over the past year and a half. Kellen Mond hasn't thrown to a receiver that's been drafted since his freshman year. Christian Kirk played with him as a freshman. Not a single Texas A&M receiver has been even drafted since then. Now, Jay Sternberg, tight end, did, but not a receiver that he was actually thrown to. It's tough always to separate the two.
Yeah,
guys are open. A lot of guys can hit wide open wide receivers, and you'll look better. If guys aren't getting open, sometimes, like, you go back in the tape and there's just not a guy he could hit, and that's going to obviously affect passing grades, accuracy numbers. If you're throwing into tighter windows more often, it's just harder to be accurate.
Well, our guy Chris Sims, who has played the quarterback position through tough times, when he looked at Kellen Mond and what he had to go through in the SEC against tough competition, he rated him highly.
Yes, fans.
And
the run on quarterbacks, it has probably started and stopped here, unless we see like Jamie Newman come off, because Davis Mills and the Houston Texans are making it official here. A quarterback from Stanford. He was actually the guy who was supposed to be the first quarterback off the board of these three, and he is the last, albeit within 4 picks of one another. Davis Mills from Stanford, we just haven't seen a whole lot of him play, Mike. But, there are some things to like.
Yeah, that's the thing. 11 starts in his career. Only 5 games this past year. This was his year, but obviously the Pac-12 couldn't get their shit together. So only 5 games from him. Former 5-star, had injuries throughout the early part of his Stanford career, never really kind of took over the role from KJ Costello until he transferred. Gets the ball out of his hands very quickly. Like, he is your quintessential pocket passer. To me, a lot of things watching his tape remind me of someone like Daniel Jones coming out of Duke. Now, Jones was far more experienced, but the consistency with the ball handling, consistency with the footwork, the ability to work within the structure of the offense and work quickly, that's what you see from Davis Mills. So that's why I think the NFL is high on him, even if accuracy issues, arm talent is not exceptional. He's not going to make a ton of plays with his legs. Like, he's just a limited sort of dude. But again, you're kind of buying into, we've only seen it for so little, and there was encouraging stuff on tape. Can you get rid of the bad? Who knows? But you're the Texans right now, and you're a beggar, and you can't really be a chooser.
What is Davis Mills' ceiling projection in the NFL, in your opinion? What is his high side of range of outcomes? Because I know in the draft guide you have him comp to Matt Castle. Is that his ceiling projection? What can he get better? Can he get
Pro
better?
Bowl quarterback Matt
Can
Castle.
Davis Mills be better than
Nick
Matt
Casario's
Castle?
first pick here with the Texans.
Yep.
I mean,
that
look,
is their first pick, isn't it?
Do you have the ceiling question? Is it Matt Castle? Or you just think he's going to be a good
very
backup?
Similar, yeah.
But this is where you take chances on quarterbacks anyway. So the Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, Davis Mills, all coming off late second, early third. That's great. It's a good spot for them. My one concern here is the NFL Players Association trying to play as few preseason games as possible. The NFL trying to play as few preseason games as possible. How much are we going to get to see these guys? Can you even stash a quarterback and develop them anymore? And I see Eric is going to tell me about Brad Johns, but it was like the glory days, right, Eric? Like, there was a point where you could actually develop quarterbacks in the NFL.
Well, no, when you look at the college pro projection system, his closest comps among them are Gardner Minshew, Matt Castle, Joey Harrington, and then one of those backups, by the way, the one back when the third quarterback rule existed, who actually became something, Tony Romo. That was like, that's like the only, but we don't necessarily have that anymore. For some of these QBs.
So let's talk about, because each of these quarterbacks are coming into different situations. And it's interesting because, so if you guys were ranking the ones most likely to start, obviously like Davis Mills has to be there, right? Because who knows what's going on with Deshaun Watson. Even if he's able to play, has said he doesn't want to play in Houston, so Tyrod Taylor's the only guy in front of him. You might argue he's the least prepared to play. And so, does this make you feel in any way that the Deshaun Watson, move is imminent?
Yes, I think they know. Like, the Texans know it's just he's not going to play there, whether it's via the sexual assault allegations against him or whether it's via the fact that he just said it. He doesn't want to fucking play for them. So I think it's one way or the other. He is not going to be playing for the Houston Texans this year or anytime soon.
And the whole roster is so depleted. And it's depleted in part because they haven't been able to draft the last couple of years. And here they are. First pick is at 67 overall. Yep. So normally you want to fill every single need that you have on the roster, and they go quarterback. So they might
Wait
actually
a second,
see something.
Steve. Phillip Lindsay, David Johnson, Mark Ingram. What are you talking about depleted?
Oh, man, they're loaded in the backfield. That's good. Yeah, Texans have some issues, but look, they might see something in Davis Mills. He's probably competing with Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, that quarterback room is awful, but it's not like it's not like the worst that we've ever seen in league history.
I will say I hate this pick, though, because you're the worst team in the NFL. You have the worst roster in the NFL. You're going to be drafting 1, 2, or 3 next year. I guess flat out, that's what's going to be. If you're saying Deshaun Watson is not going to be your starter next year, which is this pick saying that, you're also saying that you're going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL next year. So
but it's a new regime, and they have to start from scratch.
Yeah.
Right? Because even with Watson as quarterback, they won 4 games. Watson was the number 3 graded quarterback last year, and they won 4 games. That's really tough to do. It's almost impossible to do. Yeah. That's how bad this roster is.
But do they win more games with Tyrod Taylor or Davis Mills? I mean, you start Davis Mills. I do think that Davis Mills probably loses more games.
I don't think it matters. Like, just straight up, I don't think it matters. You don't have talent, whether it's especially on the defense side of the ball. So try to add talent somewhere at a position that, like Davis Mills, again, we're talking about your upshot. Matt Castle is your upshot with that. Like,
Yeah.
Well, they did try to sign talent. They signed like a record, like 38 free agents.
Yeah. They tried to sign personality. They tried to sign character guys. They didn't really sign culture.
It was kind of early Gruden Raiders, right? Like Doug Martin and all this. But like to me, they just don't value draft capital, clearly, because they're drafting this guy to possibly tank so that they can eventually pick high.
I guarantee you in their thought process, they are not thinking of possibly tanking with this pick.
Right.
That is not.
Which means it's egregious then.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, I do get I get it from a standpoint of we just have to take shots at quarterback. You know, like we're probably going to pick one early next year, sure, but why not take one more shot here? I mean, you never know. If it increases your chance of finding a franchise quarterback by 1%, then it's worth it. I mean, what do you have to lose?
They have time to rebuild it too. That's when you
it's
have
not a valuable pick.
When you have a first-year GM, you have time. They have to build up the roster, the draft capital. That's why they made all those short-term deals this offseason. We're very aggressive with small deals. It's either way.
Bet the Jaguars over. Let's just put that. Bet
it's
the
a
Jaguars
work in progress
over.
in Houston.
Let's go take a second here and talk about Kellen Mond in Minnesota. What do we think the chances are of him being a legitimate option, you know, at some point down the road for the Vikings?
I mean, when you look, Kubiak's gone, right? You're talking about another offensive coordinator there. It's his son now, so there might be some continuity. The offensive line, they did a good job yesterday with late in the first round with Darius Shaw, but they only have 2 wide receivers that are any good, right? So when Dak went to Dallas, he had tons of weapons, right? His late round pick who emerged and did well. When Kirk Cousins went to Washington, he had tons of weapons. For these late round picks to do, to play, of that ilk. Like the Vikings have Justin Jefferson, who's great. Adam Thielen probably retiring at some point. Like they need to start stocking up on wide receivers to give this guy some help.
To me, the Kellen Mond draft pick is just a bargaining chip for the Minnesota Vikings in any sort of Kirk Cousins negotiation. Because Kirk Cousins had him by the balls before that in their negotiations. They gave up so much for him. He is the ultimate sort of mercenary quarterback with what he did in Washington and now in Minnesota. If you got a guy there where you could just say, hey, walk if you want to, like take this or leave it, I think that's what this is for the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah.
The next pick that I want to talk about here, a trade, Panthers and the Eagles, allowed the Panthers to move up to 70. The Eagles received pick 73 and 191, so the Panthers can move up to select offensive tackle Brady Christensen from BYU, who was obviously a part of that really great offensive line that protected Zach Wilson, allowed him to do all the crazy, great stuff that he did behind that offensive line. So the Panthers, continuing here to build around Sam Darnold, give him an infrastructure to cook under Joe Brady.
Yeah, Brady Christensen, highest graded offensive line season we've ever given this past year. Ridiculously good from start to finish, outside of when he faced Peyton Turner, the Houston edge rusher. Got him only probably about 4 reps. Peyton Turner got him twice. And that's why obviously I think Peyton Turner goes high. But Brady Christensen, obviously the competition level for Zach Wilson was poor. It was probably worse for Christensen with the edge rushers he was facing. So you don't really know what he brings to the table. But athletically, tests off the charts at his pro day. There's a good reason to think that he can translate to the NFL, despite, like I said, the low-level competition. But likely more a guard at the NFL level, 32.25-inch arms. Only one starting offensive lineman had under 33, or offensive tackle, had sub 33-inch arms last year. It was Braden Smith. It's not a thing a lot of offensive line coaches like to do.
Best athleticism score in the class despite the arm length, which has been something that a lot of these tackles have had difficulty registering at.
He's probably their best tackle right now, too. Yeah. He's their best tackle right now. I mean, their best left tackle option. Taylor Mouton's there, but a left tackle between Cam Irving or Greg Little, who had a 44 grade last year and just never really developed as a second-round pick. Christensen, even with the T-Rexes, that's short arms, guys.
And that athleticism score matters. After his pro day, he told me that a ton of teams started to call him up. A lot of teams said, hey, man, how's it going? I didn't know you were running this fast. So it goes to the BYU pro day. A little bit of an older prospect. I think he's, 23, 24 years old, just got married, had a baby girl recently. I think the biggest thing with him is when you talk about the arm length. He says, everyone I talk to, Joe Staley, David Bakhtiari, other guys that don't have long arms, you got to make up for it somewhere else. Charts every single pass rusher he faces, works his feet all day long, one of the more athletic offensive tackles in this class. Does that mean he can be an outlier like Braden Smith and start on the offensive line with 32.25-inch arms? Maybe not, but we'll have to see. I do think that you could try him at tackle. In Carolina, you could try him at tackle. If not, kick him inside the guard. It's one of the more athletic guards in the NFL.
What does working your feet all day look like? Is that standing? Is he a stander?
You want me to get out there?
Yeah, is he dancing around?
So, I do think that he does a lot too. Obviously, from an athleticism standpoint, this guy has some of the better feet at offensive tackle for sure.
Need to incorporate that into my workout regime,
trying.
I think. I don't know. Maybe this is a good time for us to go back real quick, Mike, because I know there were some picks that right off of the interview that we had with Thomas Dimitroff, and I think it started with Dillon Radunz's tackle from North Dakota State going to the Titans at 53.
Yeah, so 53, Dillon Radunz to the Titans. This guy is a better tackle prospect, far and away in my eyes, than Isaiah Wilson, who they drafted in the first round last season, and a better fit for their offense, truthfully. He's a very good athlete. He was a guy that really got hurt by not having an FCS schedule this year, because in 2019, truthfully, I wasn't that high on him as a prospect. Number 32 overall player on the PFF draft board. I came into this season saying, how is he getting beat up by FCS guys? That's a concerning thing. But then only one game this year, doesn't lose a single rep in pass pro, goes to the Senior Bowl, highest grade in the one-on-ones, highest grade throughout the week of practices, and the highest grade in the game of any tackle. You do that again against guys who are going to play in the NFL. It's tough to fake that, so I love that pick for them. Then 54, Colts, Dayo Odeyingbo, Vanderbilt edge rusher, tore his Achilles, working out after this season. A versatile dude, but you're going to have to deal with that. That's why he falls here. 6'5", 275 pounds, 35-inch arms, can play outside, inside versatility, can learn a thing or two from DeForest Buckner. They're very similar rushers in the way they win. DeForest Buckner was a little bit stretched out version of Dayo Odeyingbo coming out, but I think that's the type of player you could be getting. And then Pat Freiermuth, 55 overall, to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Culture fit. Like that's Najee Harris in the first round. Pat Freiermuth, that is kind of what they covet at that position. Big, physical tight end, can stick his hand in the dirt, and you feel comfortable about that, him doing that, and then after the catch, will lower the shoulder, not going to run out of bounds, not going to try to make your miss, going to try to run right through you. That's where you're getting in Pat Freiermuth.
Something I'll add about Dillon Radunz, you probably can't find a more opposite tackle from a character perspective compared to Isaiah Wilson. This guy has done it at North Dakota State for a very long time. We had probably a 10-minute conversation about the culture at North Dakota State. This is the Alabama of FCS. A lot of people think that you play an FCS competition, you're playing against guys that aren't going to play in the NFL. It's an expectation to win every single football game by 20 at North Dakota State, and that's got embodied in how this guy presents himself. And he had, like you said, highest grade at the Senior Bowl. I think he did it against NFL caliber competition. One of the steals of the draft, in my opinion, especially when you factor in positional value. I think the other thing I'll add about Pat Freiermuth, didn't get an opportunity to test at his pro day, battling some back stuff, but close to healthy, expected to be healthy by training camp.
Can we discuss the Colts really quick here?
Yeah.
The whole time we're expecting them, how are they going to fill their left tackle spot? And the receiver position has been their biggest weakness for about 3 years now. And, again, I mentioned on the show yesterday, Carson Wentz has had 1 year with a top 10 receiving group, had an MVP caliber season. He's always had a good offensive line. Now, the Colts had a massive needed edge. They took 2 defensive linemen with their first 2 picks. But they still have massive needs here.
Yep.
And, my favorite move that I want to give every team is Alejandro Villanueva, free agent still out there, average left tackle. He solves a lot of issues. You don't have to waste a draft pick. He can step in and play. If the Colts are the team that do that, they're outstanding on the offensive line. But receiver is still an issue. Carson Wentz has not been able to elevate a subpar receiving core, and he's had a couple of them. He has not elevated a subpar receiving core. I don't care how good the Colts roster is, they're in trouble if they don't improve with their pass catchers.
I look at the AFC South, and okay, so we just Daniel Jeremiah reporting that he expects Deshaun Watson has played his final snap with Houston. Okay, so big shocker there, right? Enormous news. The Texans are out of it. You got the Jaguars, they're now 8-1 to win this division. The Titans lose Arthur Smith, they lose Corey Davis, they lose Johnny Smith. They're plus 125. The Colts are the favorite in this division with, as you said, a ton of question marks. Like, does that feel right to you?
The whole roster's good, but Carson Wentz is the wild card, right? Like when he was on the trading block, everybody, Dan Orlovsky said he's a top 7 quarterback in the NFL, and that's ridiculous, right?
I don't recommend doing crack.
He's not. Other people think he's as bad, but last year he was one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL. He's not that either. He's QB 14, QB 15. Over the last 3 years, number 14 PFF grade. I mean, that's what Carson Wentz is. And when you have that type of quarterback, you need to do everything you can to make him look good. And that's offensive line has to be at a baseline of good. Receivers need to be great. Good to great to be able to elevate. And the Colts have T.Y. Hilton coming back, Zach Pascal, Paris Campbell, who's a gimmick player, hasn't developed, and last year's second rounder, Michael Pittman. It's developmental players and older players like T.Y. Hilton. It's just not good
Pittman's
enough.
good, but can Pittman be? Pittman is not. He's a nice number 3 on a Super Bowl caliber team.
Right, because the Bills continue to be just the prototype of building around a quarterback. They got their offensive line to just pretty good. What are they, top 10, top 12, top 14 last year?
Not crazy bad, if you don't have injuries, right?
Right, and so they're just solid across the board. Protect the quarterback enough. But how do you cover Stephon Diggs, John Brown when he was healthy last year? He's gone now. Cole Beasley. Right, so they are the prototype of getting 4 wide receivers in a solid offensive line, and the Colts have a great offensive line once they get that left tackle, and then receivers.
But the Colts aren't even to that first solving of the problem yet, and the Eagles were there in 2017 they went out and got Jeffrey, and he had the one good year. Aguilar didn't have the pressure on him, and he had the one good year. He stepped up that year.
Right.
Torrey Smith had his role, and that team again, that fell by the wayside, and that's why they started to stink. But the Bills have all of those sort of, answers there, and the Colts maybe have half of one of those answers, which is going to be tough for Carson Wentz.
Dare I say, and I keep talking myself into the Carolina Panthers, dare I say they're kind of trying to do a little bit what the Bills did. They tried to add some offensive linemen in free agency. They grabbed Terrace Marshall Jr., trade up for Brady Christensen. They're trying to build around Sam Darnold. They're trying to do it. Like, you have to throw the kitchen sink at building around a young quarterback. If you're trying to develop a rookie or a quarterback on a rookie contract, the number one, the multi-million dollar question for your team is he good? And can we win with him? The Giants are still figuring that out. It took forever for the Jets to figure that out ultimately until they moved on from him. Panthers doing everything they can to do it, just like the Bills did. Grabbing John Feliciano, grabbing Stephon Diggs, Cole Beasley, building the basketball team. I'm all about it.
And one underrated thing about surrounding your rookie quarterback with a lot of talent is if you want to move on from after a rookie deal, you can get a lot in return. You get they looks better. You can get more trade in return.
And the Broncos did it too, and it didn't work. They added Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, Noah Fant, Albert Okui-Bunam, re-signed Garrett Bowles, tried to get Juwan James, and it still hasn't worked out.
But by the way, it's going to attract Aaron Rodgers. That's working, right? So
exactly.
It didn't help Drew Lock, but it might attract Aaron Rodgers to Denver.
It put them in a good spot, and if Josh Allen didn't work out for the Bills, it would have put them in a good spot to incorporate another quarterback into the mix. It worked in Kansas City. It works. It's going to work in Minnesota with Kellen Mond if they get wide receivers to go with Jefferson. Again, that's the formula. And Denver's not so decrepit now. They used pick 40 on Drew Lock. It's not going to work. The next guy's going to come in, and it's going to be that's going to be a good offense.
Let me push back on that, because no team in the league, save for a couple, is turning down Aaron Rodgers. Okay. They're interested in Aaron Rodgers, but they're also not that out on Drew Lock, or else they would have taken.
They would have taken Justin
I'm saying Aaron Rodgers is interested in that.
Right. Yeah. I get that, but I'm saying there is a flip side to this where we say it's easy to move on from a guy when he's not it. But that doesn't seem to be the case.
I agree. They should have taken Justin Fields, and then if Rodgers falls in their lap, they just figure it out. Yes. By the way, with Brady too, Brady left New England. We all thought he was washed. It was just the receivers being bad. He goes to Tampa Bay, and you got 5 NFL caliber receivers, and he turns into the MVP of the league by PFF WAR.
I know Aaron Rodgers liked San Francisco and Denver, weapons there. He also liked Las Vegas, too. So I think he's just looking to get to the West Coast.
That's a good point.
But the Raiders,
he actually crossed Las Vegas off after he saw their draft.
He saw Henry Ruggs last year, Hunter Renfrow, Brian Edwards training camp videos, and he's like, man, I think I might do it.
I'm in. The eternal flame. It burns for me.
Darren Waller's really good, though.
The NFC South odds right now, Tampa Bay, minus 200. This one is tricky for me. The Saints are 3-1. The Falcons, 6-1. And the Panthers, 11-1. I am curious whether anyone believes that there's that big of a difference between those other 3 teams. I know Sean Payton's great, but they are going from a Hall of Fame quarterback who was playing at the top of his game to now Jameis Winston, who, we love the potential there, obviously, but it's not going to be as good. They're not nearly as deep. They have cap problems.
They weren't that good last year. I mean, Drew Brees wasn't that good last year was the thing. They had a really complete roster, and they ran it back like the guys they got rid of were not the impact guys. We're not the cornerstones of this roster. Those are kind of still in place, even if they're doing a lot of finagling and kicking a lot of cap space down the road to make it happen. So I do think that they could feasibly compete for a playoff spot. I just don't see how you compete for a Super Bowl, though, in that NFC, how loaded it is with Jameis.
Let's
catch up on a few picks here. The Brady Christensen pick, I think, was the last one we talked about. By the way, if you're watching here, we'll be talking during the third round about some of the bigger questions out there, teams, what's going on.
Steve, is that Steve?
All I know is Alim McNeill went to the Lions, and he's one of my favorite players in the draft.
I wanted to get to Alim McNeill here. So the Giants at 71, they take Aaron Robinson, cornerback from UCF. The Lions, as we just spoke about, took defensive interior lineman Alim McNeill from North Carolina State, our number 2 overall defensive interior lineman on our board. Milton Williams went to the Eagles in a trade with Carolina, the 3rd ranked defensive interior lineman on our board. And then another guy that I know we like here is Benjamin St-Juste, cornerback from Minnesota, absolute monster at cornerback, could be playing basketball. Let's talk about Alim McNeill, since it's a guy that a lot of people like here. I'll start with you, Steve.
He's 320 pounds and moves. He's nimble. He's an all-American outfielder, apparently. According to
number 29. He hit bombs. He hit absolute bombs in high school. He sent me a handful of videos where he's just hitting dinger after
I gave
dinger.
up absolute bombs, so I can appreciate that. I mean, this is on brand, Dan Campbell. It's on brand. Panay Sewell, offensive tackle. On Wuzurike, the interior defensive lineman, and then Alim McNeill.
Detroit's not going to be soft. Lineman. Let's just put it that way.
Alim McNeill is absolutely a culture fit in Detroit in terms of like a football dude. He had blue blood offers. Alabama, Ohio State, big dog offers, but he's from Raleigh, North Carolina, and he stayed in Raleigh, North Carolina. He went to NC State despite these bigger offers, and he played running back and linebacker in high school. I'm going to say that again. Running back and linebacker in high school at nearly 300 pounds. Like, it was absurd to watch his high school tape, and not just the bombs he was hitting on the baseball diamond. This guy is rare. Like, he's a very rare breed. If he plays for Alabama, I'm telling you, more people are talking about Alim McNeill. I think it's that different of a player. I love this pick. At 72, I think you play him at the true nose. You can play him at true nose, and what he can win from his zero tech, one tech, is different than really anyone in this class. Maybe Christian Barmore beats him out, but from a pass rushing perspective, the highest pass rush win rate of any defensive tackle, according to PFF, when lined up on the center. I think that's exactly what he does in the NFL, and he does it well.
By the way, we are wearing Sweat Taylor. He would look good in Snack Taylor.
He's a big boy, dude. That's a big boy. He
is a large human being, and apparently likes eating kneecaps as well. Let's talk a little bit about St-Juste here, cornerback, going to the Washington football team. He's 13th on our corner board, but like, his physical traits are insane.
Yeah, he's 6'3", over 200 pounds, ran a sub 6'7" 3-cone at that size. Rare movement skills for a guy that size. Again, played high school football in Canada, from Canada, comes over, I believe started at Michigan, transferred to Minnesota. Really doesn't have a ton of tape. Really has not played a ton of football, but then he goes to the Senior Bowl. Highest grade in the one-on-ones over that week of practice. You saw his ability in press man and in off coverage. I think in Washington, they're going to be playing, obviously, a lot of zone there. Ron Rivera's defense, that's what he's known for. You can't teach guys to have his wingspan and ability to affect passes outside of his frame. And again, I think his best football, even though he's a little older prospect, already 23, I think this guy's best football is going to be ahead of him.
Another team loading up at corner, too. I mean, you get Kendall Fuller and William Jackson coming in. Washington had one of our favorite free agency hauls with William Jackson, with Curtis Samuel coming in. You take a flyer on an Adam Humphries. But again, adding value at important positions. They're already loaded in the front seven that you've been raving about this entire time, Mike. So why not add some length to the secondary? Again, love what Washington's doing for the team building.
They're, by the way, I know they're in the NFC, but they're a team that's a quarterback away, right? Like, when you start to look at like where they are in important places, they also have a good coach. A coach who's taken the team to the Super Bowl before. That's the underrated one.
Yeah, it's weird to me. They have selected, it seems, at all three of their picks with Jamin Davis, Samuel Cosmi, and now St-Juste, players who their athleticism far outweighs their production in some situations here. And, you know, it's not exactly – they're a team that feels closer to me to winning a division, you know, than the way that they've drafted. I would have loved to see a little more offense. I still think their receiving core, you know, could use some help there. But overall, I really like where Washington's going. Like, I think it's ridiculous that the Dallas Cowboys are plus 120 to win the division, and the Washington football team is plus 275. Are they really? Dallas really definitively better?
I think there's tail risk for their offense if the quarterback position is just so awful. But Taylor Heineke, good developmental quarterback. Ryan Fitzpatrick still has never played in a playoff game. I think that's sort of one of the things is that they're just pricing in the risk of Fitzpatrick after a few good years in a row. They're waiting for the other shoe to fall.
If you trust offense that much, then it has to be Dallas, right? You're assuming Dak comes back. They have the trio of wide receivers. The O-line's going to be healthy. Dallas should be lighting up the scoreboard again. And you assume the defense can't be as bad as it was last year, right? Mike Nolan comes in, they play all sorts of coverages, they're all confused. They're going to play one coverage now. It's cover 3, it's Dan Quinn. They're not going to have as many coverage busts. They're at least going to be closer to league average this year. So Dallas should be the favorite just because we trust offense, right? They're loaded on offense, but Washington has the best all-around team in that division.
We never told Mike McCarthy to sign Mike Nolan as defensive coordinator, so we should never get blamed for that.
I'll just say this. It's Dallas. Okay, and what we saw last year, when they get headed in the wrong direction, the way the media covers them, it's like an avalanche, man. Like, it's so much harder for Dallas to get out of their own way than any other, team. Like, Washington loses a couple games, no one cares. It's not. Dallas loses a game or wins a game, and it leads Get Up every morning. It's like, hey, by the way, the Cowboys eked out a win against the Jets. Let's talk about this first, Or it's like they lost, to a good team. Let's talk about this first. Are they crumbling?
I will say the team we're not talking about, though, New York Giants, could be one of the more intriguing ones.
Yes.
What they've done in this year's draft, Kadarius Toney, whatever, we talked about him being more of a gadget guy right out the rip. But then Azeez Ojulari, like the gender knee issue is probably going to be an issue maybe in the future, but I don't think it's going to happen year one. He could make an impact there. And then Aaron Robinson in the 3rd round, continuing to invest in that secondary after they grabbed Darnay Holmes last year. Obviously, Adoree Jackson in free agency, James Bradbury in free agency last year, played like one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL. And now adding Aaron Robinson, who played in the slot, played a ton of press coverage at UCF, a ton of press man, what he's going to be doing in New York. It's an interesting secondary, interesting defense that they've built there that could be one of the best in the NFL.
If they fail, it's going to be because of things like Jason Garrett, right? And just player failure. It's not going to be because of lack of resources in New York. Because the talent's there.
Since the Saquon Barkley pick, which we all agree is egregious. You can, Hall of Fame running back at 2 is just doesn't have the value. But since that pick, they've made a lot of good decisions.
And the Odell Beckham trade was actually a fairly sharp trade. Jabril Peppers has been really good, and
shout out Josh Hermsmeyer.
Shout out Josh Hermsmeyer.
We have another trade in this round. The picks are coming very quickly, but the trades. These must be prearranged because the rate at which people are trading and still making picks here, the Saints move up to pick.
I praise them for not moving up, and now.
No, they could not resist.
Yeah, I mean.
Look, the Saints.
It's Mickey Loomis. Let's get real.
Mickey Loomis is just sitting there like, hey, look, I have to get out of here by a certain time. I'm moving up. They moved to 76 with the Broncos. Broncos received 98 and 105 in return for pick number 76. And with that, the Saints are going to bring in cornerback Paulson Adebo from Stanford, a guy who 18th on our cornerback board. But I know around, the scouting community, a guy that people feel could potentially be one of the diamonds in the rough here in this cornerback class.
Yeah, so he opts out this past year. Not a guy I would have recommended opting out to. That's why he falls to the 3rd round. But there could be some value here, untapped value, because he is a good athlete. He's a plus athlete for the position. 4.45 at his pro day, 6'6", 9'3", cone, great movement skills, and he had 19 pass breakups back in 2018. Now he got cooked on some double moves. His feet are not where you'd want him to be. That's where he falls into this sort of section of the draft. He is not a lockdown, stay on your man type of defender. What he can do, though, is he has some of those ball skills. He attacks the catch point as good as it gets in this draft class. Like I said, those 19 pass breakups. And on a silo, like on a straight up and down the vertical route tree, I think he can defend exceptionally well. So that, like I said, you're getting a guy who you just didn't get to see that last sort of hurrah from him in 2020. It could have been really good, and he could have gone a lot higher if he didn't opt out.
Ball skills show up big time. He's a former big-time wide receiver at Texas's Manfield High School a few years back.
Former receiver turned corner at Stanford? He's Richard Sherman.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
The Broncos win this trade 58% of the time. This is one of the rare trades over the past few that has seen such a disparity. The Saints just couldn't help themselves, I guess.
I mean, they traded up last year out of spite. just for one, just to take a guy instead of waiting until undrafted free agency. So, yeah, they like to do that.
The Saints are going to be a fascinating team to watch. I mean, they really are. It's kind of surprising to me that Sean Payton didn't make a move for a quarterback, with how aggressive he is in that department. I mean, do you think that he sees Jameis as a long-term
I mean, he was a first overall pick, and he was not going to a vastly different sort of scheme than what he's ever done before. And so it is going to look different, Jameis, than what we saw in Tampa Bay. That was a vertical, attack the middle of the field offense. What Drew Brees has been doing for the last decade and a half is not that whatsoever. Now, is Sean Payton going to change his offense? Probably to a degree. It's not going to look the exact same as what we saw before. But I think you're going to get a more tempered Jameis. You're going to, Sean Payton, if I trust, to take the sort of interceptions and the negatives away from somebody, because he did it with Taysom Hill. He had Taysom Hill not throwing bad plays there out on tape. So I do think that I'll trust the guy with Sean Payton's track record.
We have to trademark Jameis now, too, if he starts throwing the ball underneath.
Already trademarked it. We've seen Jameis in 3 different systems. We've seen him with Jimbo Fisher in college. We saw him with Dirk Cutter. And we saw him with Bruce Arians. Now they're
all the same.
They are all vertical systems. But
he also led the league in passing yards one year.
But it's the same result. It is high variance. We grade every single player on every play, right? And the best way that we could break down quarterbacks is we look at all of their positives and all of their negatives. Jameis is top 5 in positives and negatives every single year. Nobody's ever done anything like that. The closest people who were kind of like that are Cam Newton has elements of that. Carson Palmer has elements of that. Eli Manning has elements of that. And all of those guys have not been great throughout most of their career. They're league average type of guys. But they had that 1 or 2 peak seasons. And that's kind of what you're chasing with Jameis. And the only way you get there is if you're aggressive. If Sean Payton tries to turn Jameis into Drew Brees, I don't think that looks good. He doesn't have the quick release, short area accuracy, or any of it. I think you have to embrace Jameis. And then if you're the Saints, it's like, all right, we're going either 12-4 or 4-12. Or maybe it all evens off and we end up 8-8. But you appreciate the fact that he's going to take chances down the field, but you have to give him the receivers to make do on that aggressiveness.
It's interesting. Their win total before it was taken down during the draft was at 9. Remember when we were guessing what we thought they would be, we were both short of that. I think you said 7.5. I think I was in the 8 range. You may have been 8. I'm in 8.5. 9 feels just a little rich.
High. I mean,
out of 17.
A little rich,
out of
though.
17.
Yeah, but we're talking about Jameis Winston has had 1 winning season his entire career. He's been, we very efficient at times, but like the tail risk there is just humongous with him. And when you look at that division, again, Carolina doing a lot of the right things, even though we don't agree all the time with what they do. And Atlanta, has some really high-end talent. They hit the right end of variance for once. They can be good. And obviously Tampa Bay is the most complete team in football. So I would bet under that.
Tough division. But the rest of the NFC, too, is wide open.
Yeah, here's a point about win totals that's interesting about the NFC. The NFC is very flat, but every single NFC team plays 9 road games this year. So there is a thing about like unders in the NFC that I think are a little.
I hate the 17-game schedule. I can't stand it.
Really?
16 was perfect.
Yeah, powers of 2.
You're just going to, Patrick Mahomes is going to throw for 6,500 yards one year. Like, every record's complete.
It's
a record thing. It's just,
I
like a nice even.
The NFL definitely made the decision based on what would be the perfect number of games, not to make it a little extra cheddar on the back end for a week 17
maybe I wanted a couple more preseason games to see some of these backup quarterbacks and everything, I like 16.
Well, the XFL is coming back, Steve.
Not really, but I thought 16 was fine. I thought we settled on a good number.
Ian, let me ask you this.
Renner
From a
agrees with
fantasy perspective, are you excited for the extra game? Does it change anything at all?
Look, more football is better football.
I agree.
I'm the same guy that spent the last 2 winters watching XFL and AAF games. So yeah, I'll take an extra week of regular season football. I'm interested to see how it affects the preseason though, because we might end up seeing week 2 look like week 3, week 1 looking like week 2. I'm trying to figure out the DFS preseason aspects already, but no, come on, more football is good football.
DFS preseason, also not something I was considering. Come on. In this whole equation, which just, it really shows my true colors. What I'm excited for is, as you said, another extra regular season game. Every year after the Super Bowl, I'm sad. I'm sad because there's no more football left. And so this is just one more week. I can't believe you're complaining.
It's not the perfect number of games.
The extra games do look pretty enticing.
They
look awesome. Look, I love more football too.
Okay.
I was comfortable with the 16 game schedule.
16's a perfect number, but more football I could do.
Can I take? The Raiders are up 79 and 80. What's going to be the gap in our big board ranking between these two picks?
No, this is where they're going to
get
Elijah of the world.
Elijah Molden, the top player on the board, one of my favorite players.
I think they're going to be like 100 players apart in the big board ranking. These two players.
Historically, their best pick is their third rounder by our board. That's just the way they've done it.
It sounds like overfitting, Steve.
So Elijah Molden, Ronnie Perkins, De'Ami Brown are coming off the board.
Here's how it works. Let's figure out how this works. The Las Vegas Raiders, every NFL team subscribes is a PFF client. Okay, they have access to all the data that you get with your subscription here. They have the draft guide. They go in there, they do work for about 20, 30 players. By round 2, those players are gone. They're like, okay,
fire up the guide.
They're watching right now. John Gruden right now is watching us. He's going, okay, well, best available, Elijah Molden. And hey, that's not a bad move.
That's literally how they do it.
Because guess what? We watch every single player, grade them on every single play. And I'd actually trust this board more than just about any other.
Could we talk about pick 77? Because I want to give Chargers fans some love.
We can.
One of my guys in this draft class, Josh Palmer, the wide receiver from Tennessee, goes to the Los Angeles Chargers. And Chargers fans probably see this pick, go up and look at his stats, and are like, why the hell did we just draft a guy who's never had more than 500 yards in a season in his career? Josh Palmer had one of the lowest career on-target catchable rates of any wide receiver prospect we've graded in our 7 years of doing this. He had no one that could get him the football because he is running a vertical route tree at Tennessee. But if you go back and you flip on his tape and you watch him against guys like J.C. Horn, you watch him against guys like Patrick Surtain, who Patrick Surtain's worst rep in his entire college career came at the hands of Josh Palmer on a vertical route this past year on a touchdown. He gets open. He is a violent route runner, was the most impressive guy in the Senior Bowl 101s, in my opinion, at the wide receiver position from the outside. 6'1", 210 pounds with 33-inch arms. This guy's got some, like the Terry McLaurin-ness of his profile is there. Now, he's not the athlete that Terry McLaurin was, but the sort of similar usage pattern in college, the fact that he goes to the Senior Bowl, looks like a completely different guy than what we kind of saw in college. To me, he was a much better player than 77th overall. If he's at anywhere that can give him sort of an opportunity to produce.
I love that stat you dropped because only 5 wide receivers over the past 2 seasons in the FBS had a low percentage of catchable targets thrown their way. Only 5. Like, this guy struggled. If you just look at the box score, it does him injustice. It's just not a good quarterback play there in Tennessee. I think the other thing to bring up as well, when I talked to Patrick Surtain, I asked him some of the best receivers he ever faced. And I said, man, you've gone against Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, practicing Henry Ruggs. That guy from Tennessee. He didn't say his name. He's like, that guy from Tennessee. He knows. It's one of the only players. Patrick Surtain only allowed a deep reception to 2 receivers last year, and one of them was Josh Palmer. I think that is big, man. Doing it against NFL competition. I know that's limited sample size, but it matters. You need to see it against guys that get drafted inside the top 10.
Yeah, and we rail against, like I had that whole thing against the small gadget guys, because Tutu Atwell will never go on the outside and run a full route tree. Dwayne Eskridge will never do the same thing. Josh Palmer can do that.
Yes.
He can be that guy in your offense. And that's the guy. I'll take a chance on those guys before I'm taking a limited wide receiver at this point in the draft, when the picks are still valuable here.
I didn't even mention how smart he was, too. I mean, interviewing the guy, he's one of the smarter players I've talked to. He's like, when you talk about the route tree he ran at Tennessee, he's a guy that can win because he's not, like, his athletic profile isn't Terry McLaurin, like you said, but he still wins at multiple levels of the football field because of how smart he is and what he can do as an advanced route runner.
Mike, you have a history. You have a history with the Chargers. You have a history of falling in love with them.
It's true.
And then heartbreak. Look at this draft. Rashawn Slater, we didn't even think he was going to be there, our number 2 tackle. Asante Samuel, number 29 on our board. They get him at 47. And now Josh Palmer, he's at 71 on our board, but you love him even more. You ready? You ready to embrace the Chargers?
You need like a lighter shade of blue there, and you'll be good to go.
They're really Tillery's breakout year, too. I'm all in.
Tillery's going to break out.
Save the peeps for Easter, okay?
They're really doing a lot of good things.
The so well under.
The average depth of target for Palmer was 17.1.
Yep. And just what Jarek Guarantano could straight up not hit him.
Yeah.
That deep down the football field.
I think it was
we had a bet here on how far off from our big board the Raiders' next pick would be, and you said 100. It is pick number 79, and this player was number 167.
Oh, sorry, guys. I was off.
So you were off.
They're on the clock again. There's still time for
off.
Now, I said the difference between these two players, it should be one, given that the 79 and 80. 167, what if they pick like an actual value here? That might be.
It could be. Yeah. Maybe they add them together. Malcolm Kuntz, edge defender from Buffalo. The Raiders, they're just all over the place, man.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've said outside the first round's not necessarily where you want to be addressing the edge defender talent. It often goes early. Now, Kuntz has an interesting profile. He's a very flexible dude, 6'3", 250 pounds, has the requisite length, is on that undersized, definitely more of a Max Crosby than he is a Clelin Ferrell, where he's got to be your outside 9-tech in that defense. But got hurt the end of this past year. We didn't get to see testing numbers from him, but he is pretty athletic. 89.6 pass rushing grade in 2019, 84.4. Those are fairly good, but given the level of competition, he just should have been better. No power aspect to his game. He has to win with quicks, and I always worry about those guys once you get to the NFL or once you make that leap in competition, because NFL tackles can mirror you. Unless you're Von Miller, NFL tackles, you're not going to make them miss. You have to do something with your hands. You have to do something from a having multiple options to beat you aspect. And for Kuntz, I just didn't see it. He was a speed rusher on tape.
We are going to have some fun talking about the drafts as a whole for some of these teams. When we come back, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Sweat Taylor, it's what we're all rocking here. We've got an array of colors, so you can decide which color you like best and then go find it. But I will tell you this, stuff is super comfortable, it's really lightweight. It manages to look good and be comfortable, which is exactly what I'm always looking for. I'll tell you this, the pants I'm wearing, they sell sweatpants, okay? I'm wearing jeans, and it feels like sweatpants. They're that comfortable. Sweat Taylor, PFF-Sweat, S-W-E-T, for 25% off at sweattailor.com. Head there after this. You collect your draft props winnings. Go spend them there. You will not be disappointed. I guarantee it. Okay, let's do this. Let's talk about some of the teams that we just talked about. The Raiders here, and the Raiders we have discussed at length. They've made some poor decisions over the course of their past few drafts. Let's go a few teams that we're really puzzled by in terms of what they've done so far in the draft, because there are a few, and I might start with the Jets. They have Zach Wilson, but then they go ahead and they trade up with 2/3 to get Elijah Vera Tucker. I don't know. Are there any that come to mind aside from the Jets? Or maybe it's the Jets to you, Eric. I know you like the Zach Wilson pick, but teams that maybe haven't quite figured out this draft.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Jets come back and get Elijah Moore, in the second round. They sort of helped themselves a little bit there to try to trade back. They weren't able to. So that's one that's perplexing to me. Even though obviously, they got two good football players. I look at Kansas City and I think they overreact to the Super Bowl to a huge degree. Mm-hmm. I tweeted this out, I think, a little bit earlier. They're transferring the risk from their offensive line to their secondary and wide receiver core. The next Super Bowl they have where a team throws for 500 yards on them, then they're going to spend the next offseason signing and drafting all these corners and safeties to try to mitigate that risk. To me, they don't seem forward-thinking enough. They seem backward-thinking in some ways, whacking a mole, sort of on their,
I think
process.
That's worth the discussion, right? What the Chiefs are doing, right? Before the Super Bowl, I said either Mahomes is going to overcome a bad offensive line, and that's going to influence their decision making, and they might treat him like Russell Wilson for the next 10 years, and say, you know what, he doesn't need an offensive line. Just as long as he has Tyreek and Kelsey or somebody like him, he's going to be fine. But the opposite happened. He got torched, and it wasn't all the offensive line. We talk about all the time how the quarterback also dictates pressure. But the pressure came from Mahomes himself. It came from the offensive line, and then Eric, your point is there's not a third option. Right, like 90% of their offense ran through Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce in the playoffs, and a third option just wasn't there. And they usually also, the Chiefs, do the best job in the NFL of protecting their offensive line with screens and misdirection and the whole thing. So they don't really technically need an elite offensive line because They have a quarterback who can avoid pressure, and they have a great play caller, and they have receivers who get open. But they're going all in on having an elite offensive line, which I think only raises the floor of the offense. It maybe just avoids disaster. It avoids that only. But they're a ceiling offense. They're a Tyreek Hill, Travis Kelce, try to cover this type of offense. And if investing in the offensive line keeps them from investing in playmakers, they might miss out on some of those ceilings with Mahomes.
Go ahead. I think something what people forget to bring up, everyone brings up with the Kansas City Chiefs in that Super Bowl, they had 2 bad offensive tackles starting in that game. Left outside receiver was Byron Pringle. They need more of those playmakers. It can't be Byron Pringle moving forward. You need guys that can legitimately create separation down the football field. It's not enough. The basketball team right now, I keep using your reference, the basketball team right now is a two-star team. Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill. Pringle is coming off the bench as a 6-man. It's not very good after that. So I do think that the Kansas City Chiefs, everyone, I'm on Kansas City radio every single week. Big shout out to Kansas City radio. And
I'm shocked by that, by the way.
They kept asking me, how do we address wide receiver in the second round? We need. What about De'Ami Brown? What about Josh Palmer? They don't do it. They don't grab a wide receiver there. They wanted a starter over Byron Pringle. I think they extended him or restructured his contract over the past couple of days. They're committed to him. I think it does raise the floor of the offense, but we need the ceiling in Kansas City.
You hate Mecole Hardman, huh?
Well, Mecole Hardman, I think the Kansas City Chiefs hate Mecole Hardman. Why hasn't he been featured more? I do think that he's a little bit redundant when you look at what they want to do with Tyreek Hill. He's not going to be that guy. He did start over Byron Pringle in the Super Bowl. I'm not the one who hates Mecole Hardman. I think it's the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think the issue is, and again, this is where the cap doesn't matter people are wrong, right? Because they're the team, because of they took Chris Jones's new deal, right? That money was loaded on to years 1, 3, and 4. They had to sort of spread that out because of the cap situation. They're the team that is under the cap nominally, but over the cap in terms of what they've spent. So they haven't been nearly as flexible. They were in on Trent Williams. They got outpaid for him. They were in on a player like Josh Reynolds. They got outpaid for him. They don't have the flexibility that they necessarily want to because they continue to act in this way. And granted, Mahomes is going to be good enough in many cases to overcome a lot of that, but you want to have some slack. And for me, and that was part of them, winning all these games by less than 1 score from week 8 on, they just gave themselves 0 slack, and it all showed up in the Super Bowl.
There's one more thing in this whole thing, right? Mahomes is awesome. Let's not take anything away from Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. But we've also never seen him without Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, who I think everybody would say. He's
system quarterback.
Wide receiver 1 and tight end 1. It's not the system. It's the 2 best playmakers in the NFL at their respective positions. We've never seen it. And if you're the Chiefs, you never want to see it. You never want to see a situation where he's not loaded up with playmakers. And I always say, if you're the Chiefs, just compare yourself to the Patriots dynasty. Just expect you're going to be there for the next 10 years. And the only thing that held the Patriots dynasty down was the couple years they had no playmakers. 2006, 2013, when Jabbar Gaffney or Aaron Dobson were the guys catching passes from Tom Brady. Just don't let it happen if you're the Chiefs. Keep the offensive line good enough, but don't let the playmakers dwindle.
You bring up the Kansas City Chiefs don't want to see it. The Pats saw it, and Tom Brady just won a Super Bowl in Tampa Bay because of it. They saw what it looks like when you don't have the playmakers there for Tom Brady. You could be as good as Tom Brady, a future Hall of Fame quarterback, and when you don't have the playmakers, the offense won't pan out.
It's interesting because what the Patriots did was very shrewdly spend. Right? They almost never went out and spent a ton of money on a single free agent.
Right.
And you look at the Frank Clark thing, you look at the Joe Thuney thing, and it's why would you not learn from that and learn from yourself? Where did Travis Kelce come from? Where did Tyreek Hill come from? And you need to always be investing in those strengths that without those strengths, you're useless.
It's not only that, though, but they're taking favorite bets and they're parlaying them together, which is the worst thing you can do as a bettor, right? They traded a bunch of picks for Frank Clark, which Frank Clark's a favorite to be okay, but he actually he's not okay, right? They traded up for Mecole Hardman. They traded up for Breeland Speaks. They're concentrating risk in a situation where you have the perfect player in Mahomes to do what New England did, which is spread risk out.
Yeah, and to your Frank Clark point, he's a top 5 paid edge defender. And he is, of those top 5 paid edge defenders, the only one with a pass rush win rate outside of the top 20. And he is outside of the top 75. So, you're paying a lot of money for inconsistency there. Now, here's the question that I have, because every time you say, okay, well, these moves are bad, and they go, okay, we're the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Of course.
And that's the tough thing is you don't know the moment nor the hour when it's going to rear its ugly head.
Right. I mean, that's why what the Bucs did was so rare, right? They brought everybody back. Absolutely everybody. They said, we're not taking any chances. Can Tom Brady win a Super Bowl without 15 wide receivers and the 4 tight ends that they have? Sure. But they brought them all back, right? So they're not taking any chances. The Chiefs, you want to maximize your ability to win.
Which Kansas City did last year, with the exception of Reggie Ragland and I think Steve Wisniewski, who ended up coming back.
Yeah.
But to me, I think that's part of the issue, is that a good team is consistently replenishing talent and continuously letting guys go when they're done.
So let's compare and contrast here, because the AFC is a 3-ish, maybe a 2-horse race. The AFC is not super stacked at the top. I think we'd probably put the Bills there, okay? The way the Bills are addressing their team building, Josh Allen ain't Patrick Mahomes yet. But how much, if they keep making smart bets around him and the Chiefs keep making subpar bets around Mahomes, can the Bills get there?
If they get the same Josh Allen as last year. I mean, that's the bottom. He has 1 year of a 90-plus PFF grade. But 2 years previous. If he's an 80, so if he regresses just a little bit.
What's the missing piece, though? Because I have a hunch. I'm curious. What is the missing piece around Allen, or is it all Allen? Is there anything that's missing?
Running back.
Stop.
I don't even think it's that. I honestly think that the Chiefs tried to thread a needle. The Chiefs made mistakes and they were down 9-0. And what we saw was Josh Allen was exactly the player who he's always been against Kansas City, which is a lot of great things, a lot of wild things. And the 2 mistakes they made, the Chiefs basically didn't punt the rest of the game, right? The Chiefs threaded the needle. What Buffalo needs, what Cleveland needs, what Baltimore needs is to catch Kansas City on a bad day, much like the Tampa Bay Bucs did. Because, again, the Chiefs are a 1 coin flip team. They're getting into that championship realm, and then it's just a coin flip as to whether or not they win. Some of these other teams are 2 coin flip teams. You need to have 1 coin come up heads to get in the conversation. Then you need to win it, a la Tampa. And I think the Bills, I think Josh Allen's nature, it's always going to be that way for him. You need to check the box that he's having a great year, and then check the box that you get the luck and win the Super Bowl.
Because I think it's more receiving depth. You saw what the Bucs did. They had receivers everywhere. I love the Emmanuel Sanders move. He still has a little juice left. And what worries me a little bit is when Cole Beasley got hurt. Cole Beasley was huge for Josh Allen, as much as Stephon Diggs obviously was the key piece there. And I think that if the Bills were to continue to solidify their receiving core, that could really go a long way to getting them over the hump, just in the way the Chiefs are not prioritizing it.
Yeah, that's if you lose receiving depth, you lose secondary depth. That's when you start to drop off as a team.
There have been some picks that have come off the board. One that I want to mention here, and by the way, if you're following along with us on PFF.com, as you should be, all the picks will be updating right next to your screen here. So you can follow along, you can read the analysis, you get the pick grade, and all that fun stuff. Wide receiver, Dyami Brown, North Carolina, making a move over to the nation's capital with the Washington football team. This is a guy that we've talked about a lot. We really like his game. Went downfield a ton last year. 606 receiving yards on go routes. Is the most in college football since 2019. He had a vertical route tree.
Oh, yeah. Deepest average depth of target in the draft class. Over 1,000 yards each of the past 2 years, and also over 20 yards per catch each of the last 2 years. So, yeah, the dude likes to go deep, and he can. And the interesting thing about him is I'm not even sure that's his best trait. He is not a pure speedster. He ran a 4.5 at his pro day. To me, what he can do after the catch, what he can do getting off the line of scrimmage, that's why we're so high on him. That's why he's the 45th overall player on the PFF draft board. Love this Washington draft, and I love the fit there. With Ryan Fitzpatrick, you got Curtis Samuel on the interior now, Terry McLaurin, Dyami Brown on the outside, 2 guys who can go vertical on their own right. You got a bunch of receivers now that can win at every level of the football field. They are not specialized, any of these guys, into one specific role. That's how you build a wide receiver core, in my opinion. You want versatile dudes that can do whatever you want them to do. Dyami Brown, I cannot believe he lasted to this pick. I truly cannot. One of the steals of the draft, in my opinion.
I mean, he was a vertical threat at North Carolina, the highest average depth of reception in 2020, the highest average depth of reception in 2019. And like you said, it might not even be his best trait. Like, he's not a speedster. Like, he wins vertically without being really, really fast, which speaks to how he gets off the line of scrimmage, how he creates separation down the football field, all those types of things. And when I talk to him, the first thing you bring up, you don't even have to bring it up. It's like, yeah, I know I ran a limited route tree at North Carolina. I know I ran a limited route tree at North Carolina. And guess who else? You know who else did? Terry McLaurin. He shows up at the Senior Bowl, lights some people up. Dyami Brown, I do think that if you ask him to do more things, he's going to do them well. And there's a reason Chris Sims has him as his wide receiver 3 in this class. Everyone views the class differently, but there's a lot to like.
Is there, though?
There is. There is a lot of reason. I mean, no one's too confident in their evaluation. No one knows what they're doing. So I do think that Dyami Brown, 45th on PFF's draft board, viewed highly by others. This is a guy that I think outperforms his draft stock very quickly.
Didn't have a single screen yard. Average depth of target, 18.4 yards down the football field. I got to talk to my guy Ian over here because I think you know why I'm excited about this. I assume I know why you're excited about this because we are both members of the Scary Terry fan club. What do you make now of his prospects next season?
It's great. I mean, Dyami Brown, I don't think he's going to be someone like, okay, great receiver and everything, but he's not going to come in and just immediately take over. But he's the type of field-stretching talent that can just make everything better for everyone involved in the offense. We already know McLaurin's locked in as the number 1, and man, that's just been one of the more fantasy-friendly roles for Ryan Fitzpatrick's number 1 pass catcher. Brandon Marshall, old man Brandon Marshall, got 173 targets from Fitzpatrick back when he's on the Jets. Stevie Johnson, the list goes on and on of guys that Fitzmagic has really gotten just great contracts. Obviously, Terry McLaurin, much younger than those guys, much more polished. I've already had McLaurin as a wide receiver 1 going into next year. I think adding Brown and Curtis Samuel, man, it just gives more credence to the idea that Ryan Fitzpatrick should probably be creeping in to that QB1 conversation. We knew they were a contender to add a quarterback, but to this point, not really looking that way. So Ryan Fitzpatrick, Terry McLaurin, all in 2021.
I'm all in. I'm just all in. It's not like I'm biased. I go to DC a lot. I have no allegiance to the football team. I have allegiance to Terry McLaurin and his success next year. And I'm excited, man, because Ryan Fitzpatrick I feel like Ryan Fitzpatrick gets a little bit of the Cam Newton treatment where everyone's either way too high or like way too low on him. He's not a bad quarterback. Like, he has obviously these highs and lows, but he's an average guy, just like a lot of other average quarterbacks who can be raised up by good supporting cast. They have a really good supporting cast.
There was a point in Ryan Fitzpatrick's career when he would play well, you would just wait for the roller coaster to start.
The coaster.
But he's my age, by the way. He's 38, 30. Well, I'm older now. 39.
Right.
He's
Did he ever touch 95?
He should be retired. He's never touched 95. But he's playing the best football of his career. That's not supposed to happen. 3 straight top PFF grades of his career the last 3 years. And if he does nothing else, it's YOLO balls, right? You just chuck them up and just let guys go make plays. That's what Fitz does. And what Washington's doing with their receiving core, adding Dyami to the mix, that is fantastic. A perfect match with Fitz.
I mean, Ryan Fitzpatrick might have had the best throw of the NFL season last year against the Las Vegas Raiders.
That's
He's
true.
getting his face mask torn off and throws it on a dime. I mean, he's interesting. I think he's older than, or you're older than him now. He's a YOLO ball.
He's creeping up on me, though, is the thing.
Aging like a fine wine. You're not going to see any Ryan Fitzpatrick slander on this side of the main set.
I'm just really excited about the fact that I have the Washington football team at 3-1 to win that division. When the Cowboys come crumbling down, okay? When Jerry Jones is at a press conference talking about how, look, Mike McCarthy's job is safe, I promise you, when that time comes, I'm going to be very excited.
I worry a little bit about that bet only because the thing that can tank like a good defensive team is the wild quarterback like that. You think about 2019 Tampa Bay probably is a playoff team if Jameis throws half as many interceptions. And that defense was like a top 5 defense. We just didn't know it because they were giving up 30 points a game because Jameis was setting them up at the 15-yard line all the time. Like, that's the risk. But I do agree that at 3-1, it has some really good upside there.
George, you said all you wanted them to do was attack offense finally.
Yep.
And they got a second-round wide receiver on our board. Yep. Here, late third round. I mean, that's fantastic. By the way, what Washington's doing from the start of free agency through the draft is as good as any team
What we're learning is that NFL teams in their war rooms are watching us here. So I recommend that you call your friends, let them know this is where you need to be. I want to talk about a couple of picks that have come off the board. The first one is, I'm going to go in reverse order here. Pick 84, the Dallas Cowboys selected another defensive player. That means all their picks so far, all 4 of their picks, have been defense. I wonder why. Did you watch the Cowboys last year? They couldn't defend anyone. Chauncey Golston from Iowa. But the pick that I really want to get to is one of Mike's favorite players in this draft. We have him here as a tight end. I guess that's how he was drafted. But this guy's just a mean motherfucker.
Yeah.
Tommy Tremble from Notre Dame.
Yeah, R.I.P. to Ian Thomas's fantasy love here. Sorry, Ian. But Tommy Tremble, the highest run blocking grade in all of college football last year. His highlight reel for run blocking is as good as I've ever seen from a college prospect. A true junior coming out, didn't even lead Notre Dame tight ends last year in receiving yards. Michael Mayer, the true freshman there, had more receiving yards, was their number 1 tight end. Tommy Tremble came in and just fucked shit up every time he was on the football field. He was a lead blocker, an H-back. Like, they would move him all around, and he would put dudes in the turf again and again. That is his role, and he is an athletic dude also. He has untapped potential as a receiver. He came out this year because he was never going to be the number 1 guy. He is not the route runner that Mayer is, but he has speed. 4.6 at his pro day. He can run those crossing routes, seams, that sort of thing. I love this guy. He is a sure thing, in my opinion, as a blocker if you're going to use him in a versatile role. He is what sort of the modern run games in the NFL nowadays need at that position.
The versatile role is key too. And I talked to him about, how the tight end position is changing in the NFL. He's like, hey, you got to do everything. You got to run block, you got to play H-back, you got to play running fullback, whatever it takes, I'm going to do it. And I do think that something that's untapped with Tremble because of Mayer, who is like a monster, who was from Cincinnati's own or Kentucky's own Covington Catholic. I do think that Tommy Tremble is untapped as a receiver. Like, I want to see a little bit more in the NFL. I think you will. Ian Thomas, RIP, but still, I do think that Tommy Tremble, the best is to come. This is another player that I do think the trajectory is up.
Untapped.
So
he could be Gronk?
He could be Gronk. No, he's not Gronk. But I do think he's an interesting player that will get used a ton of different ways.
Yeah, 6'4", 245. You think about the way that, I even go back to like how Kyle Juszczyk is used in San Francisco and how they leverage his great blocking to make people think they're going to run, and then leverage his receiving skills because defenses can't figure out how to match personnel versus what guys can do on the field.
Which is Dallas will, now the 3 starting linebackers.
Yes, it's true. Well, I think Jalen Smith may be on the way out there. Packers trade into pick number 85, and they finally get Aaron Rodgers, the weapon that he is needed, and they picked a guy with the same last name.
Namesake,
Amari Rodgers from Clemson is the choice there by the Packers. So now I assume that Aaron has called Gutekunst. Maybe Gutekunst has finally changed out of his prom outfit and said, I'm sorry, all is good, I'll be back next season.
Yeah, Rodgers, Amari that is a quality slot option and one of the best pure slot route runners in this draft class. You can get off the line of scrimmage, a very physical dude, good after the catch, 5'9", 212, built like a running back. It's like he's their version of Ty Montgomery now that they had a few years back.
Exciting.
A very similar sort of player, but with much, much better ball skills, in my opinion. Can make hauling passes outside his frame with ease. That's kind of his bread and butter. He is not a vertical threat, ran the 4.5s. He's not going to be your outside guy, but as a slot receiver, very, very different sort of receiver than what they have there right now. Like Allen Lazard, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Those guys have some size. Marquez Valdez-Scantling has some speed. No one can get off the line of scrimmage or run a slant the way Amari Rodgers is going to be able to in that offense.
You know who he kind of reminds me of? Randall Cobb a little bit. I kind of see a little Randall Cobb and Amari Rodgers.
Wow.
I think what's underrated about Amari Rodgers, because I wrote the article on PFF.com about the yak receivers in this class. Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Jamar Chase, an underrated yak guy. One of the highest yak per reception averages in the country this past year is Amari Rodgers, and it's because of that running back frame. Like he's not getting pumped screens a ton at Clemson, a little bit here and there, but still, guys just bounce off the guy. I do think that Randall Cobb, a little bit of a player comparison I like there. I think they trade up for a reason. Number 92 and 135, essentially moving up 7 spots to go get Amari Rodgers. And I love the basketball team, baby. This is different than what they have. Equanimeous St. Brown, Marquez Valdez-Scantling cannot run routes from the slot like Amari Rodgers can. This is a really interesting pick, and I think it adds to a need that the Green Bay Packers have.
Well, Devontae Adams is a guy who can get off the line of scrimmage and get open right away. And we found with Tampa Bay and all those players, as Mike said, had day 2 picks in that secondary. They just didn't have a second guy that could do that in the NFC Championship game. And Rodgers, as a result, took 3 sacks from Shaq Barrett, was under siege sort of the whole game. You have a second guy that can sort of get open in under 2.5 seconds. It really helps sort of the whole offense.
Do you think that if Matt LaFleur had gone for that 4th down, I keep going back to that play, watching the Jeopardy replay. He goes, yeah, that's a pretty good question. I know that's a pretty good question. He did not protect his coach at all on national television. He threw that dude under a bus. I wonder if that was the final straw. It was like, listen, I had an MVP season, and you guys couldn't give me one more freaking play against Tom Brady? Come on.
Yeah. That was definitely the final straw. Like, what happened in between, though? Right? Like, were they on the same page? I mean, it was MVP ridiculous season. The offense was better this year. Everything that they struggled with in 2019, everything about the offense in 2020 was unbelievable and clicking. And look, Rodgers, highest graded quarterback in the whole thing. LaFleur and that offense, how many easy 1-yard touchdowns did Aaron Rodgers have? His stats he was great, and his stats were inflated because the scheme was so good. Mm-hmm. So they were on the same page the entire year. Was Rodgers just sitting there bitter, and that was the final straw, or did they, make amends along the way?
I'll say this about the Packers in 2020. Their point differential was indicative of a team that good. They beat 2 playoff teams the whole year, and one of them was Tennessee, who was one of the worst defenses in all the playoffs.
In the snow.
In the snow, and with A.J. Dillon, J stands for January. So that to me,
does.
What does the A stand for?
I don't know. To me, I think this is, again, Rodgers is sort of, I don't know necessarily if his statistics are going to be predictive moving forward. I do think it was a perfect storm for them last year. Hopefully they continue to get him weapons.
The Vikings continue to build toughness on the front of their line to pave the way for the 70-30 run-pass split that they will have this coming year. Wyatt Davis, guard, Ohio State.
The way you say guard with such contempt is pretty funny.
It's grit, and it gets me excited to watch the Minnesota Vikings play next year and then watch them. Hopefully in that same outfit.
Not in January, though.
Hopefully in that same outfit. The pick, Wyatt Davis, again, guard from Ohio State. He was our number 1 ranked guard on our big board, 82.6 PFF grade in 2019, first in the Power 5. What made him the number 1 interior offensive lineman here?
Well, so he wasn't the number 1 interior offensive lineman, but as a pure guard, the guy who played last year at the guard position, he was the best. And now you got to go back to the 2019 tape because he hampered a knee injury all of 2020, was not the same player that we saw that last season, but one-on-one in 2019 in pass protection, he lost once. He was lights out in that regard. I thought he should have come out, probably would have been the top interior offensive lineman if he did, but a knee injury, that is why he falls to this point in the draft. That has to be obviously medically checked and vetted, probably why, again, he is here on the board for them because talent-wise, much, much better. This much closer to Elijah Vera-Tucker, who came off the board at 14, than the other guys we've seen on the interior of the offensive line drafted and come off the board here recently. So if he's healthy this upcoming season, he starts at left guard. Not even a debate there. He is NFL ready in that regard.
Is this enough for the Vikings offensive line? Christian Darrisaw, you got Wyatt Davis. So our third offensive tackle, our number 1 guard, and a massive weakness for the Vikings over the last few years. And they've actually made some decent moves that just haven't panned out, so they're still looking to try to fix that offensive line. Is this enough to get them to that, the magical mid-tier?
I also like Ezra Cleveland entering year 2. Yeah. That was always going to be an offensive tackle that not necessarily hit the ground running in the NFL, coming out of Boise State with that crazy athletic profile. So I do think you got some development from Ezra Cleveland. You add Darrisaw, you add Wyatt Davis, 2 guys I think could start week 1. That's I really like what they're doing.
Bradbury hasn't worked out, but in many ways it's because the guards that they've put next to him are traffic cones. So, maybe he'll eventually.
Which is not a good thing.
Dalvin. This is Dalvin's go-off
season. This is Dalvin for MVP season. Let's get those odds up here. But I have some questions about this. So they went Darrisaw, your favorite pick, Steve, in the first round. They then went at pick 66 to Kellen quarterback. Pick 78, Chaz Surratt, linebacker. And at pick 86, Wyatt Davis, guard. My question here is, once again, who is the third option on this team going to be, and what happens if Adam Thielen, who is, gets banged up a little bit.
Well, I think the issue with Minnesota is I think their process in drafting has been pretty okay. They've just whiffed, as Steve said. Bradbury's been terrible. Drew Samia was a 4th-round pick. He didn't work out. The guy that has to work out for Minnesota this year in the skill position is Irv Smith. He has to be
That's their third option.
A playmaker. Yep. Because Thielen scored 13 touchdowns last year. If you're Minnesota, you got career years out of Jefferson, Cook, Cousins, and then you got 13 touchdowns out of Thielen. If those regress at all, you need your defense to step up. And so far this draft, it's been all offense with the exception of a backup linebacker special teams player.
Let's just discuss too. The move that I loved the most yesterday was the Vikings trading down and picking Darius. The extra 3rd-round pick, or one of the extra picks that they picked up, turns into Kellen Mond. Free lottery ticket at quarterback, and one of the extra, and the other 3rd-rounder here is Wyatt Davis. So essentially, picking up extra picks, they have a left tackle and a left guard. We just talked about what the Chiefs have done to fix their left tackle, left guard situation. They spent $17 million a year on Joe Thuney, and then they trade a 1st-rounder for Orlando Brown, and then they're going to pay him $15 to $20 million a year. So just think about that from a team-building standpoint, what the Vikings have done. Now, there's a lot of risk in this. We don't know what these players are, but it's just unbelievably smart moves to take those shots at these positions, and if they pan out, the payout is incredible.
Vikings have taken enough bites at the apple to reasonably assume that 5 of them will be okay, whereas Kansas City is concentrating the risk on 2 players that are paid a lot of money. That's the difference between those 2 approaches, and that's,
And there's also a lot of reason to think that the Vikings defense will be a lot better this year. Obviously, the worst defense in Mike Zimmer's career last year, but now you get Danielle Hunter back, Dalvin Tomlinson, Michael Pierce. You added Patrick Peterson to the secondary. Obviously, you're probably going to lose Jeff Gladney with his off-field issue, but Cameron Dantzler going into year 2, this is a real defense. This is back to the Minnesota Vikings defense we saw a few years ago.
Yeah, as far as from the gambling perspective, though, there is money coming in on Minnesota. They opened 8.5 was their win total. It's 500 team quintessential Vikings. Over was plus money. Now we're seeing over minus 150 before it closed. A lot of people buying into the Vikings. I will say I'll pull back a little bit in the sense that they play the AFC North, which is a bunch of great teams. They'll get run over by Najee Harris, you think. They also face the Los Angeles Rams. Again, their 17th game is a road game against an up-and-coming Chargers team. So they have a tough schedule. The whole NFC North does. So that, could cloud any sort of over tickets on teams like Chicago, Green Bay, Minnesota.
I have a couple picks we need to talk about here. The first is the Pittsburgh Steelers, who, look, they heard us loud and clear. Said, look, you want to make your run game better? Go get some offensive linemen. And they did. Pick 87, Kendrick Green, guard from Illinois, our number 2 guard on the big board. So the run on guards has begun.
Or the next Hall of Fame center.
He plays center there.
Yeah. Every single team that's guard said you're going to play center.
Yeah. Well, that's good because they need one.
The Steelers only draft Hall of Fame centers.
This is such a good culture fit. This is another guy. So I interviewed him. He jumps in his car. And he's like, hey, all right, I'm ready to rock and roll. I was like, oh, man, if you're busy, whatever, it's fine. He's like, oh, sorry, I'm getting a tattoo. What's the tattoo of? The God of War, right on his arm. God of War. And he says, yeah, I'm the nastiest player in this draft. And I was like, yeah, he is. And you saw on tape, he's one of the most explosive guard prospects we've ever seen. He's just raw as hell. He was recruited to Illinois to play defensive tackle. And then they were like, dude, you're killing everybody over there, but we kind of want you to play guard. They flip him to guard, and he's like, I'll do whatever you want. It's like, it's just a classic Steelers guy. I think raw as hell, going to get kicked into center. Doesn't have a ton of reps at center, obviously. A project, but a guy that, man, he's got all the tools. He's got the demeanor. It's Pittsburgh through and through. I mean, he's one of my favorite players in the draft, so obviously I'm going to love the pick.
Yeah, 35.5-inch vertical, 9'11" broad jump at his pro days. As much as you want to say about pro day 40s you can fake, those you can't fake. Those are 99th percentile numbers for interior offensive linemen. Tied Landon Dickerson for the most big-time blocks, the highest graded blocks in the PFF system this past season. He only played 8 games. Landon Dickerson played 12.
Yeah.
So this guy, the explosiveness, the athleticism, pops off the tape from the first snap. Now, obviously, going to Illinois, a little bit raw. But I think at the center position with that athleticism, it's going to play. He's going to be the starting center next year.
Yeah, he was the most athletic interior offensive lineman we're talking about 91st percentile athlete, which has been difficult in this class because, as you said, the pro day data is a little bit regressed.
So kudos to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Fantastic pick by you. We then go to the San Francisco 49ers, who, again, they just love trading, and they love making me sick. So they have traded
They haven't spent enough money in free agency on this position.
They have not yet solidified the running back position, and so they needed to trade up with the division rival Rams to get some more gusto in the backfield.
The preacher.
They selected one of the best memes of the entire football season was Trey Sermon looking up at the camera. We need to bring that here. We need to get that on screen. But they had to trade for him. They trade up to get pick 88. They traded out of 117 and 121. Give those up to the Rams. Move up and take Trey Sermon from Ohio State. We'll get him up here in a second. This is just such a great image.
Preach.
Here.
This is where you take a running back like this. Yeah. Like this is the end of this is where Alvin Kamara came off the board towards the end of the third round. Like Trey Sermon, not making that comp. But like this is where you take.
I heard you make that comp. That's what I'm rolling.
You called it slippery before.
It's Javonte Williams. That's that comp. But 6 foot 215, and he had a 6'8" 4.3 cone, a 37-inch vertical, and a 10.5 broad jump. Those are all excellent numbers at the running back position. This guy's been elusive at 2 different schemes. Oklahoma transfers to Ohio State this past year. 146 broken tackles on 452 career attempts. That means 1 out of every 3 runs he's breaking the tackle. Now that's not exactly what that means, but that's the rate at which he's breaking tackles. That's about as good as it gets outside of Javonte Williams in this draft class. So an elusive dude, not great top end speed, but good burst through the hole, good vision. And you saw it towards the end of the season. 331 yards against Northwestern in the conference championship game, the Big Ten there. 193 yards against Clemson in their win there. Gets hurt against Alabama in the playoffs. Big reason why they lost.
There it is.
Trey Sermon, 0.35 forced missed tackles per attempt in 2018 and 0.33 in 2017. 2 of the 10 best we've ever seen. Single seasons in forced missed tackle rate. And then this, in his career, 6.8 yards per carry against loaded boxes. That's the best of any running back in this class. So, and everyone talks about his contact balance. I talked to 2 Ohio State linebackers this year, Baron Browning and flanking on the other guy, Baron Browning and the other one, Pete Werner. Tough Borland. It might have been Pete Werner or Tough Borland. But both of them bring up that this guy might be the hardest back to tackle in the country. I do think the contact balance matters, and that shows up in yards after contact per carry and forced missed tackle rate. When you're chasing those 2 things, which are 2 of the more predictive metrics PFF has at the running back position, I think the trade up is interesting, trading both 117 and 121 to go up and get a running back at 88. Never going to love that trade up scenario. In terms of getting a good running back, late day 2, I'm a big fan.
One question I have is, as somebody who played him in DFS and was left holding the bag when he got no carries, why was he benched consistent? Why was he never the feature back for a consistent amount of time in Oklahoma or Ohio State? Like the longest time we ever saw him carry the ball was at the very end of his career at Ohio State. What was the reason? Is it just negligence on behalf of his coaching, or what was?
I can't speak to Oklahoma because he got benched and then never put back in at Oklahoma. So that's obviously has something probably to do with attitude, demeanor, like not knowing the playbook, those sort of things, not necessarily how he performed on the football field.
Let's reset the 49ers offense really quick here.
Yes.
Don't forget they drafted Trey Lance yesterday.
I didn't forget that. It shockingly, I did not forget that they drafted Trey Lance.
We spent a lot of time talking about how they're going to build their offense around him. They're probably going to run more shotgun. They're probably going to have him in the design running game a lot. We have Raheem Mostert in his 4.3 speed. You have Sermon and his elusiveness. You have Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel and their elusiveness. So the Niners were already one of the most difficult teams to just tackle in space. Shanahan's the best at creating space for those playmakers. So it's running back or not, it's another playmaker that is very difficult on defenses. And like Mike said, the right time to get this type of player.
Yeah,
the trade up
it's just the trade up. It's like
I get you. He's not worth 2 players. I get that.
That's the tough thing. It's like, and it's always like, oh, do you hate the player? And it's like, no, I don't hate the player. I hate the process behind it. If Trey Sermon, if you wait there's a good chance Trey Sermon's, he might still be there. And if he's not, it's okay. Like, this player is not going to make or break it for you. I know that's me talking and hard to hear from, some guy in a studio in Cincinnati, but here we are. We're going to take a quick break here as we head into the 11 o'clock hour. This is the PFF NFL Draft Show coming to you live. If you haven't got a PFF subscription yet, Draft30 is the promo code you want to use to make that happen. You've got 2 minutes, 30 seconds or so to do so, maybe even a little less. You might want to hurry. So go make that happen. We'll be back in just under 2 minutes.
Football is, in my opinion, the most complex sport. It's not even close. I'm Cris Collinsworth. I work for NBC Sports.
NFL rivalries, Bears, Packers.
Bears, Packers.
Packers, Bears.
Rodgers played some of the best football we've ever seen.
Don't want to see that pass rush. We present information that we've gathered to the teams, to the people that are playing fantasy football, to the fans, and we put perspective on the game of football. So let's take a play, for example. Aaron Rodgers throws a perfect pass down the field, which clangs off the receiver's hands, and it bounces to a defensive back trailing behind.
And it's intercepted.
The box score will tell you that Aaron Rodgers threw an interception, a huge negative. PFF, on the other hand, is going to give Aaron Rodgers a great grade. So what we're trying to do is evaluate not necessarily the result or the stat of the play, but what really happened.
Posit at that ball location. That's incredible.
We can now predict future performance based on the data of the past.
Things like our passing grade will generally correlate to passer rating also.
We have the data, we have the analysis, and now we have AWS and the computing power and skills of that team. We're going to truly change the game.
I think we're going to run until 12 a.m. tonight. Make sure you stick with us all the way through. Go to pff.com/draft/tracker. If you're not watching on YouTube or Twitter, go to pff.com/draft/tracker to see every single pick. We're grading every single pick and offering PFF exclusive analysis on all of those picks. And then tomorrow, we're back at it again. I will be hosting the main set. It's going to be a long day. 11 a.m. We're going live 11 a.m. Eastern time on YouTube, Twitter, and of course, PFF.com. We're going to run through all of the picks, rounds 4 through 7, tomorrow, Saturday, May 2nd, May 1st, 11 a.m. ET. And then on Sunday, 12 p.m. to 3 p.m., 3-hour show should be an absolute treat. I am stoked for it, man. The draft, it's the Super Bowl. It's a 3-day Super Bowl that I don't want to end, and we're betting a lot on it. And I know you've made a decent amount of cheddar here, but I do think that all these teams are so hopeful. Every single team thinks, man, these are the picks we made to finally make it to the Super Bowl, and I do think there's a lot of optimism right now.
We may be able to profit off the optimism.
You may be able to profit off the optimism.
By round 7, you're going to want it to end.
Yeah.
You're going to want it to end by that point.
That's true.
If you're going to try and get through those rounds, by the way, without a PFF draft guide, you're not. Just to be very clear. We've seen a lot of trades here in the second round. We saw a couple in the first round. We're going to take a look at a few of the most lopsided trades, because there have been a couple where there is a fairly clear and definitive winner. And the way that we analyze the winner is by simulating those trades, selecting players at those spots, and comparing the wins above replacement for those selections. And therefore, you can get a distribution of who is winning the trade most on average. So we'll take a look at a few here. The first is we're going to go back to Bears-Giants from yesterday. We talked about this one a little bit earlier today. Of course, the Bears trading up for a quarterback, Eric. Mm-hmm. And that's why the Bears, in a trade-up scenario where normally that doesn't have plus EV, they win this trade 62% of the time.
Yeah, and the spread is so much bigger here, right? When you include quarterbacks, just the difference between a replacement level player and a player that ends up being even median player is immense. And that's why you see the 1.58 wins over the next 4 years that you would expect from the picks that Chicago got versus the picks that the Giants got. The Giants did fine as long as you don't assume that they're going to take a quarterback, but you see the opportunity cost there in foregoing a second option over Daniel Jones.
Yeah, and they, of course, trade back. They end up taking the wide receiver out of Florida, Kadarius Toney. The next one that we have is, I believe, the Vikings and the Jets trade. Now, the Vikings, they traded back and selected Christian Darrisaw, the offensive tackle, and the Jets traded up and selected an offensive lineman themselves.
Yeah, I mean, once you see the players linked here, right, it makes even less sense, right? You look here, they win the trade 62% of the time. You start attaching names to it. It's, Elijah Vera Tucker for Christian Darrisaw, Kellen Mond, and another draft pick. It sort of seems silly, and that's why the Vikings here win this trade by a substantial margin. But notice the spread isn't big because you're dealing with quarterbacks taken after round 1 and position players. The edges are small here. What you want to do is accumulate a bunch of them over time.
Yeah, that was crazy, right? The Bears won the trade 62% of the time, but by 1.6 wins above replacement. That's massive. I mean, there's only 8 wins per team in the NFL. And then this trade, because there's no quarterback involved, right? If you look at where wins occur in the NFL, it is at the quarterback position. The most valuable quarterbacks, they're going to get you potentially 4 wins above replacement. Yep. The most valuable non-quarterbacks at most a fourth of that. So the value there is just.
But if you think about it, like if you accumulate 10 of those trades over the course of 4 years, that's like a half a win on the on the betting market, and we'll take that any day of the week. It's worth 50 cents if you're making a bet there.
50, you know the way to my heart. 50 cents gets me excited. The Browns and the Panthers from today are next, and this one was one that ended up being a very close, or one of the closest trades. I think it was actually the closest one we had all day. So the Browns, we talked about how smart they are, and this is another example of that.
Yeah, exactly. The Panthers do win this, but it's by barely anything, and it barely, as infrequently as Carolina, as Carolina would here. So, and the other thing to factor in here is if you're looking at the average player taken at those picks, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is not an average player. So, from Cleveland's perspective, they're probably winning this trade because they're getting something like the 10th to 20th best player in the draft way back in the second round here for the trade. So a masterful move by the Browns there.
We've said that a lot recently. Yep. We've also said this a lot. The New Orleans Saints trade up. It's just a refrain that recurs every single draft season, even multiple times during the draft. And this one with the Broncos, not quite the best move for the Saints, but this happens when you trade up and you are often giving up extra players in the deal, right? Yep. Extra picks to trade up. You are overestimating the right player to pick.
Yeah, and this looks bad, right? I mean, when you look at rounds 2 and 3, right, giving up, 0.13 WAR, versus a first round where it's like 0.24 in the previous bad trade. Like, this is an immense amount because these picks aren't worth that much. So you got to give up a lot of them over what you would expect even to get to this number. And the Saints, as they're wont to do, deliver here.
They do always deliver, like your outfit, which has been delivering all night. The reviews have been absolutely wonderful.
Unanimous, actually.
Yeah, really.
I'm the only. This is the only grade given out tonight that's an A.
I think so. I was going to say, actually, this is remarkably like Packers coloring. And I didn't even notice it.
I don't even know. We can't play that.
You have a shareholder here.
You think it's a green jacket too?
That's a Sunday Peeps yellow, okay? That is not
Listen,
Green Bay
the Sesame
Packers
Street
yellow.
crowd does not want to hear any slander, okay?
Mike's a Packers shareholder. You have to ask him.
That's not
the
Packers
expert.
color.
We're not going to claim that.
An owner. Yeah. Packers owner. We have a couple of picks, thank God, to bring us back here. A guy that ran very, very fast, wide receiver from Auburn, Anthony Schwartz, goes to the Browns. One of the picks that they got from New Orleans that we just discussed here. And this guy is really fast.
Yeah, so 4.2740 at his pro day at Auburn. Before you think that's a juice number, pro day, he broke the world youth record as a high schooler, 10.15 100-meter dash. He is a track star coming out of Auburn, but he looks like a track star in a football field. His average depth of reception last year, 2.8 yards down the football field. He was not a real receiver. He was getting tap passes, and even on those limited sort of screens and the things he was getting, he still dropped 10% of his passes last year. So this guy is a pure project. He is only 20 years old. He hasn't turned 21 for a while. Like, he came out knowing that someone was just going to covet him for his speed and that quote-unquote upside that speed might possess. But he's a gadget player. Browns, obviously, you look at that receiving core, they needed speed. Once Odell Beckham went down, they had no one that could stretch the field vertically. This guy stretches the field vertically, but outside of maybe over routes, crosser routes, the gadget sort of route tree that we say, I don't expect him to make too much of an impact anytime soon.
My favorite nugget on Anthony Schwartz is that at American Heritage High School in Florida, where Patrick Surtain's dad, I believe, is either the head coach or the defense coordinator, and Marco Wilson's dad is the defense coordinator, actually, and Surtain is the head coach. They went back-to-back state championships, undefeated state championships, with Patrick Surtain at outside corner, Tyson Campbell at outside corner, Marco Wilson of Florida, former four-star, at slot, and then Anthony Schwartz at deep safety. That secondary was absurd. He had some of the best speed on the back end. Anthony Schwartz, like you said, a track player.
Slowest guy, 4.41 of those.
Yeah, slowest guy of those guys. It's wild, man. They had a lot of speed there. He's a track player on a football field. Can he develop more than that? We'll see.
Another project for the Browns. They took Donovan Peoples-Jones last year, who ended up looking like a better pro than he was at Michigan, and a very toolsy guy with a really high athleticism score. Very interesting approach there beyond Odell Beckham Jr. and Jarvis Landry. Landry.
Yeah, as we've said, the Browns continue to make smart moves because their roster is so good. So they're equipped to take one of these guys. And if he pans out to be a deep threat or a gadget player or the crossers that they love to run and he's the guy doing it, defenses have to account for the speed.
You can't get a Tyreek Hill unless you take a gamble on a player that's kind of gadgety like that.
Right.
The AFC North, this has been interesting. I mean, these odds are moving closer together. The Ravens plus 120, the Browns plus 150. A couple months ago, you could have gotten the Browns at plus 190, 200. So the markets are starting to wise up there. That's why you want to obviously bet early. The Steelers plus 400. The green pick has not yet moved the line for them. And the Bengals are 20-1 at plus 2,000.
Yeah, it sort of was really weird that it didn't change on the Najee Harris pick.
I was surprised.
The Steelers are going to become value at some point.
Ian's so mad over
They're going to become value. Once they get Big Ben running play action.
I thought once they get rid of.
They
signed Mason Rudolph.
Last year at this time, the Packers had the worst draft, but they still had Aaron Rodgers, so it didn't matter. Big Ben didn't look anything like himself last year, but he's still Big Ben. What
does that mean? He's still Big Ben.
He's still a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback who, for the majority of his career, was a top 8 quarterback
and was 1 year removed from elbowing.
Yeah. The issue I have with Big Ben though is 19 was lost, 18 he led the league in passing yards, but it was sort of in a he didn't grade well for us.
Right.
The last time
it's trending in the wrong direction.
The last time he's graded well for us is 17. So we're talking about a long time ago.
Right.
But you're right. I mean, Steve, you are right. Like if Big Ben plays as a Hall of Fame quarterback, they could have the best quarterback in the division, and that obviously is value if you're getting at plus 500.
But if he's a borderline top 10, if he's QB 10 to 15 next year, which he wasn't last year, production-wise he was, but he was not by our grades, right? If he is that quarterback next year, then they're a pretty good team. And they're a lot better than they're not making moves in the right direction this offseason, but Big Ben could play well next year, and that changes the dynamic.
You look at the end of Brett Favre's career. He went up and down, from the last year at Green Bay, then to the Jets, and then to Minnesota, and then down to Minnesota. Even years before that in Green Bay, he was even more of a roller coaster than what we've seen from Big Ben.
And a lot of that was weapons-based, right? And near he was thrown to Andre Thurman and random players, and then they got him James Jones and Jordy Nelson and all those guys, and then he went to Minnesota and when Sidney Rice tears his hip up, he can't, he has no weapons. What are the Pittsburgh Steelers doing at the wide receiver core? They've done a good job of adding some guys, but none of those guys have really emerged as a superstar.
I think they have the pieces there. Chase Claypool looked like a superstar at times last year, and he's still young, right? So Claypool could have a huge step forward. Deontay Johnson gets open really well. Juju as a number 3 is fine. They just drafted Freiermuth, and they still have Eric Ebron. But I think with Najee Harris, the one possible thing that could work for them is they're going to try to run the ball and throw the ball down the field more. Right? So they're going to try to run the ball, hopefully run more play action, which Big Ben hates doing, but that's their only chance. If they go from the team that runs play action the least, and even if they move to middle of the pack, and they say, Big Ben, throw it down the field, even though they were bad at it last year, it's a variance play. If it all works out, the Steelers could actually be way better than it feels they should be.
Issue is, though, defense is so random year to year. Do they continue to have the defense that they've had? It showed cracks at the end last year when they lost, Devin Bush, and they lost Bud Dupree, and the secondary, they lost Steven Nelson, who had graded well for us over the past few years. If their defense is 10th best in the league, what is the spread that the offense has to cover for them to be any good?
Right.
And some context on those play action numbers. Can the Pittsburgh Steelers be different? Adding Najee Harris, Pat Freiermuth, can they be different and actually run more play action? Over the past 3 seasons, the Pittsburgh Steelers have run play action on 12% of dropbacks, the lowest in the NFL by 5%. The next closest team is Jacksonville at 17%. They don't do it. Big Ben doesn't like to turn his back to the ball or back to the line of scrimmage. Do they change it? Maybe. I doubt it. I would bet on them not clearing 20 next year, Steve, right? Do you expect them to change even that much?
Steve's argument is that Big Ben is going to rise from the dead at the ripe old age of, what is he now, 40?
There's a few what-ifs here.
And by doing something that he, quote, hates doing. That sounds promising. I will mention this also. You mentioned the Jaguars. The Jaguars were the worst team. They were losing all of their games. So, the game script for play action was not there, and they still managed to run more play action than the Pittsburgh Steelers, who at one point were undefeated 12-0.
It's tough. I mean, I wouldn't bet on them but increasing the rate they run play action by a significant degree. That would be, right? Really surprising.
All I'm saying is everything that the Steelers are doing this offseason feels wrong. It feels bad. But it's just like the Packers last year. And the Steelers still have a quarterback for the majority of his career who has been a top 8 quarterback. In any given season, if he's QB 10 to 15, they're a pretty good football team.
Then this is their year too. Like this is it.
This is it. Yeah.
They have the least amount of contracts committed to 2022 of any team in the NFL. Everyone's a free agent after this year. It could be a completely different team after 2021. More than likely will be.
What do we think Tomlin's future is? Because he just signed like an extension. I mean, but they've only had 3 coaches for like the last 50 years.
Oh, he's going nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. The best thing about Pittsburgh is Mike Tomlin. What he's done there.
But do you think he wants to be around there?
Absolutely.
That's the question.
Yeah,
if he wants to move on. Now, I would guess that Mike Tomlin very much enjoys the fact that he has infinite job security. Yeah. I mean, that's not something that is afforded
That is
to you
like
in a
one
lot
of the
places.
coolest things about the Steelers is that like since the 60s, they've had like 3 coaches the whole time and they've all been great. But I wonder, like right now, they've had Hall of Fame quarterback plays in the whole PFF era, really. Like we don't have like an extended period of data where Pittsburgh didn't have anybody else at quarterback. Like this is going to be weird when he leaves. Does Tomlin really want to rebuild it from the bottom up?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're entering compensatory pick territory here. I will run through a couple.
Can I talk about a couple I love here?
Yes.
All right, I love a couple of these picks here. Offensive lineman. Number 94 overall, Baltimore Ravens go Ben Cleveland, the Georgia guard, the most well-proportioned 6'6", 350-pound man you'll see that's not in a World's Strongest Man competition. He is an absolute unit, this dude. Claims Georgia legend, he's done more than 50 reps on the bench at times. They had to stop him there. He is, that guy is a people mover through and through, and he goes to the perfect scheme for him. The most offensive line friendly scheme in terms of run blocking. Not the most fleet of foot dude. He is a guard, he is a phone booth player, and he goes to a place in Baltimore where that's all he's going to be asked to do. So moving the line of scrimmage, you're not going to find too many better in this draft class. That's what Ben Cleveland does. Oh yeah, the pick is up right there.
Oh
my Lord.
Gosh.
That guy
I looked like that in high school, and then I had to slim up for this job. It made things a lot difficult for me.
He used to go hunting before morning practices at Georgia. Goes now to Baltimore, like I said, love that fit. And then Robert Hainsey. I kept saying for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and you were saying they can make luxury picks here. I kept saying a versatile offensive lineman. The thing standing between them and another Super Bowl win is injuries along their offensive line. Mm-hmm. Adding a versatile offensive lineman that can fill in at center, guard, tackle, whatever, can go a long way. That's Robert Hainsey from Notre Dame, right tackle over the course of his career there. One of the better right tackles in terms of pass protection over the course of his Notre Dame career, but not an athlete or doesn't have the length that you like at the tackle position, projecting the NFL. But at center at the Senior Bowl, looked the best of any of the centers in pass protection there. So for my money, this guy can fill in 5-position versatility. He will be your utility lineman if and when, because injuries always happen along the offensive line, someone goes down.
Yeah, that was a need. I mean, last year, Ali Marpet missed 4 or 5 weeks, and Tom Brady's getting pressured up the middle. Can't have that. So yeah, Hainsey absolutely fills that spot for them. Good job, Bucks.
Nice work. And he'll be there for when Kyle Trask takes over.
He will be.
As the heir apparent there.
In 10 years.
Yeah. The Patriots took edge defender Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma. The Los Angeles Chargers, Trey McKitty, tight end from Georgia. Hopefully you've been following along. I've got the tracker alongside us talking on screen, so you will not miss a single pick or analysis on it, because we've got a whole team making sure you get great analysis on all of those picks. And if you have a PFF subscription, you can just click on the player and learn all you want to learn about him. You have a draft guide open, you're checking out all that stuff, so you should be in very good shape here. Let's talk a little bit about some of the teams that have really impressed you in this day two. There have been a lot of trades. There have been a lot of teams picking multiple times, whereas in round one, it's, okay, well, I like this player, versus here where you're able to get, 2 to 3 players and really start to solidify what, your team might look like in a couple of years, because that's how long it takes, usually for these guys to come through. I'll start with you, Mike. Who are a couple teams that jump off the board of what they've done today?
Yeah, I think I've touched on these throughout the show, but the Giants, getting Azeez Ojulari, where he ended up coming off the board in the second round, getting Aaron Robinson, the UCF corner, where he came off in the third round. 2 guys who they can step in and play day one. Like, those guys can make an impact right out the gate. That you don't say that a lot about a second and third rounders. And then the same division, the football team. getting Samuel Cosmi, getting the left tackle of the future midway through the second round and what he could be with how freakishly athletic he is, getting Benjamin St-Juste and De'Ami Brown, a cornerback from Minnesota and a wide receiver from North Carolina, that we love both of those guys in the third round. Maybe not necessarily the impact starter right away at St-Juste, but those guys have the valuable positions that they're attacking, guys that can come in and can play that. Again, you have a lot of young talent on this Washington roster. The more young talent you have, the more guys you can hit on these rookie deals, then you can go out and splurge in free agency. A quarterback comes available, you can pay a hefty price then and lure them in there because they're going to have a ton of cap flexibility because they are not outlaying. Once they cut, Landon Collins after his contract comes off the books, you got a lot of cap space. They can make plays in the coming years that the way they've drafted of late, man, this team is a giant in the making.
I want to follow up there because I know you talked about you love what the Washington football team did. You just said you love what they've done on day 2. Like, what's the goal? Ryan Fitzpatrick is probably going to play them their way into picking in the 15 to 20 range again. They're going to be outside looking in for another quarterback again. And what's the long-term answer? You say when a quarterback becomes available in free agency, is it Aaron Rodgers? I mean, who's coming available to actually be that missing piece? Because again, regardless of how you draft on day 2, regardless of who you add in free agency, if you don't have the guy at quarterback, a top 8, top 6 player at that position, it's just hard to actually finally hit on that. So, I mean, and they didn't make the move the Bears did. Imagine if Washington made that move. Imagine if Washington went up from 19 to 11 and got Justin Fields. Now we're talking about the football team as NFC East favorites easily. They go up and make that same trade. NFC East favorites, in my opinion. That's why I like what they've done. But it's kind of the same way I like what the Panthers have done. I really like what we've done, adding Terrace Marshall, Tommy Tremble, Brady Christensen. Still got a question mark at QB. Yep. And if it doesn't pan out, what's the point? Not what's the point, but it's the ceiling is lower. The ceiling is 19th pick, 18th pick.
You're not a Super Bowl contender. Exactly. You're a contender to make the playoffs. And I
bring this up a lot because I think we don't talk about incentives enough about team building and that. Everyone, from our perspective, everyone's incentives to win a Super Bowl. The incentive should be to consistently win Super Bowls, to consistently be competitive for Super Bowls.
Yes, absolutely.
But instead, we jump on these teams, that can shoot the moon like Washington, or maybe can shoot the moon with Kirk Cousins, or whatever it may be. It's the teams that win the Super Bowls or consistently win Super Bowls are the ones that have top 5 QBs. And until you have it,
there's 5 of them.
Exactly.
If you have a top quarterback, you need one thing to go right to win the Super Bowl. If you don't, you need 2 things. Yes. You need 2 flips of the coin. San Francisco, you need Jimmy G to be healthy the whole year. You need the 1 seed, and you need to catch the Packers on a bad day, and then you need to beat Kansas City. Whereas teams New England are the 12-4 and the 2 seed every freaking year for a decade. You need one thing to go right to win the Super Bowl.
Right. So there's 1 or 2 teams.
Mike's point is that there are 5 of those players.
Right.
Yes.
So here's what I'll say: you can't at their position. I don't think they're in a place where they're going to be bad enough to pick super high, right? Now, I'll give you a couple of options here.
Go ahead.
Okay, the first option that comes to mind is we've heard not playing in Houston anymore, Deshaun Watson. Who knows what the hell happens with his situation, but it looks as though it's trending at least in a cleared situation, whatever the hell that means. So there's an option there. But I also think you saw Chicago move up. I obviously would have liked them to move up, but that doesn't mean they can't do that next year,
right?
As well. There's ammunition to get up.
And look, they're the defending champions in the NFC East. And they were defending champs in part because of Ron Rivera and the coaching staff that came in there. There's only a handful of coaches that have shown that they can consistently elevate a roster. Ron Rivera is one of them. They were consistent winners in Carolina. A couple ups and downs, but they made the playoffs.
But they were one time a Super Bowl contender.
Right,
they were a 2 seed another time, but they've never really challenged to get there. The question is this is why I like Fitzpatrick in Washington to a certain degree. He's somebody that if you catch him on a good day, he can compete with other quarterbacks in the league. Mm-hmm. So at least for now, the other nice thing about Fitzpatrick is on a bad season, he's good enough to get you 3-13, or 3-14 now, which might be good enough to get you.
Nobody's thinking like that. Nobody's signing a quarterback with the hope that maybe we'll go 3-13, right? We're PFF. We're owners of all 32 teams here on this show. But right now, for owning the Washington football team, we're saying, guess what? We won the division. LOL, it's hilarious. The division was terrible. However, unbelievable defense that they've built right there, talent-wise. making all the right moves offensively. Fitzpatrick's playing the best football of their career. They're going to try to make a little bit of a run, obviously knowing, okay, we're not a dynasty. We would love to be a dynasty, but there's one per decade.
But they're also not doing silly things like trading up a lot. They're also not paying the quarterback 12 in the NFL $35 million a year. Like they're doing things that you would do. They're not like completely going all in on this situation so that when something comes up, like Justin Fields being available, like they should have traded up, but like something like that coming up again, they don't have anything impeding their progress.
Do you think they tried?
Probably,
because
there's definitely an argument.
What would Favre say? Maybe, but he probably did.
Who did the Bears trade up with?
It depends on the evaluation.
Who did the Bears trade up with?
It depends on the evaluation of Justin Fields.
Who did the Bears trade up with?
Giants.
Okay.
In division.
Do you think the Washington football team called them and said, "Hey, we'd like to trade up," and they said, "No"?
Certainly
probably.
possible.
Yeah.
The Giants traded with the Cowboys yesterday. So
but it's totally different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 100% different.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. Maybe.
What
was the point you
Perhaps.
I was going to say there's been an influx of quarterback talent in the NFL over the past half decade. More so, there's more available than ever before. We literally just saw it. A team got a quarterback in free agency and then won a Super Bowl with him year one. We saw it 5 years ago. Peyton Manning goes to Denver, wins the Super Bowl. Like, there are guys that can come available. You don't always have to, there's just going to be more and more. Like, 5 guys just entered this year and went in the top 15 picks. There are going to be a handful more next year. Like, we have seen more enter than ever before. I think it's going to get easier to find guys. Maybe this second wave of Baker Mayfield, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, maybe not all of them are going to stick at their respective franchise. You're going to be able to find talent at the quarterback position that I don't think you're not necessarily just going to bottom out. A lot of teams are going to be in the mix if you build a talented roster.
Is that why parity exists so much in the NFL? Because teams that have these great players at the position, a la the Saints, a la Kansas City, sort of like shove their chips in these bets, and then there's value to be accumulated for the Browns and the Ravens and the Washington football team of the world, and they pop up every so often.
Well, there's
to me, and even the Packers were that way too.
The Ravens won as many Super Bowls the past decade and a half as the Packers have, and they have had nothing at the quarterback position, but have made consistently smart moves in the draft.
There's one more dynamic at play, right? So the past 10 to 15 years in the NFL, if we ranked the top 8 quarterbacks, I feel like us at PFF and people NFL fans would come to the same list. It was pretty consistent for a while. Mm-hmm. It's Brady, Breeze, Manning, Rodgers, of course, but you got Big Ben, Russell Wilson, all these guys, right? And that's a cheat code if you have those guys. Who are the top 8 quarterbacks of the next 10 years? Or is it there's a Mahomes, and then there's another tier, and the next tier might only be 3 or 4 guys. So the next chunk of the NFL might only have one superstar, or it might only have one cheat code, so to speak, instead of 7 or 8. Yeah. And so now it's like, well, okay, the next 15 quarterbacks are extremely valuable, unless Trevor Lawrence steps up into that group, or we'll figure out what happens with Watson and how long Russell Wilson
I think it's safe
goes.
to assume that of Herbert, Mayfield, Jackson, etc., there's going to be one long-term player, but that's not always been a safe bet, because we said the same thing about Jameis, Wentz, Goff, Mariota. Mariota's taken the Titans to the playoffs. So you make a good point. I mean, back in the day, it was really just Manning and Brady, and a few other guys like Breeze and Roethlisberger and those guys. But it's a good question, and the way in which salaries are constructed in the NFL. It's one that I think we are going to see these teams in limbo all the time with Washington, and good on them for only signing Fitzpatrick for $10, $12 million a year.
I do think that from the cards they were dealt, they've exceeded expectations and continue to make every move. I think the only other thing is at one point you have to get aggressive. At one point, whether it's signing Tom Brady when he becomes available or making an aggressive trade for a quarterback, eventually you have to go get a guy that can be a top 8 player at the position.
But that's why using capital on QB. So where was Denver when they got Manning? Well, they had used a pick and they traded up for Tim Tebow like that. But those picks are not that onerous where you're like, okay, I'm paying the guy too much. Right. You get out from under him, you put in Manning, move on, right? If you have Dalton, you can just go up and get Justin Fields. Fitzpatrick isn't stopping Washington from doing anything. But guys like Goff, guys like Wentz, guys like Cousins, they're keeping their teams from doing anything, for better or worse.
Let's move on to some of the drafts that you like, Steven.
Patriots are doing some nice things.
Oh.
They traded up for a player, but they traded up for the 12th overall player on our board in Christian Barmore. And then they get number 43 on our board, Ronnie Perkins, edge defender out of Oklahoma, add a little juice to the defensive line at 96 overall.
Mm-hmm.
So from a value standpoint, that's fantastic. And then we keep talking about taking shots on quarterbacks and the whole thing. They sat at 15 and got Mac Jones. So that trio right there, the upside of a quarterback, 2 really good players on the defensive line, 2 top 40 players on our draft board. Fantastic work by the Patriots.
The AFC East odds right now: Bills minus 150, Dolphins plus 325, Patriots plus 350, and Eric's New York Jets 20-1 at plus 2,000.
Anytime it's 21, you got to take it though.
The Patriots are intriguing at least now.
They're much better than last year. They're much better now. Where they spent $500 million in free agency this offseason. And it's going to come back to bite them in 2022. In 2022, you're going to look at their cap situation and say there's a whole bunch of average players making $10 to $15 million. But this year, in 2021, they got much better. They had one of the worst receiving cores in the NFL over the last 2 years. The worst tight end situation in a league full of bad tight end situations. All of that's so much better. Now they just added to the defensive line. If there was a weakness on the team, it's maybe a little D-line depth. And Mac Jones might not even have to play. I mean, if Cam Newton should be a little bit better here, you've got that run game component. And the biggest thing where they struggled offensively is Cam Newton had like 5 or 6 games where he graded under 50 in PFF grade. You cannot win like that. They only won the few games, ran 200 yards. You can't do that all the time. They'll be able to win with the pass game, win with the run game. Belichick's still coaching the defense. They're a solid 9 to 11 win team, I think.
How confident? Okay, I'll push back on this. I think a huge weakness is their wide receivers.
They're better than last year, though. But they have 2 tight ends,
Why?
too.
Because Nelson Aguilar and Kendrick Bourne are going to not get open on some snaps?
If Aguilar plays like last year, Aguilar last year played like Henry Ruggs was supposed to play. He was 18 yards per catch down the field. Now listen, Aguilar's had 2 good seasons out of 5, and he's done it differently. One in the slot and one as a deep threat. But if he's one of those, huge upgrade there. 2 tight ends in Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith. And Kendrick Bourne's the number 3. And then Jacoby Myers is legit. Like, that guy gets open, and if he's a 2 or a 3 receiver, he's awesome. He's a fantastic receiver.
Who is their 1 and 2 receiver?
Nelson Aguilar, Jacoby Myers, Kendrick Bourne. But you keep asking about receiver. The tight ends count. The NFL has...
Jonnu Smith was a good 3rd option in Arthur Smith's play action bonanza. And he caught passes to a total of 480 yards.
Did you see who the tight ends were in New England the last couple of years?
I get they were bad.
Were running. It was like offensive tackles running down the field. The Patriots have the slowest team in the NFL the last couple of years. I'm just saying they're better, right? Yeah. And they still have one of the better offensive lines in the league and a quarterback that can help in the run game, which immediately raises the floor of your offense. The Patriots are better. So whatever that baseline was last year, they're not great. They're better by probably a win or 2.
Very interesting. Any other teams?
In general. Plus the 17th game.
We're going to disagree a little bit there. Any other teams that you liked? Steve?
I only looked up one.
You only liked one team?
I love the football team. You stole that one. I just love what they're doing.
The football team.
I mean, I'm a big fan of what the Chargers did. I mean, I know Mike is as well. I mean, adding Josh Palmer at 77, who was 71st ranked player on our board. Asante Samuel Jr. at 47, who was the 29th ranked player on our board. And I think the pick that no one's really going to talk about because it's not that sexy, but Rashawn Slater at 13 is sweet. Like, he can play tackle, he can play guard, he can play center, 5-tool offensive lineman. I think they've made some really, really good decisions through 2 days.
Interesting on Slater, and looking back through the first round. So you go Slater at 13, but the teams that picked right ahead of him, were the Cowboys right there. And man, the Cowboys used to have such a great offensive line, and it has been derailed by injury continuously. It seems like Tyron Smith's just going to be there forever. I don't know. That to me was a miss, and I love what the Chargers have done this a ton, which is we're going to sit back and we're going to wait. And those players have just fallen into their laps, and they have plucked them out of there. So I'm in agreement with you there. Looking at the AFC West, Chiefs minus 305, Broncos 5-1, Chargers 6-1, and the Raiders at plus 2,000 there. So if you like your Chargers, 6-1.
That is move. The Kansas City was minus 400 going into the weekend, but the biggest move is obviously the speculation for Denver. I will say Denver has had a low-key kind of bad draft. If you think about sort of the value where that you go with Surtain and then you trade up for Javonte Williams, a running back at the very start of round 2, and then they got Quinn Meinerz, Meinerz from WIAC, UW Whitewater fame, which probably their best pick from a value perspective, but still, like, they come out of it still. Bridgewater, Locke, still their 2 quarterbacks. They're a team that we should be talking about, much like we talk about the Washington football team, from a talent perspective, from a coaching perspective, from an opportunity perspective. For them, the issue is they play in a division where they have no shot unless they get an upper tier quarterback. And Washington plays in a division where they can win it just by sort of leaning over.
A pick that just broke that I'd love to discuss here. Tennessee Titans at 100 grab Elijah Molden, former Washington slot cornerback, the 35th ranked player on PFF's draft board. Remember this, they grab Elijah Molden, one of PFF favorites, and also Caleb Farley. Both those guys. We talk a ton about how the Tennessee Titans, grabbing cornerbacks. They grabbed, losing cornerbacks last year. Malcolm Butler and Adoree Jackson. Elijah Molden doesn't play on the outside. Probably won't play on the outside next year. But grabbing Caleb Farley, if he can stay healthy, and Elijah Molden in the slot, those are 2 legit players. I think a second-round value. For
Dylan Redun's at 53, our number 32 overall player. Look, the Titans, I'm worried about them this year.
Yeah,
I'm really worried about them this year. Now they play in an absolutely dumpster fire of a division. It might not matter. They might contend, but you have to replenish, and it maybe won't show up this year, but
I think they took
really
a big
helpful
hit to the coaching variable, right? So Arthur Smith, I thought, was really good for them. But when you look at, like, Vrabel, for example, like, they traded for Desmond King mid-season and completely misused him, right? He's like a zone corner. They played him in a ton of man, and he was awful, really. And to me, I think, like, and then, of course, like, there was the punting at the end of the game against the Ravens where, like, he literally does not know what to do with 4th down decisions. Like, that coupled with being worse at offensive line and defensive backfield positions that are extremely weak linked, extremely dependent upon coaching. Like, I think they could be a team, I think they're the most likely division winner other than Pittsburgh to not win the division next year.
Can we talk about my guy Elijah Molden now? He's
ready.
a steal of the draft, man.
I like him.
Steal of the draft. Okay, you guys made me doubt him just a little bit in recent days talking about him.
We don't doubt Elijah Molden.
I said, so he's that slot safety hybrid.
He's Mike Hilton.
He's somewhere between Mike Hilton and Tyrann Mathieu. Well, he's closer to
somewhere in between.
He's not.
Well, let's look at what they've been. Mike Hilton has been one of the most valuable slot corners in the league over the last couple of years because he can play the run, play zone, playmaker, and the Steelers blitzed him like crazy. Molden might not be able to do all of those things, but he does have a lot of versatility for a secondary that needed it badly. So adding Molden and adding Farley, man, it could be incredible for the Titans.
Yeah, they replenished their secondary pretty much overnight and got good value at both their picks. Now, that obviously hinges on Caleb Farley staying healthy, but the slot cornerback last year, Chris Jackson, rookie, it was in over his head. Like, Elijah Molden is going to be an immediate upgrade in the slot. That's where he comes in and plays. Yeah, he comes in and starts. So, love their draft in 2018. We said that day, we're like, one of the best drafts. Obviously, A.J. Brown, Jeffrey Simmons. It's come to fruition. Hated their draft in 2019. Isaiah Wilson, Christian Fulton, but then Darrington Evans, the 3rd-round running back. This year, knocked it out of the park yet again. I'd say this is one of my favorite drafts as well.
So 2 years from now, look out for the Tennessee Titans. Eric, let me get to you. A team that you really liked, what they've done.
I mean, the Minnesota sort of like lost the lead here. They had like a really good, they turned, Wyatt Davis, Kellen Mond, and Christian Dara Saw from Elijah Vera Tucker. Like, that was a great, but then they, after that, I don't quite like what they did after that. I think Cleveland is the obvious one. When you look at, Newsome, just a really good pick, Owusu-Koramoah, when you, like, they're getting middle of the field players this offseason that are just, top notch with him, Grant Delpit coming back from the injury last year and John Johnson. Like, I don't know if there's a weakness on Cleveland's team, both front office wise, coach wise, offense or defense. Maybe it's just the kicker. Honest to God, if the Cleveland kicker, it continues, the slump they have every once in a while. But, like, where is the weakness on Cleveland other than Baker Mayfield's perceived lack of upside relative to the truly elite quarterbacks in the NFL?
Browns would be a good test case, right? I mean, we sit here, multiple podcasts, PFF NFL podcast, 2 for 1, the forecast. Download, subscribe, be a part of it. All we do is talk about how to build a team and how to do it and all that stuff. And, like, we've got the use case sitting there in the NFL. The Browns doing it. Build from back to front, stitch together that defense. They got Myles Garrett, but they just take a shot on a Jadeveon Clowney. They completely redid their offensive line. Their offensive line went from one of the worst to one of the best last year in the NFL, in just smart ways, right? Everything that they're doing is fantastic. So kudos to the Browns. Now, we'll see how it all works out on the field. But yes, on paper, making a ton of good moves. And the versatility that they have in their back seven. I mean, we always joke about you can't have too much depth. I don't even know how these guys are going to slot in and see the field. It's not a problem, but when you look at it, it's tough to see where they all fit in, and that is a great problem to have.
Be super interesting to see Odell Beckham Jr. back in there. Remember, it was not – the offense turned around after that point. Now, they played an easier schedule,
right,
but it is undeniable that the offense looked different. I mean, it was grim. Remember, it was like, we're not sure if this is going to work out for Baker. Should Baker be benched? Like, it was bad. I am fascinated to see what this offense looks like this year. Is Odell healthy? And if he's not, then do they have the receiving depth to overcome here? So I think that's going to be fascinating. Of course, Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, the two-headed monster there in the backfield, who I always look to tell me about what the backfield is going to do. Ian, some teams that you really like what they've done, especially from a fantasy perspective, how they can maybe, through the draft, change the perspective of some of the players on their rosters.
Yeah, I just want to break down two of these most recent picks we had that I think have a lot more value than a lot of the other third-round picks, because tomorrow, even if we get some of our favorite prospects going, the hit rate of fourth-rounders and on is just non-existent in fantasy land. With the rookies, quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end alike, 80% plus highest scoring players have all come in the top 3 rounds. So with that said, Trey Sermon and Nico Collins could emerge as two of the big later third-round winners. Now, Sermon, the only people that would probably like Mac Jones going to the 49ers would be people who are investing in the 49ers backfield, because even though Trey Lance is going to be a great fantasy football quarterback in his own right, when you have these dual threat quarterbacks, as much as that read option might open up the running lanes, we'll take the extra carries and we'll take the targets, as we see in Baltimore and Buffalo. Like, just because you have a great rushing offense, when the quarterback is having that much to do with it, we just don't always get as many touches as we like. I still think he slots in behind Raheem Mostert immediately, and we see a pleasant committee, but we'll just hold off a little bit on assuming Trey Sermon takes over too quickly. As we've seen Kyle Shanahan embrace committees a little bit more over the years, it's been a while since we've seen Alfred Morris or Devontae Freeman really take over. And then for Nico Collins, at first I hated it. We have no idea who's going to be under center for the Texans. Seemingly not going to be Deshaun Watson for too much longer. With that said, though, you look at that wide receiver room, as many weird signings as they made this year, Dante Moncrief, Chris Conley, Alex Erickson, the list goes on and on. It's really one of the softer rooms in the league. I mean, the Lions is maybe another situation, but 6 most available targets are in the Texans offense in terms of players that left last year going into this year. So Nico Collins, for him to get that third-round draft pedigree, again, quarterback situation isn't ideal, but if we're just chasing the targets, Nico should have a lot of them coming his way.
I am looking forward very, very much to Trey Sermon as well becoming a member of all my fantasy teams as I take on the trials and tribulations of the 49ers trading up for a running back. We have 1 pick remaining, a compensatory pick, if I could speak at this point, to the Denver Broncos. This is courtesy of the New Orleans Saints at pick 105. Remember, you will be able to catch all of 4 through 7 here live tomorrow, and we'll also have the entirety of the recap on Sunday. So there's nothing that you could possibly want from a draft perspective that you will not find here at PFF. So tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. Now, we will be starting here at 11 a.m. We probably won't finish until, 5, 6.
Next day.
Yeah, the next day. The Kentucky Derby is going on. Kentucky Derby will take 2 minutes. We will be on for 5 hours. Okay, so if you're deciding which one to watch, I mean, obviously the value is going to be here. Maybe we'll comment on the Kentucky Derby as it is happening for 2 minutes, so you don't miss anything.
We should cover it live.
We should definitely cover it live. I expect a betting angle at least. And then on Sunday, starting at 12 noon to recap everything that has gone on. Of course, there will be tons of content reviewing both these 2 rounds and the first round up on PFF.com. as soon as this is over. The PFF Live Draft Tracker, if you're not watching this on PFF.com, go head there now so that you can make sure that you are catching all of those pieces of analysis as the picks come in live. You will want to do that. And of course, if you don't have a draft guide yet and you're planning on following rounds 4 through 7, good luck. You're not going to be able to do it. Draft 30 is the promo. Get 30% off, and you will be able to get that and ready to go for tomorrow. Baron Browning, pick of the Broncos. 102 on the board. Mike goes at 105.
Day 2, Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this pick. This is where I would draft this guy. A complete project. A elite athlete for whatever position you're going to play him at. I would love for him to stay at the edge position here for Ohio State. He played off-ball most of his career for Ohio State. His final year, senior season, finally drops down a little bit and showed some as a pass rusher because sub 7.3 cone, 40-inch vertical. He's got like all this athletic tools that translates better on the edge. It's easier to teach a guy a simplistic role of beat the dude in front of you than it is to make him, all that athleticism translate to a coverage prowess. So for me, Baron Browning is a project, but he is an edge project that gets to go now and learn from someone like Von Miller and Bradley Chubb, two of the most technically sound edge rushers in the
He told me a lot of the teams that are talking to him want to play him along the line of scrimmage, want him to rush the passer. And he said, I was like, what do you want to do in the NFL? Obviously you played a little bit of off-ball at Ohio State. He said, I want to play rushing the passer. I want to rush the passer at the next level. So I do think he's going to be that edge project here.
Yeah, they just picked up Bradley Chubb's fifth-year option. They have Von Miller, but Von Miller's near the end. He didn't even play this year. So, it's probably a nice sort of like Hassan Reddick type player for them to have.
That was rounds 2 and 3. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Ian Hartitz on the Bar Set Fantasy Podcast host. Stephen Palazzolo, Mike Renner, Austin Gale, Eric Eager. I'm George Shahuri. Todd, everyone in the back room, everyone on the cameras. Appreciate y'all. Thank you guys. We'll see you later.